Hello, welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show on a beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Maui. The sun is out. I'm sorry if you're cold right now. I'm not rubbing your face in it. No. It's a nice day. Feeling good. Hope all is well there with you. And I am really excited because we have an awesome show today. Look, Randall McDaniel just started out, just coming out hot. Randall just throwing hands already. Huh, Randall? We're going to do that right out the gate, huh? Thank you for the $25 donation, sir. I commend you. You all are going to hear from Randall today, and then thank you so much for that. We've got a great show lined up. As ever, I told you guys a while back with this show, I try to listen to what you guys got to say as far as improvements or what you'd like to see as little additions added on here to kind of round this out, keep us evolving, keep us expanding. And we're going to implement two specific things in here today. One of them is going to be we got a Discord channel here now. Woo! Yeah. So now we've got this place where all of us Hawks Nesters can all kind of hang out if we want, as well as going to give me a method to be able to then push people into the live stream show here. So we're going to have basically a de facto call-in show type thing going on. So we're going to do that. We're going to kind of do this more, though, in segment-based. So I'm still going to be reading in the chat. I'm still going to be going and getting your guys' comments and questions from there. But we're going to kind of split this show up in kind of three different kind of places now as we go forward. I'm going to start the show off here with some of my opening thoughts. Usually it's going to be in regards to some opening moves or rumors or problems or things that are going great. Could be a variety of anything. But it'll be kind of be going off for 10, 15, 20 minutes. Who knows? Depends on how much I got to talk about. Then we're going to go a little into the chat. Then we're going to go over to the Discord channel. And what I want to do to the Discord channel is rather than have one person in, I want to try to get a variety of people in. So I've got a couple guys set up for this particular stream to go in and be live on. We're going to bring them in. We're going to test it out, make sure there's no kinks. There's always a few kinks in the hose. I've learned this about going live. So we're going to try to make sure those kinks are all unkinked. But then I want folks to reach out to me on Twitter because I want to talk to you before we go on live so we make sure everybody's on the same page, to reach out to me on Twitter, and I will get you the link through there. The links is going to be in the description section of the video below too, so you can find it there as well. But if you'd like to get on as far as that goes, I want to get a group of people each time before every show that I got kind of lined up and ready to go on. We're going to try to get through a few people every time on every show to kind of mix it in there and not get too long with it, not to get too short with it. You can definitely expand out and talk about basically whatever you want when you come on. My only want at that point, my only request is that you come hard. Don't come soft. Don't come nervous or scared. Just come in with a point. Come in with a perspective. It doesn't have to be something I agree with. I actually would kind of welcome in this kind of case having an opportunity to go against some folks who probably disagree with some of my stances on things because I think it would make the discussion that much more fun. But you come in, you're going to be live on my channel. I'm going to expect you to bring it from every direction. So that's going to be kind of the new kind of way we segment this out. After we do the Discord stuff, we'll come back to chat a little bit, double back around to that, finish it out on that. But this will kind of give us now more of a structure in place, if you will. And Randall, thank you so much for that $25 donation, brother. I appreciate you. You know, I do very much. And again, we will get over to the chat here shortly, but I do want to start out with what we're going to do now, which is my opening thoughts. And in some of this stuff, I'm going to try to mix in a little bit of, some overlays. Hopefully we can get to the point I get some video footage in here. I just don't want YouTube to do any blockages or anything like that of me by putting in footage. But today I thought I wanted to open up a little bit and talk on some things that are points I've made on recent live stream shows, but I haven't necessarily been able to give the tangible proof behind backing what it is I'm saying past just what I'm recalling from my own mind as far as statistics or what I've seen prior. And so where I wanted to start this out with is a little bit in the Rams blocking scheme. And I wanted to highlight on this because there's been a lot of back and forth on the live stream channel between me and some folks about Tyler Lockett specifically. And can Tyler Lockett do some of the same things that Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp were asked to do in the St. Louis Rams offense? Because that's the same kind of offense that's really kind of coming over here. I think they are going to make that change to that scheme. It's not one you can just halfway kind of do. You have to wrap your arms all the way around this particular scheme to make it work. Because at the bedrock of it is it's a scheme that's going to be very much the same in that it'll give you the same look over and over and over and over and over again. But you're going to do a lot of different things out of that look. You can do almost anything out of the look, and you will do anything out of that look. It'll be one play going this side, one play going that way, and one play or this misdirection, this to the fly sweep. And so we're going to show a little bit of that right now as I open up on this. And we will get back to chat. D-Mac, what's up? You are Team 12's Jeffrey O'Kelly. Hello. Pay Dirt Sports Cards. How you doing? Enrique, did we resign Josh Gordon? Yep, we will get into the Josh Gordon, Enrique. Word is yes. If it comes from Clayton, I would tend to think then that does mean he was signed, but it was probably based upon Gordon being reinstated. We will get to that, though, in a little bit. But let's start out with the Rams blocking. I'm going to put an overlay over the top of my face. You guys certainly see enough of me. We can handle a little bit of overlays without having to look at this ugly mug. So let's get to the Rams blocking formation so I can talk a little bit about giving you guys some tangibility here about what I've talked about, what there is to get excited about, how it concerns our linemen, and what we're going to look at here, because it really has to be included as we drive this discussion forward. So here we go. We've got the Rams here, and then we're going to come back to actually this slide. The one I want to start out with here is going to be right here. So here out the gate, and let me know, folks, if there's any worries about or any problems in seeing this stuff, but what you can see out the gate here, don't have a laser pointer, but we've got a Rams in a typical blocking formation. And the foundational level of this blocking formation is you're going to see the reach block utilized heavily. They do everything else. It's not just a reach block or nothing. This is an offensive line that can do the man-on-man stuff. It can do the zone stuff. It's really, I would argue, more than ever really zone-based, but it's its own unique particular style of being zone. And so if you go from right to left on this, what you will notice is that if you were to look for a keen difference from what you would see in the Seahawks scheme in this respect, the tight end in the Seahawks scheme might normally be going to that outside man there. To it looks like the safety on that edge. Instead, what he's trying to do is perform that reach block, where a reach block is essentially you got an offensive lineman that doesn't have leverage. He's on the outside of a defender, and the defender's essentially got what would be considered a head start to get into a gap, to move across that offensive line or the tight end's face in this case. But what you're asking that player to then do is go down and make that reach block and get down to that other player. It's a technique. It has to be taught a specific certain set way. You saw DK Metcalf had to do a reach block in the Eagle game this last year, and it didn't work out magnificently when he had to perform that same kind of thing. Though I think he can do it, it's just that it wasn't a part of our offense as much. What you then see as part of this is because you have the tight end blocking down on a defensive end who normally would be blocked by number 79 there, the tackle. Because that's not occurring, that tackle gets to go down. He gets to, everything about this offensive line is about creating a wall of offensive linemen in front of the defenders so that they don't have the opportunity, they don't have an extra man there essentially to get to the running back. Or if the running back's in space, he's going to be in space with having to break simply a tackle of a cornerback or a safety rather than a linebacker. They're going to do a great job at getting their hats at linebacker. So you see this right tackle who moves well, better than a guard. He's going to now get out into space and he's going to go he's looking for a linebacker. You know, he's going to look to go hunt that linebacker. Then thusly, we've got the right guard down blocking onto the one technique on his own. Usually you're going to maybe see that guy get doubled in, right? Now instead, not the center, that's the guard. Excuse me, that's the right guard blocking down on this is actually what you would normally see. So right guard's on the one tech, everything's good there. The center doesn't help out on the one tech. Instead, the center goes down to Austin Blythe's going down there to the three tech, and he's taking him on. At this point is going to now release your left guard and your left tackle. So what you have here in this situation is three of the best moving linemen that you have, most likely, being your left guard and your two tackles, are now being allowed to go move out in space. And they're going out there to look for, mainly the first objective, I would say, is to get the linebackers. But they just need to get a hat on a hat here. That's three offensive linemen we have now going out into the second level. And this is why you can see where here Todd Gurley in his prime, you can see how he's starting to get some of those huge alleyways that we'd start to see because they essentially are getting an extra man down into the secondary, into the second level, and they're hoping that their blocks can hold up one-on-one down here on the edge. But the key here, I'm sure the part that you're seeing I'm not addressing here, is old Cooper Kupp. And this is the guy that I want to point to on this that you want to look at and pay attention to here because Cooper Kupp's having to come down the line and he's having to block will be our Leo defensive end, the prime pass rusher there on that side, essentially your blind side rusher, and he's having to come down with that block. This is not an easy block, and this is not the reach portion of the block, I would say, necessarily. This is actually just him making a pretty straightforward block. It is a technique, because rather than being heads up on him, he gets to come at him from the side, which gives him a little bit of cheat on the leverage game, and because you have a fast back like Gurley, or let's say, I don't know, Rashad Penny, you have a guy who will not require him to hold up his block for very long in order to get to that alleyway. But this is the part where I wonder about Lockett. He may have this skill in him. This may be part of what he can be able to do. But what is his ability to go down to a defensive end, lay a hat on that defensive end, and hold up for any amount of time? And again, I'm not expecting Cooper Kupp here to drive this guy down the field or pancake him. All I need Cooper to do is to lose as little ground as possible so that I can get that running back to that other edge of the side of things. So this is stuff you will see if you watch the Rams formation over and over and over again. Again, they do a lot of other things, but I thought that this play especially was a real beginning place to look at with them, where you've got all the linemen all doing basically a reach block, with the exception of the right guard. The other two guys are not doing a reach block, being left guard and left tackle, but they're just getting out into space. I mean, those guys are just going out and hunting. Linemen should love this scheme for what it's going to allow you to do. And you're not just having to block some big mountain of a man every time. Now you get to go down and attack the littler guys and go put them on their back. And that's just what happens. And you start to wear defenses down doing this kind of thing. There'll be some other plays we can take a look at with this guy if this interests you guys. But again, you just see some of the same kind of stuff here. We've got Robert Woods. He's going to go in basically the motion of fly sweep here just before the snap. So the option goes to where you can go to him, or you can go to, I don't think that's Akers there, but you can go to the running back. If you want to go to the running back, it's kind of a double option sort of situation. But then you see again at the hallmark of this play, you've got Cooper Kupp right there to the left of the tight end. And he's essentially there with Aldon Smith looking him right in the face, man. He can feel Aldon Smith's breath coming down his neck. He is that close to him off the line of scrimmage. And that is because he's not necessarily going to do it every time, but there will be moments that you need to implement to have this guy go down and perform that block down and on that defensive end at that point. It's absolutely going to be imperative. And so if you've got a guy who can't hold up at all, who's just going to get destroyed and is going to look silly time and time again, it will kill the whole play. Because like I said about this is all about getting those linemen up onto the second level. And if you allow guys to get penetration early on and get into that backfield, the whole play gets thrown off. There's negative plays at that point. As well as just a quick point on this, looking at the rest of the offensive line, you can see with them, again, normally the Seattle Seahawks offensive line, if they were to show the same kind of scheme out before, you'd have 79, he'd be blocking that defensive end. You'd have 63 in your center, then doubling up on that one tech. Then you would have at that point probably your left guard going up on the three, and then you'd have 77 being Whitworth going up on Aldon Smith. With them in this scheme, what they're going to do here maybe is you can run to the side that the play is pointing to, right? You can theoretically go to that side with the running back and attack that way, make it somewhat traditional. In that stance, what you're going to look at is Robert Woods helping out then potentially on that defensive end, and then 79 going into the second level and hunting right up in on 25 over the top at that point. But you could flip it the other way. You could have Robert Woods run motion. You could run the running back the other way. Now 79, instead of going to that defensive end, he goes, and instead of going to number 25 at the top of the screen, he now attacks Jalen Smith at the middle linebacker position. Now you get your right guard with the reach block, right? Because the right guard, you can see where the one tech is. He has heads up more up over the A gap. Now the right guard gets to go right back into the one tech and it's a tough block to hold up going to the left. But again, the key is you only have to hold it up for a little bit of time if you have a back with the kind of wheels to get out there in space and really challenge that edge. So I've talked a little bit about this. We'll go back to some other stuff. I've got some fun with some stats. Let's get into a little bit of the chat. We'll bounce back and forth on this a bit. I don't want to get too stagnant either direction. Let me know if you guys have any questions or comments on this. I'd be interested to see what your guys' thoughts are. But again, with both of these two wide receivers, you see them at the line of scrimmage, near the line of scrimmage, where both of them end up. Both of them could be in a position where one or two of them could have to be taking on each of those two defensive ends individually. Again, that helps with a little bit of the leverage game because they're attacking at that outside shoulder of the defender rather than being in front of them. Kupp's job is easier to block than 89's is of Aldon Smith in the way they're positioned pre-snap. Doesn't mean that he's going to block. He's got a little bit of an upper hand pre-snap in the way that you line him up that way. So Gordon we'll get to in just a second. Enrique, I know a few people will ask on that, but it does look like Seattle signed him. If Clayton does a report like this, Clayton does have some connections into the team, and if he says it, then it's probably going to be a certainty. It's probably hinders upon the commissioner's office taking him out of the heat shop that they're holding him in, like one of those little things out of the bridge on the River Kwai, the hot box where you throw the guy in the sun and he's just sitting there like, can I come out today? No, you can't come out today, Josh. You sit in that sun another day. How dare you smoke? Azos, why did we resign Josh Gordon? It just wastes a roster spot. It's not a guaranteed spot, I would argue. You signed him with probably the ability to cut him at any time, Azos. There's not going to be any guarantees on this type of deal, I would imagine. So it's probably all upside, no downside. And if he is taking up a roster spot and you've got a better wide receiver or a receiver that you're worried about losing, because he won't be able to get him on the practice squad or whatever else may be the case, then at that point, then fine. You release off Josh at that point, no harm, no foul. But if it's what I think it is, which is I would almost guarantee it's this, Seahawks they're not taking any risk on this. There's no guaranteed money on this. Josh has got to get back out on the field for him to have any guarantee here of anything. Team 12 says he finished his wide receiver scouting. That's awesome to hear, my guy. Bash says big donations. Bash, Randall McDaniel's my top donator by far, man. He's going to be our first up today on the channel when we go live on the Discord channel. So I know he's got a great football mind. I love talking shop with Randall offline. So he's also very nice with the dono game though. Tyler, how you doing, Tyler? Washi. Hello. Washi will also be on here later. And we got him and D-Boy. We're going to be our three up today. Cameron, let's go. Josh Gordon's back. Better than Freddie Swain and John Ursula. Yeah, this is where I land on this, Cameron. I mean, his upside is so far beyond what probably we add beyond any other receiver that we might go out in free agency and get. If Lockett's on this roster, we're not making another free agent addition. There's not a guy you're going to have with the talent and ability of Josh Gordon to add out there in free agency at that point, being that if you're holding Lockett on the roster, it's going to have to be a lower-end guy. We're not talking about being able to go out and even get the guy I mentioned last week, Corey Davis, at that point. That's not happening. You know, you've got to you now have to go a little bit cheaper at that position, like it or not. There's just not the room cap wise to pay for a T.Y. Hilton on top of that. You know, that wouldn't. I don't think that would work. Randall says he got plastered in the Discord lounge. Nice. Is Randall going to join? Randall's going to join first, Washi, but then after we talk, I'm going to go to you next. So we'll do it just like a Cullen show. Robert C. says, sign Earl Thomas. Robert C., I'm open to it, man. I like it with the thought process that you sign him at a lower end deal and then you move on from Quandre Diggs at that point, getting some draft capital back from him. Increases draft resources, saves you some cap space, gets you a player that probably, even at this age, I would argue, Earl Thomas is probably still better at this age than Quandre is. Quandre is very close to him because Earl's probably not the exact player he once was, but I would still argue that if you look at Earl's last year with the Ravens, where he was rated as far as Pro Football Focus, still highly rated despite playing in a scheme that really didn't fit his particular skills. He's a guy that I know has the ability. It's all about where is he at on his mentals. Where is he at with some of the rumors that have been out there, and if he's kind of cleaning some things up. Cameron Hughes says, YouTube notifications are garbage. How do you only have 12 viewers? Well, it's going to happen. There's people out on a Sunday probably having some fun too. But it's the Streamlabs. You know, you go directly through Cameron, the YouTube app. It'll show off the notifications to everybody. You go through this, and then it, for whatever reason, just doesn't pop up. But that's okay. I want to use the Streamlabs stuff because it's so much interactive here, and it allows me to do so much more things. Dustin, only come hard, Brandon. That's right. No, you better come hard. Maxwell Stern says, what's on with Gordon? So, yeah, I see a lot of people in the chat already kind of wondering about the Gordon thing. It's again, he's not got a lot of other places he can go sign with at this point, I would imagine. They probably have a lot of still question marks about his situation and whether or not he is truly going to be able to come back or not. There's not, any certainty with that. But with that said, it makes a lot of sense that he'd pick to want to come back to the team would want him back just for the reasons I stated. He's going to be very talented, low-end deal. You will not replicate that on this particular market, even with the depressed value that's out there on this particular free agent market, because the wide receiver class actually is one of those classes of free agents that it's not very strong. The biggest names out there are A.J. Green, T.Y. Hilton. I guess Godwin's out there. He's kind of a prime guy. There's a couple prime, but it's not a loaded class of free agents. And when you look at the guys that could be released, due to the cap going up and teams trying to get under the cap and cap casualties in this new area, I'm calling it the cutting. When you're looking at this period of the cutting, what you're going to see with that is guys released, but receiver doesn't seem to be one of those positions as I go team by team that is one that you would see with that. Eagles are in bad shape. What receiver are they going to really cut? There's not a receiver for them to really clear out of cap space. They did Deshaun Jackson, but he's done. He's cooked. I wouldn't want to sign Deshaun for anything at this point. You look at the Saints, same situation. Okay, Emmanuel Sanders is out. Does anybody really want to have Seahawks jump on Emmanuel Sanders at this age? I'm not there. I don't think he's the same player he was 3 years ago, 4 years ago. So there's teams out there that are in bad cap space that don't have receivers to release. So this all is what kind of leads you logically as an organization to end up back around with Gordon. I don't think it means that they can't go out there and make other receiver moves. They could still go draft another guy. They could still go pluck a guy in the free agent market if somebody comes in super depressed. If there's no market for T.Y. Hilton and you can go get Hilton for $4 or $5 million a year, this move doesn't restrain you from doing that or hold you back from doing that. Josh Gordon. So Roger Goodell absolutely hates Josh Gordon. Yeah, I think I think he's got a bone to pick with him. I think we can say that at this point. Something going on. Something going on. Juno White. So good to have you, Juno White, in the live stream. Yep, we were just talking about the notification situation's a little wonky with YouTube and Streamlabs. I'll try to see if there's something I can do through Streamlabs to push the notification out for whatever reason. Juno says, nice catching you live again, Brandon. Would you be open to doing an in-depth look at this year's corner class like you did last year with DMAC? Could be Hawks focused, but a top 10, 20 is cool too. Yeah, I would actually like to do it again with DMAC, so I'm going to try to talk him into it again. He is ever elusive, but DMAC I know had a good time last year doing it. And what's really fun about this year's class, Juno, is that there's so many more cornerbacks who, number one, not only fit into the Seattle Seahawks model of the bigger cornerback that they look for, but number two, they all played in zone. It's beautiful. I mean, compared to last year where so many of those guys were all man on man, now we get to see so much of the zone stuff, and it's just wonderful to watch. Kick steps, bail techniques, cover threes. I'm geeking out for some of these corners because of that. But yeah, this would be a good class to take a look at for those guys, and I think we'll try to assemble something like we did last year. Great suggestion. I think that would be a smart move, a smart way to go. Randall says, with limited OTAs, most likely, what's the learning curve for the scheme? Well, the benefit, hard to say, Randall. Hard to say on that. That's a great question because it is a new scheme. It's going to be a little tougher. It's going to be a little bit more uphill, and maybe they do slide back into some of the stuff that they know out the gate, but I would think that the transition would happen more and more, and it just becomes more of a commitment-based thing. You know, you just get guys outside of doing a reach block once every harvest moon and start to get them into more of a position where they're doing it, 50% of the time. It just becomes more, the same thing with the receivers. It's less about, twice a game we'll have you come down and maybe chip a defensive end, and now maybe like 15 to 20 times you might come down and chip that defensive end. So I think it's more of the commitment to it. It'll be rough out the gate. There will be a transition period there, but there always is going to be that, and there'll be that in general to the offense as it is. I mean, let's deal with the brass bottom line on this. First-year offensive coordinators don't tend to just flourish right out the gate, even with Hall of Fame quarterbacks. It's going to take a little bit of time for guys to learn each other. So you look a couple years ago with Shanahan in Atlanta, his first year with Matt Ryan as an offensive coordinator, it was okay. They were feeling each other out, learning each other out, but then by that second year, you get into MVP zone. So same will probably be true on this scheme a little bit, in that it's going to take a little bit of time to kind of figure everything out with it. Carl, how you doing, Carl? Good to see you, buddy. Chase, do you think we'll sign Justin Coleman if he gets cut by Detroit? Very good, very interesting point on that, Chase. Here's the thing. When I've watched Detroit, and I've watched Justin Coleman play in recent years, and again, honestly speaking, I haven't watched a lot, but when I've watched, my eyes are drawn to Justin Coleman, number one, because I want to see how he would do, but number two, because he was one of those guys in that secondary that was kind of popping for them, that was playing still really well in the times that I saw him. I'd have to see where his performance level was last year. I think he was fighting some injuries off, which can put you on that cut block on its own. But with that said, if he does get cut, I think Seattle would take a look at him. The one part of it is that I think Justin is really only a slot guy at this point. He's not an outside defender. You're going to have Marquise Blair coming back from injury, and you have Ugo pretty well firmly established at slot. How much are you going to look into slot beyond that at that point? It would intrigue Seattle, but I think that would be the thing that would probably end up cutting them away from looking at grabbing him. They're going to look for more outside guys, I would think, if they go into free agency in that direction. Carl says, just my opinion, DK signing with that company is the mark of the downfall. I hope I'm wrong, but my red flags are going up majorly. I mean, maybe, look, we're in an era now with I know that this has been, Carl, something that Emmett's talked about, and wondering about DK turning into a diva or being in this problem. And look, not just receivers, but we've seen it now with quarterbacks, even in this offseason. We've seen it, more positions with guys just, more not as necessarily straight-laced as they used to be. And I think we've got to kind of embrace the new model of athlete to a degree. With that said, it's understandable why it's worrisome. I don't think I'd take anything as much from him changing management. There could be a lot that goes into that decision. Management does a lot for those type of players in that role, and it's not just a contractual situation. It can sometimes be beyond that. It can sometimes just be relationship based. So we don't know necessarily. Paul Manning says, what had Cowherd said to be called the Judas you had on your previous show ad? Yeah, Paul, what drives me crazy about Cowherd is that when he gets outside of being unbiased, when he's outside of the realm of just trying to sort of do the old, tell it like it is approach to his analytical approach to his show. And I think that he does actually a very good job at that when he stays in that pocket. When he delves out of that pocket and he moves into the it's a relationship business, and he's got athletes or maybe an owner in his ear pushing him into a direction so that he can get more clicks, so he can raise the viewership of his show at sort of the cost of whatever that might be the cost of, being in this case, I call it greasing the wheels for Russell Wilson's exit out of Seattle. What I've said with what Russell Wilson's been doing throughout this time, Paul, is that he's been laying groundwork, just building blocks. And those building blocks are leading to building the building of his exit, so that when he leaves and that moment does come along, that the national perspective is sort of, well, yeah, I mean, what was Russ to do? I mean, he was never helped. They never did anything for him. They never They never tried to do this, or they never. This is where he's trying to draw the narrative to, and it's having somewhat of some success. And if there's any success it's had, I would argue recently, some of that success is built on the back of Colin Cowherd contemplating a couple years ago about Russell Wilson raising his star in New York. Maybe he'd like a brighter star. Maybe Sierra would like her star brighter. And then he leaks out the trade rumors to the Cleveland Browns a couple of years ago on his show at a very weird time, far after the negotiations had taken place, or even the potential trade had happened, as though he had been leaked that story to say that information on that show at that given time. Again, we come back to laying building blocks, okay? And all his narrative continues to be is on this Russell Wilson is the poor little boy here, and the Seahawks front office is inept, and Coach Carroll had his time gone, and he's not the same. And this is the narrative that Cowherd is stuck upon and held upon and clutched upon, and now he's just hammered it home. Why I call him a Judas, Paul, is because he's from Washington. He grew up in the Pacific Northwest. And while I understand you reach a point of this where you've got to be an unbiased, analytical type figurehead, you also don't have to throw your Pacific Northwest brethren back under the bus. He knows damn well we've lost so many superstars over my lifetime. Mark Langston, Randy Johnson, Ken Griffey Jr., Alex Rodriguez, Sean Kemp. The superstars always got to go away. And he knows that. And he knows part of the reason this Russell discussion is so hot and heavy in Seahawks fandom, part of it is why it's got so many so sensitive, is because they've been like a scorned lover so many times. The Pacific Northwest. So many times we've wrapped our arms around an athlete, and he said, I love you, and we said, we love you, and he says, goodbye. And so I don't think Colin Cowherd on his own is going to push this situation one way or another, but simply for the fact that he would grease the wheels to make it happen sooner, to me, makes him a Judas. Nathaniel Parks, can you give Dustin a troll role in your Discord? I probably will have to find some way to do something with that. Yes. So hopefully, Paul, that gives you a little bit of clarity on it. I just don't. I really don't expect him to wave pom-poms for the Seahawks. I don't expect him to sing praises of Carroll and Wilson and Schneider at every turn. I'm fully willing to see him hold his feet to the fire, but this narrative that he's now drawn out going on a year and a half, I would argue, is getting tiresome. And at every point in time and moment, he has to twist that knife a little bit more in the back of us as far as fans go and as far as his roots go, or it kind of hardens my opinion a little bit more. If I get a national perspective show somewhere, it won't ever happen, so I get to say this because I'll never be put to this test, but you're not going to see me hammering Seattle and having a relationship with a given player to help him get him out of Seattle. No. Ahmad, how you doing, Ahmad? Cameron says Josh has so much potential, 1,600 yards in 12 games in 2013. Goodell is such an a-hole. Yeah, I agree, man. And I think he still has a lot of potential in him. I don't think he's where he was in his prime, but I don't think there's a reason to think that he's necessarily not still able to take the top off the defense and do a lot of damage if they let him on the football field. Nothing in his play when he was with us before was like, oh, well, he's just nothing of the player he was. He's a great fit with Russell Wilson and Russell Wilson's skill set. A fit that I don't think he's really had. Brandon Weeden had a pretty good deep ball in Cleveland, but I don't think he's had the same of what Russell Wilson has here with him. MSR Rook, Seahawks are going to kill the Rams next year. They are fired up what they said about Cancun. I hope so, man. I hope so. Never have we seen Cancun be such a flashpoint for beef in the NFL, have we? Ahmad, yeah, you can get Ahmad roll in Discord. So Ahmad, just reach out to me on Seahawks Twitter, man. So let me know so I know what your username is on Discord. So we'll have a few folks in there. So, we'll see what's up. Raging Crocodile says, let Russ be game manager. # feed Carson. Nice. You starting that movement? Jeffrey O'Kelly, should we re-sign Carson or try to get Jones in free agency? I don't go either direction, Jeffrey. I think I'm leaning more back in the direction of you build a great offensive line up first, and you don't need to have necessarily upper level talent at running back to then succeed in the running game. It helps, but if the upshot of that is that you've created an offensive line that not only can create holes in the running game but also can pass protect really well, I've created two upshots there rather than just one. And recently, we've really only built our offensive line in one direction. This is where a lot of the problems really to their core come into play when it concerns Russell Wilson and getting hit. There's other things that are brought into this, of course, him holding the ball too long, pre-snap stuff, and I've hammered Russ plenty for that. But the other aspect of this that's not Russ's fault, that is completely on the offensive line, that's completely on the front office, is that Coach Carroll for 10 years has, at every single turn when he's looked at an offensive lineman, preferred the road grader over the pass protector. Mark Glowinski right now is a guy that was picked, I think, in the 4th or 5th round by Seattle, who had a really good metrics coming out of college, who looked like he could be a solid pro in the NFL. And he's on now a multi-year deal with the Colts, and he's played fantastically as one of the best offensive line in the sports. Seattle let him go for nothing because he wasn't a road grader enough. He didn't open up holes enough. And so when you look at road graders at every turn, you do it at the cost sometimes of those pass protectors. But if you actually invest in the full offensive lineman, the full meal deal, the entree, the main course, and the dessert, well, then you have a grouping that can do it all at that point, and they can cover up for a running back who may not be the best in the sport. I like going in that direction over I'm going to pay for the running back, I'm going to put a lot of money in the running back position, and then I got to go a little lighter on the offensive line. That I just can't quite wrap around as much of that. Jones also doesn't fit. It's a Packers guy, right? And Jones doesn't fit as well in Seattle's scheme where they look for more of the Marshawn Lynch mold of running back. They don't tend to go in that direction. Carson is a maybe if he gets so discounted out on the open market that it's just like stealing not to bring him back for a couple million. If he signs less than what the high deal was last year, it'd be hard to turn that down, certainly. I'm expecting there to be a team to give him a 2-year, $14 million deal or 2-year, $18 million deal, whatever. Something in the realm of where he gets a little bit of money, not through the roof, but he's going to get paid somewhere, I would think. We'll see, though. This offseason is going to be weird, man. It's going to be an unusual offseason, Jeffrey, and that hard to predict what will happen, and that we've never run into an offseason quite like this where the cap's gone down. Never, ever, ever. We've had the cap stagnate. We've had it stay at the same position, and that was hard enough. But dropping $20 million, $20 million, that's a tough one. Team 12 says, so happy you have a Discord now. I don't have to download Twitter now. That's good to hear, Team 12s. Seahawks, do you think DJ Reed changes the way Seahawks look at corners? Maybe okay with smaller guys playing outside? I hope so, Seahawks. I think every coach in his own individual right has got to go through his points of evolution, and no coach and no organization and no scheme should ever remain stagnant to the point that it can't adopt new or it can't look outside of things that it's comfortable in. There's a lot of reason why Seattle leans towards the long, big, tall corners. I'm seeing it right now in the scouting of these cornerbacks in the draft. They could be late to break on a ball, but that hand still gets in there and knocks it away. They can make up when they make a mistake. They can make up that ground, which is harder for some of those shorter guys to do. They got to be more right and more on it. And especially in the zone where you've got to have a guy who's going to play off coverage and then he's got to stick his foot in the door and drive. Those shorter guys have got to arrive essentially faster than the longer guys have got to arrive, because the longer guys are going to get there faster sheer by their length and size. That's going to be a hard one for our coaching staff to get out of, because they have been very ardent upon staying upon the 6 foot, 33 inch long arms on cornerbacks. That is their prerequisite. It is affixed. I hope they do, though, Seahawks. So there's a guy in this draft right now who's maybe an early front runner with me and D-Mac. We've been talking about the corners in this draft. And there's an early front runner on this as far as Asante Samuel Jr. Not the best in the draft, okay? He's not the best corner in the draft. But as far as a guy who's probably a little depressed in his value, he's everywhere from a 4th to a 6th round pick. He's slotted as being a slot-only guy on the next level. But he's a guy who played outside at Florida State, and he's just a gamer. You can tell he's the son of a player, of a very good player. Asante Samuel was a fantastic corner, a zone corner. But he's a guy who was 5'10". Can Seattle go outside of their realm with that type of guy and say, this is one we'll increase our width on? I don't know how long his arms are yet. We don't have that. We don't get a combine this year, so we'll see. But that would be a guy, if he's sitting there, potentially in the 4th round. Man, I sure like him a lot. And his bottom end is he's going to be an upper level slot corner in this league, but he's got potential to me in on the outside. And he played zone at Florida State. He utilized the same kind of technique as far as the back pedal and playing the cover 3 a lot of the time and knowing when he can kind of jump a route. I hope they do, because there's guys that if they expand, there's some really good players out there that they could bring onto the roles. Dustin says no rules on the Discord, so I control. Yeah. Discord is so much better because I can use GIFs to troll. As long as you stay within reason, my guy. Just keep it under 100. Like, if you just lock in like 80% Dustin in there, that'd be great. Nathaniel, I think KJ overestimates his value and comes back to us in a preseason on a 1-year deal. Easy to see it going down that way, Nathaniel. Easy to see it going down that way. I mean, who's going to pay him? Who is it that's going to pay him at that point? I mean, maybe the Raiders are the outlier. I mean, the Raiders, for the same reason of Sherman, see Sherman in this argument. See the potential of Bobby Wagner being moved. This is the team that could come up and do it because they're adopting Seattle's scheme. So they could be the one to come in there and maybe offer the 2-year deal at $18 million or some weird stuff and give him some bonus money. But hard to see who else will be out there paying him. I don't see it. I don't see if our guy's going to be as old as he is, who's very scheme specific. You can't play him in a 3-4. I don't see it myself. I agree with you. Cameron Hughes says, who are your 3 favorite corners in this draft? Well, Asante Samuel would definitely so far be on there, and I haven't gone through all of the corners yet. He'd probably be number 3. And then I would go with Caleb Farley would be my number 1. And then probably J.C. Horn would be my number 2. I am not a fan of Patrick Surtain. Patrick does not do a lot for me. Not at all. But those would be probably my 3 guys if I was looking. Azaria is Israel. I think we need to keep Diggs. I think if you didn't bring in Earl Thomas AI, you would definitely need to keep Diggs at that point. I'm only thinking of it through the lens of you bring in Earl Thomas on a 1-year, $3 million deal. You then could move Diggs and save $2.5 million on your cap. That's a substantial sum for a player who, at the very least, you could say is pretty comparative to Diggs on the field and the play he gives. Nathaniel says, did you look at Elijah Molden out of Washington? Yes, I did look at Elijah Molden. All right, so I'm not meaning to throw a wet blanket because I know you like Elijah Molden, Nathaniel Parks, and there's a lot of people that like Elijah Molden. So I want to say that the way I do this is I usually start out my initial scouting is I will look at a player initially, I'll watch some game film, I'll get my notes down, and then I will come back to a player, especially if I hear from a lot of other people on something that what am I missing? What is it that I didn't see on that first look through that I should have, that I need to look further on? There's stuff to Elijah Molden's game that's really fun to watch. And look, he's a bouncy type player. He's got that sort of a Jamal Adams ability of just being rangy and all over the field and just flying around. And you love to see that. There's not a lot not to like about them. I think he'll be a solid slot corner at the next level. I do look at when I scout these guys through the lens of what Seattle already has. And so for a lot of the reason of, somebody's also asking about Justin Coleman, Nathaniel, is a lot of the reason why Dustin's making rules. Is Dustin really going in and messing with Discord already? Dustin, come on, buddy. Am I going to have to kick you out of my Discord channel already, buddy? Oh my God. Really, man? Buddy, come on. Like, whatever you done, undo it. I want this to be a fun thing, man. Don't make it unfun. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to have a lot of patience with you on this today, Justin. Like, seriously, dude. I spent a lot of time setting this up. Like, it took me a lot of time troubleshooting this and getting this all right to go. And a lot of time I don't have to spend. So you're going to work a wrong nerve of me today if you're going to go in this direction. And I really would probably advise you not to do it. Whatever you just did on the channel, undo it. I'll lock in the rules later as we get mods, because everybody's got to be a child, evidently, in this day and age. We can't get adults in there who act like, come on. Come on, man. Like, what are you doing? And not going to be good. Dustin, I want a confirmation you get this done in the chat, and I want it in about 10 seconds, dude, or I might just vault you perma style off the channel with every fiber of my being. So Elijah Molden, he is a slot corner only. He can run and hit. He absolutely is a sure tackler. He will get in there and he will, he'll do whatever he's got to do. But he's got decent ball skills. He's competitive at the high point. Huskies had him playing some single high safety at times, and he did all right. But I do think a slot corner is his future. He's not going to be able to play on the outside at all. He does look like a little bit of shorter arms. I'm going to guess this guy's going to come in at like 31-inch arms, which is not going to suit Seattle. Though they made that exception with Ugo in the slot, so maybe they would make it with him as well. Again, you got to look through it in the lens of with Molden, though, because he's just a slot guy. You've got Ugo Amadi, who's played well, cheap. You've got Marquise Blair. He's not going anywhere, who would be the backup. Where's his role going to be at that point? Unless you see him as an ability to transition then over to safety, unless you're able to see that. So, all right. Okay. So that would be where I sit on him. I like him as a player. He's going to be a good slot corner in the league. I don't see I'm not as interested in him. You don't see Buda Baker type potential. He'll certainly be a highly drafted guy because he's going to be a good slot corner in this league. Is he remarkably better than Ugo Amadi? Is he better than what I think we have in potentially at Marquise Blair if that's his long-term role? I don't know. I don't know that that's the case at that point. So, that's where I kind of stand on that. Just making sure my thing's okay here. Let's see. But I like Elijah Molden. He's a good player. As Cameron said, I don't see DK sign with a company as a bad thing or good thing. Yeah, Dustin, I'm looking at the person spamming GIFs. You're the guy spamming GIFs in Discord. Fortune Quest Ventures. I really like this channel, but a bunch of people have been inactivated due to the NFL complaining about copyright lately. Ooh, geez. Yeah, it's a place I definitely have worried about, Fortune Quest. You could have at any time my great CEO, they could determine that that's something that's on the chopping block. So, it's something that could happen, Fortune. If it happens, I'd go live with something else and just try it from a different angle of things. It'd be super unfortunate if the NFL went that direction and started going that route. But I knew the risk when I started out the channel, so it's always possible. Randall says, was that the first time Mark Langston's name has been mentioned on the stream? Probably. Has the NFL gotten more strict or something? It's always been the same for me. I I don't know. I haven't seen anything different, Cameron. To me, with it, they will let you get a little bit of footage out there, and if you've got like 10, 15 minutes, if you go past, and the way you've got to do it is certainly you've got to be where you're not just showing, hours of game footage, but I hope they don't, man. It's better for the sport. It helps grow the sport by having this out there. It would be very short-sighted if they went in that direction, but I haven't seen anything on mine. Mine's been fine. Nick Reed says, Seattle planning on signing Jonnu Smith? They could. He was a guy that I thought would be definitely a guy they could potentially target out there in free agency, and there's a lot of reason why he would be a fit with Seattle. He has a little more move tight end, but he can do the blocking stuff, so he's a little unique in that realm of things. AI says, fleece the Raiders, Mariota, plus 3 first-rounders, a 2 and a 3. AI wants Russell Gunn on that. Yeah, maybe, man. I think you mentioned that last week. I don't think you're going to get quite that. Yeah, that's the other thing with it. Fortune Quest is hard to see them turn off these channels because they also, like all my Seahawks footage I show, whenever I show it, they always claim the monetization on it. So if they turn these channels off, they'd be turning off a big spigot of money that they get off of the ad revenue. Hard to see them turning down money. That's not usually the NFL's thing. Raging Crocodile says we need to trade for J.J. Watt and put him at left guard. That's very funny. That's a very funny joke. Of course, Raging is referencing our former infatuation with taking defensive linemen Christian Sokolaju and J.R. Sweezy and the like and moving them Novak, moving them over to the offensive line side of the ball. Randall says, if Russ converts salary to bonus to clear space, it affects the future cap, right? I think there's a chance we move him in 22. We're less likely to do it. If we don't do it, should we read into it? Yeah. If Seattle doesn't convert, because it's built within Russell Wilson's salary and within his contract, that he can convert his base money to bonus. And Seattle can do that front office-wise without Russell Wilson needing to sign off on it. They can just do it. If they did that, that's $10 million, not $10 million, his whole base salary converted to bonus, and then he has the $10 million. You get the $10 million in savings cumulatively. So that's hard in this offseason when you don't have a lot of money to spend. That's looking pretty doggone nice. But the problem is if they're worried about the next year from now, not this season, but next season, and they're thinking that there's a high likelihood Russell is going to be traded, as Randall spoke to, it's not $10 million now added onto the bonus books. What is essentially, I think his base money is something like $22 million or something this year. I want to say 19 to 20 million. And if that's the case, you're adding that $20 million in bonus to be stretched out at theoretically 4 years beyond this or through the life of the rest of the contract, I believe. And so at that point, you're going to pay more now to release him versus what you'd wait by just keeping the money in its base this year and then going into next year and then moving him. So it's certainly, if they convert to bonus, I would say it would be an indicator, Randall. If they convert that $10 million or that base salary to bonus this season of Russell Wilson, it's a very large indicator that Russell Wilson's probably going to remain here through, I would say, at least the rest of his contract. But if they don't, I would go the other direction with it, as you spoke to as well, and say it's probably going to be, yeah. Got to save some of these goodies for our chat here soon, Randall. Maxwell Stern says, yeah, I looked at Asante early and I loved him. He has lots of potential on the low side as he's 5'10". He is 5'10". I will say this, though. He's bigger than usually those slot guys. He looks legitimate 5'10 plus, where some of these slot guys could look 5'8-ish, 5'9-ish. Like Ugo Amadi's looks 5'8 at times. But I think he's legitimate 5'10". That's what gives me the hope that he can play out the outside. Marvin Dumas says, rumors are swirling. The Seahawks are making a push on tight end Jonnu Smith. Makes a lot of sense. He'd fit as the, this is a part where I've got to correct myself a little bit. I thought more and more Colby Parkinson would be your move tight end down the road. But when I looked at it with Colby, guy only ran like a 4.7 40. He is not dynamic in the short area burst zone of things necessarily. And so Jonnu would fit more in that role, and he can block out of that position, which is key. A lot of those joker tight end types can't really do the blocking as well. You're going to have to protect him, a la Hollister. So it would be a fit for Seattle. He'd be an interesting one, and probably it's interesting as well as they're going that direction rather than Gerald Everett, but they probably like Smith's blocking better than Everett's blocking, and they think they're relatively close as far as pass catchers go. Raging Crocodile, if we lose Chris Carson, we should make Puna Ford our starting running back. Beefy Puna. Dustin, like, I don't want you attacking people on Discord, buddy. You're pushing it today, huh, man? Like, are you having a hard day, Dustin, today? Is this a tough day for you, buddy? Goodness gracious, vicious already in the chat, my guy. Did some research on the Bama center. I needed that between Florida State and Bama that he played every position on the line. I cringed at Pete not being able to help himself and make him a right tackle. I hope not. He has the size. They could trick themselves into it by thinking he's so big, we can put him at guard or we can put him at right tackle. But to me, he's a center. That's where he needs to be. Let him help guys out, and he's going to bowl guys over in that realm. He's not going to get pushed back in the pass protection game. I think Dickinson's got to be kept there. But I understand your worry on it, man. That's what they do, man. It's what they do. Jermaine Ifedi started out as a guard, finally got to tackle, and Britt went through 3 different positions. Posick through 2 positions. The transition of defensive lineman to offensive lineman. I don't get it. I don't get it necessarily, the fascination with it. I understand that they're better athletes on the defensive side of the ball. I understand it on that level of things, but do better in your scouting of offensive linemen. Don't look to try to reinvent the wheel for how you put together an offensive lineman. Fish Angel says, why did we re-sign Josh Gordon? That was just taking up a roster spot. So yeah, it's not a guaranteed. Let's go through the points on this, Fish. It's not a guaranteed roster spot. He signs the deal today, but that deal is not guaranteed. In fact, I'd say that it's probably completely unguaranteed. And that if he still remains on suspension come around the start of the new league year, I wouldn't be surprised if Seattle just releases him at that point. So there's no risk to the deal whatsoever. It's all upside. If he's still suspended going into the season, I would be very surprised if you're still holding him onto the roster at that point, hoping for that magical far-off day that we see where we actually have Josh back on the field again. I think this is going to be contingent upon him coming back. Nathaniel Park says, I liked moving Elijah Molden to free safety, backup slot, Blair to free safety, and then moving off of Diggs. It could make some sense. He didn't do a lot of free safety in what I watched for them, Nathaniel, and maybe I need to just check out more of him playing the free safety role. He was okay in the role. He didn't jump out and light up the film with it. He does look to me as more of the slot is where he needs to be slotted in at. No pun intended. But that's just where he's probably best suited, I think. Tim TK, how do you feel about Cordell Patterson in this new Rams offense? I was thinking about that the other day a little bit, Tim, and I was kind of intrigued by it. He's found his role in the NFL. He knows what he is. He understands he's not going to be, a receiver or utilized often. He's going to run those fly sweeps. He's going to be a kick return guy. I think he can still do a lot of that stuff really well. So I think he was a pretty young guy coming out. I don't think he's really old. I don't think he's not going to cost a lot of money. If they wanted to target him as that guy, he's got the size too, you would think, to be able to handle up some of those duties on the inside then, So I'd like it, Tim. I love the idea. Cameron says, I'd like Jonnu Smith. I would too. I'd be very happy with that as a signing. He's not going to cost as much as Hunter Henry's going to cost, but the value could be very similar in the players. So I do like that. He's a complete tight end. Hard to pick apart his game necessarily. He's not sensational in any one given area, but he feels like a guy that's solid all the way around. Maxwell says, I said we should make a run at Smith, and right after I saw a report saying the Seahawks are going to make an aggressive push to get him. I think I'm psychic. You are psychic, man. Ooh. You're entering a dimension of not only sight and sound, but of mind. You've entered the Seahawks zone. Randall, if I was an NFL GM, I'd draft O-line and D-line in round 1, 2 every year. I was picking top 10 or someone obvious. If he fell, I'd just build the line. I would too. We've yet to see really, when we see teams commit to this in this direction, they do very well. Certainly Tampa Bay was a team that committed in this direction. Did pretty doggone well for them. I think the Chiefs did it minus, let's say, two positions on the defensive line. They got Frank Clark and Chris Jones, and then the other 2 guys are kind of just eh. But I'd agree with you. I don't understand sometimes why the value seems sometimes so depressed, especially when it comes to O-line, where teams just don't seem to feel like there's a big difference in having an upper-level guy versus a league average guy, which I think there would be. In utero, Brandon, what do you make of the Seahawks being so quiet while smoke is everywhere? They're hoping not to continue to perpetuate the story any further in utero. So the Russell Wilson got this ball rolling, and he kicked the ball down the hill, and the ball's picking up speed. And now it's almost in a range where, if anything the front office says is just going to help the ball get more, because then now all the talking heads like myself get out and start saying, oh, they've responded. And then we read deep into their response, even if their response is, we fully support Russell Wilson. He's the long-term quarterback here forever. And we're going to do everything we can to improve the team around him. And then somebody, they didn't say offensive line. They don't agree with Russ. So I think there's a little of this. If we just go silent, the thing just kind of fades away for the moment, and we can deal with it down the road, especially because they're not going to the combine where they'd normally give their interviews, Schneider and Carroll. That's not happening now. So because of that, they can kind of spend a little bit more time in the dark, not saying anything. Cameron says, damn, I only post NFL content. I'm like 30 subs away from 1K. I'd be pissed if I get my channel deactivated before I hit 1K. It would hurt. It would hurt, Cameron. I'd be with you on the pain aspect of it. Again, wouldn't make a lot of sense from the NFL standpoint to do that. I hope they're not going down that realm. We'll see. That'd be harsh. Harsh. Yui, I think cornerback Shakir Brown from Michigan State plays with attitude, and I think he'll be available to us later in the draft. He will be up on my list, Yui, so I haven't had a chance to take a look at him yet, but he's one of those guys I'm going to take a look at. It's a pretty deep corner draft. So I've just gotten through the first upper tier guys, just moving into kind of the second tier guys on that. Fish Angel, I want Eric Stokes. He was a big, fast corner. He's better than Trey Flowers. If we're going to start DJ Reed, we need a number one, which is Stokes. Okay. I don't know much about Eric Stokes. I got to take a look at him, man. Good name, though, Fish Angel. I'll take a look. I'll look at him and get back to you on that. Cameron says, good. I like Smith, only 25, and is a receiving threat. Guess that means Hollister won't be back. Yeah, Hollister's not coming back. Fish says, I want Gerald Everett. He makes the most sense. He's a big, fast tight end, and he is fast, and he is more polished than Jonnu, and we have the Rams offensive coordinator. I think the key comes down to with that one, Fish, if you're going to look at blocking ability, because always remember Coach Carroll is going to require blocking ability and to some degree in his tight ends, and he's going to want that or favor that. So if they look at it and they say Everett's a better pass catcher, but not by a wide margin over Smith, but Smith is a much better run blocker by a wide margin over Everett, they're probably going to go with the Smith direction of things. Oh, thank you for mentioning that, Nathaniel. Please do smash on that like button if you happen to be in here watching the stream. I do really appreciate it. Helps the channel grow. Helps me show up on those searches. Randall says converting to bonus is the equivalent of using a credit card. It is. It is. I do say, though, that when it comes to the credit card approach, Randall, and I think that's in regards, there's I think Stan had a blog article up this last week about, speaking about the worries of putting money on the credit card. I'm not fully in favor of putting a ton of money on the credit card. I'm not looking to buy, the boat, the RV, and a car. But I do think that there is an argument made here to be that you put a little bit on the credit card. You put nothing on the credit card last year. It was a lot of 1 and 2 year deals. You didn't do anything as far as 3 to 4 years down the line from last year's standpoint to do any restricting of the salary cap in that respect. So you've kind of already done due diligence as far as maintaining order and not putting yourself in the cap positions of a Saints and Philadelphia Eagles. But I do think that it would make sense this season. $10 million is going to go a long, long way this offseason. I guess let's talk about that when we get into that chat, Randall. I'll talk to you about that in the chat. I think we should get into that a little bit. In Utero says we need another Zach Miller at tight end. We do. They're hard to get, though. That's why I was looking for in Utero the trade of O.J. Howard. I think if you looked at where they were picked in the first round, Zach Miller and O.J. Howard were almost picked right around the same place in the first round. I think O.J. Howard could give you a lot of what Zach Miller gave you, probably better receiving threat. Miller probably a better blocker, but very similar type players in the overall game and what they produce if they're going. Blazers in 6, who do you think we're going to take with our first pick, regardless if we trade back or keep it? What position do you think we go for, or who do we take? I would probably lean in the direction of saying a left tackle, Blazers in 6. They haven't taken guards very high in recent drafts. So I'm not going to go guard, but I'll go with tackle at this point. It's hard to predict right now, though, because you don't have free agency, and that always tells you a lot about what direction a team's going to go, especially when we're talking about a team picking, pretty deep into the second round. When are you going to get some people in the Steam? People in the Steam? Oh, somewhat soon here, stream. Somewhat soon here, Washi. I want to be the running back. Fish Angel wants the running back. Just reported Josh Gordon did officially sign with us, so he's still a free agent and suspended. Okay. I would say, though, if Clayton's going to say this, usually Clayton knows a little bit of something about something at that point. He doesn't tend to speak out of school. Nathaniel, Seattle needs to get the fastest D linemen in the 7th round and convert them to our power back. Questions is, though, can they jump the pile on the goal line? Fortune says Von Miller needs to get with it this upcoming season. Yep. I did get your Discord name. Ahmad, you can join in. I've got the link in my description section. So you can join in through the link in the description. Nick Reed said I'd sign on O-line in free agency and then draft one with our talk pick. Okay. Well, let's... Jason Butler says now in Discord, go back, go. What's up, Jason? Yeah, no combine this year, Cameron. It's going to be a bummer. Tim, how do you feel about trading Bobby Wagner, Brooks to middle, and drafting Jabril Cox in the 2nd round for Will? I'd be open to it, Tim. You save a lot of money by moving on from Bobby. I think his best days are certainly behind him. Brooks' best position is middle linebacker. I don't think he's a Will in this league. I absolutely don't think he's a Sam. So, that's his best position where he could be a star, I think, if you put him at the middle linebacker. That's got me really intrigued from that standpoint of things. So I'm open to doing it. I don't know if I'm fully in favor completely of it. But if I probably say, I probably am. I am in favor of it in the respect of whatever we do to create cap space this particular offseason is monumental to my strategical approach. And the reason for that being that you're going to get so many players out there that are at depressed values, so many teams that don't have the cap space to compete with you for given player A. So you're going to be able to get so many more players this particular offseason than any other by, as Randall put it, putting a little bit on the credit card, by creating a little bit of cap space, by eating a little bit of maybe dead money that you didn't necessarily want to have to hit, but it's okay. Nick Reeder says that they're going to broadcast pro days anytime soon. I'm not sure on that. Seahawks, Austin Blythe and Joe Thuney, and then draft another edge rusher in the 2nd round. Yeah, I like Blythe. I was looking at Blythe the other day. Somebody asked me to do it. So yeah, Blythe has been a really good player. He's only given up 6 sacks in 3 years. When you look at his Pro Football Focus grades, they're a little bit up and down to a degree, but he's fairly solid. So he had 2018, 69.3 grade. 2019, he was at 50, so he really fell off. And then he brought it all back into last year in a free agent year at 76.4, which is probably a little bit better than league average. So he's solid. He's solid. There's a lot of those guys in this free agent class that are pretty solid like that. It does depend, I think, Seahawks on his cost. So I'm going to reach out here to Randall on our line. Let's start this up a little bit with getting some folks in here on our live stream. So Randall, if you're listening, do go ahead and jump on into the thing if you're not already there. I see Washi's in there. We might start off with Washi if Randall's busy here in a second. Yui says Tommy Tremble, tight end from Notre Dame, is the best blocking tight end in the draft and a freakish athlete. Could be a real Kittle-like player. He sits right now. Uwe is my number 3 tight end, and he might be my number 2 if I get to see him more. The tough part with him is the Notre Dame just didn't feature him as much in the passing attack, so it gets very hard to assess him and what he can do. He looks good catching the ball. He looks like a really fluid athlete. Looks like a guy who has a little bit of bounce to his step. I don't know whether he's going to run the 4.6 or 4.7. That's going to be where a lot of it where he's going to go. Depends on a lot where he goes. But I'm with you. Best blocking tight end in this draft. Absolutely. Did we get, so we got Cordell Carter, Shaquem's in here. Okay. So I'm going to Washi. I'll start out with you because it doesn't look like I got Randall in here. He's probably busy at the moment. I'm not far behind at all, Seahawks. So I'm right on top of this right now. I'm caught up today. We're going to go with, I'm going to bring Washi. Hopefully you're ready to go. I'm going to hit you up on Twitter. Make sure you're ready so I don't bring you in there and you're doing something odd. And we're trying this out today, folks. So give me some rope on this because I'm trying to get this refined and working good. Devin Martzall says, I'm hearing some hype about Penny. How awesome would that be? But for real, can we depend on him staying healthy? Let me pick up on that one, Devin, in just a second, okay? I got Washi coming in here. So let's bring Washi in. Hold on. I'm putting on they call these the cans in the business. So I got to put on the cans. Let's see if we get Washi in. Hopefully this works. All right. Washi, you there?
Yeah.
All right, Washi. Welcome on to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Folks, let me know if you guys are able to hear Washi okay. Hopefully everything comes through good. But you are the first call-in show guy on this. How's it feel, man?
Good, I guess.
Well, I know you're doing some schoolwork. You getting through that work today?
Yeah.
It's good to hear. Good to hear. So, Washi, we got some rumors about Jonnu Smith. Reports are Seattle is circling the Sharks around Jonnu Smith, tight end for the Tennessee Titans. Nice little player for them. Good blocker, good receiver. Would you like that deal if they were to go that route, or are you a Gerald Everett guy?
To be honest, I think we should trade for David Njoku from the Browns or trade for OJ Howard because wait, isn't Jonnu Smith like a joker tight end or is he an inline guy?
He's a joker tight end with rare blocking abilities for the joker, right? So jokers usually you think of Brett Hollister being the guy that like he's willing, but he's just going to get blasted back off the snap every time. This guy's more of a guy who he can hold his own. He's a big reason why Henry was able to get his yards on the ground there, especially when he got to the outside, the edges.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we should get an inline guy to be honest. But I don't really. How much do you think he'll cost? Because I haven't really been watching that tight end, so I don't really know how good he is. I know he's good, but
the reports are that Hunter Henry's supposedly going to go for like $12 million a year. He's going to be your top guy. I've got to think that Jonnu is not going to have that kind of pedigree with it. So, and I'm making a guess, but he's probably going to be in the $7 million range, I would think, on a 3-year, 23.5 type deal, something like that. 8 or 9 million on a signing bonus.
Okay, yeah. I don't really think we should be paying $7 million to a tight end. I think someone like OJ Howard would be good, and then we could take what was his name again? Parkinson. Mm-hmm. I forgot his first name, but Parkinson, and make him a starter, and he could be the joker tight end, and we could have OJ Howard as an inline guy.
I would be okay with that too. I'm worried with Parkinson because I've for long thought that he was when I saw his film, I'm like, this is a joker tight end type. He's not going to be an inline guy who can really block like that just because he's so long, hard to win in the leverage game at 6'7". Guy's gargantuan. But the thing that I saw with him is, man, they ran a 4.7 40 on his pro day or at the combine, one of the two. I wonder if he's going to have enough juice in there to get it done at that joker role. I will say this though, OJ Howard's got the ability to run joker. He's got quicks as well when he's out there and able to move around. I think I do land with you at the end of the day. I probably would prefer in this position to go more Njoku or Howard because I like the guy's potential on that more. I think Jonnu's fine. He's safe. He'll get the job done for us. But boy, those guys intrigue me because they seem like guys, don't they, that are untapped potential, right? Guys that just haven't quite gotten the most out of their game, that they have a little bit more upside here in the NFL to give you. What are some other moves you might take a look at that you'd be interested to see our Seahawks do this offseason?
I don't know. I think I would sign Austin Blythe instead of going for a center in the draft because I think we're not like 100% sure if like the person in the draft would be good or not. So I think I would rather get proven talent instead of unproven talent.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
Yeah.
I would think he wouldn't cost he's not going to break the bank like Lindsley's going to cost. Lindsley's going to probably set a new market for centers in this draft, but you would think with this guy, because there's the Max on the market, there's the Andrews on the market, there's some big name guys at the center position on the market, that maybe this guy comes in at a little bit more of what I was speaking about a second ago, that depressed value, where it's not going to be as pricey to bring a guy like that back into the frame of things. You know what I mean? That's kind of so I like that idea. And as I was reading, his his Pro Football Focus scores have kind of gone up and down the last 3 years. So 2018 good, 2019 a little worse, 2020 he was back to being really good, probably his best year of his career. So he's on the upswing. And then as Randall was talking about earlier, you know, in learning this offensive scheme, it sure would be nice having your most important lineman at that point. Being not your most important line, but your, you know, the sort of the catcher of your offensive line, knowing how the scheme already worked to help out the rest of the guys, you know, already able to do those reach blocks and do all the things that you need to do in the intricacies of this offense. It'd be good.
Yeah, I think we should get like I don't know. I think Justin Bright would be good. I also think Joe Thuney, depending if we go like over 12 million, I'm not sure if we should really get him, but if he's 12 million or under per year, I think Joe Thuney would be a good buy.
Would you go draft then if you didn't go Thuney, if he went too expensive on you?
I heard there's like the Bills left guard is also a free agent. I think he would be cheaper. Yeah, I forgot it.
He's got that
That
beautiful Italian name. Feliciano.
Yeah. I saw his Pro Football Focus grading. It was like somewhere in like the high 60s, and I think he's pretty good. So I would take him. But if he's also not available, then I guess I would just go in the draft.
Yeah. Well, there's some guys in the draft. I mean, Quinn Marinens, the kid out of Notre Dame. It's not super deep with guards in this draft, and they've not tended to draft guys high because they'd have to probably draft him high at that point because it's not as deep a unit or a crew. But that's my main thing with it. I'm just worried if you get caught out over your skis, if you don't go Thuney, you get into the draft and you have to find that guy at that point. If then you end up, you know, replicating an LJ Collier type situation on the guard where you're grabbing a guy that you're really reaching for out of desperation because you had to attack and address it in the draft at that point.
Yeah, and I also don't really trust the management to really draft an offensive lineman. I mean, they did draft Damian Lewis. Yeah, but like I feel like they're just gonna try to get like run blockers and maybe Andy Dickerson, the run game coordinator, could help out with the drafting because he was the Rams' assistant offensive line coach, and then also Shane Waldron does have some offensive line background with the UMass Minutemen, but like I think they might be able to help, but like I don't know. I just think that they would be going for full on run blockers and like the big offensive linemen instead of getting like a scheme fit. I just don't trust them. So I think we should get a proven talent at the offensive line.
I get it. I hope Waldron and the guy he's bringing with him have a lot of say on the next offensive. I've seen what the say has gone with Carroll and Snyder and company having say on the offensive lineman in the draft. I hope they let the new guys have a really large voice on who they bet. They did good with Layla. We got to give him props with Lewis. You know, Lewis did have a legitimate good year. I was looking at the stats from him recently, and he only gave up 3 sacks last year, played all 16 games, almost gave you Pro Bowl level play. So they have it in them, I feel like, to a degree, but I get why you'd have some hesitancy. I mean, there's a lot of misses for that one hit. You've got, you know, for the one Russell Okung, you got a lot of James Carpenters and Ethan Posix and go down like Jermaine Ifedi. You know, it definitely stacks up, that's for sure. Was there so I'm going to ask this if anybody I bring in too. Where are you lying right now in the Russell Wilson situation? What's your are you on the camp of let's wait out a year? Are you on the camp of I'm done with it? Are you on the camp of hold on to Russ? God, please hold on to Russ no matter what.
I think I just think that we should keep him for this year, and then depending on how he does, then maybe we could sign him to another extension if he's really willing to, if we do please him. But honestly, I just think go into next year, go all out, like what the Saints did for the 2020 season.
Yeah.
And then if it doesn't work out, we just blow it all up. Just trade everyone. And then some of the few like young key pieces like Damian Lewis, DK, I don't know, just like some other players probably like DJ Reed.
Blair Brooks.
Yeah, all of these like younger players, we just keep them, but we just like trade everyone else out, and then we just go on like a full-on rebuild. Fire Carroll because I don't really think he wants to stick around for a rebuild, and we hire a young offensive mind, like maybe like a Lincoln Riley or like I don't know, or an Eric Bieniemy maybe. I'm not sure, but
that'd be interesting. I love your idea on that, man. I'd be okay with them going that route too. I'm all in on going through an off season. I think the management is this public relations battle has gone on between Russell Wilson and management. if the management wants to look to have a little bit of an upper hand in the situation, where in retrospect it's not all going to look like nationally Russell Wilson was just, the poor little child in the situation. He had the crap beat out of him and they never supported him. Well, if they went all in on a season like this and put all the chips into the center of the table, they could just easily in that point say, look, we sacrificed future years to try to make you happy on this. That was on the heels of giving you the best offensive line you had in your career the prior year. How can you try to drive this narrative in this direction when we've done all of yay, right? So
Yeah.
I think so. So I want to kind of roll through these good. I'll definitely have you back on here through. Is there anything in particular you want to just talk about just as far as Seahawks go? I kind of want to do a couple questions with you guys who come in here, but give you a little bit and make this the floor is kind of yours, so to speak.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, if I was Schneider, I'd probably be talking with the Jags and ask them if they would take Russell for the first overall pick so we could get Trevor Lawrence. But, like, I know that probably won't ever happen. But, yeah, I just want...
What if it? Okay, I love your idea. What if? And I'm gonna play the part of like so you're playing Schneider here, and you're going, okay, and I go, I'm gonna play Urban Meyer, okay? So I go, okay, John, okay, Johnny boy, yeah, I'd be interested in that, but I hear all this talk about how you want all these picks for Russell. King's ransom is the words I'm hearing. So I'll tell you what. Oh, I'm cutting out.
Yeah, like sometimes I didn't hear like the earlier part.
So let's say you're Schneider and I'm going to be Urban Meyer, and so I say to you, John Schneider, okay, fine.
You could just cut out again.
I'm cutting out again? Dang, sorry.
Yeah.
It's being weird, I guess. Are you guys able to hear me on the stream okay? Is the stream still okay? Nobody's typing in the stream at all, so I don't know if the stream's rolling. I don't know. We might have killed the stream or something on this. I'll have to see. Somebody type in the stream if you guys can still hear us in the stream.
Just cut out again.
Just cut out again? Yeah, so it's just it's not quite working right, is it? I figured this...
Wait. Say it again and then maybe I can understand it.
Mic check. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
they're saying they can hear us. Okay, so we're good. Okay, so they say to you, you say you want to do this trade. They say to you, okay, fine, but we're not giving you the King's ransom. We're not giving you 2, 3, 4, 5 picks. You get the number 1 overall pick. You get Trevor Lawrence for Russell Wilson straight up.
Yeah.
You do it.
Yeah, 100%. It's like within a heartbeat. I'll take Trevor Lawrence for Russell. Even if we have a $39 million dead cap, like who cares? I'll take Lawrence.
Okay. I did. And I think it's one of the intriguing questions of this offseason to ask, because I don't think it's necessarily high likelihood of happening. I think it speaks into a lot of what's in Seahawks fans' minds. But I got to tell you, I'm as drawn into that potential as well. As if that's on the table, can I say no to it? And I don't know if I can. You might have to put a gun to my head to get me to answer on that. You know what I mean? Because it's like, dude, that's a really tough question. I mean, that's not just a straightforward like, oh, well, no, you say no. That's Trevor Lawrence, number 1.
Honestly, I would really be willing to give Russell and like 2 future first rounders for Lawrence.
Wow, you go that far. Oh my God.
Okay, so for like the later 2 years, like other than this year, we go 2 years into the future. I honestly think that like, first of all, I think the only first round pick that we've like really hit on was Earl Thomas, but like other than that, we really haven't really done anything with it. And I honestly believe that 2 first round picks and Wilson, who's anyways probably going to leave, is worth setting up 15 years into the future for someone like Lawrence.
I can see the logic and reason behind it. It'd be hard for me because the worry I'd have is that those picks could be something decent, because there's no guarantee with Lawrence that we know he's going to have the health that Wilson's had, or that we've really assembled the right collective team necessarily. We have a lot of assets to do it. We have the resources to put the team around Lawrence at that point. But I would be worried to give up those first round picks for it. I don't know if I'd be able to go that far, but I would be potentially talked into going straight up. I mean, there is a potential you could maybe get me into that realm of things, and it's fun to talk about. I don't think Urban Meyer, they had him in his pro day, and he was nose to nose with Lawrence when he was throwing the football. I mean, he was like on top of him at the snap, standing in front of him as he was doing his pro day the other day, which was kind of interesting. So I think he is fully like, the first baby's name is going to be Lawrence, or next baby for Urban's going to be named Lawrence. So Be interesting. Well, thanks for hopping in here, Washi. I'm going to bring Randall in here next. We will get you back on again, man. Awesome job, and appreciate your thoughts. Always, I know you also donate on the channel. Thank you for the donation and being part of the Hawks Nest Nation here, man. Thanks so much.
Okay. Thanks. See you.
Have a good one. All right, Randall, you are next in. Let's see if you're ready to roll here, man. Sorry, I was trying to hit you up on the thing, but time is off. You there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, man.
First time, long time.
First time, long time listener. And by far my top donator on this channel, man. Thank you as always for all those donations and supporting the channel as you do, man.
It's all good, man. It's all good, Hawk Nest land. So, hey, what do you think about Jason Kelsey?
I'm a little hesitant with him. He's 33. I don't think he's had any big major injuries over recent years, but he's had some of those getting elder, nicked up, always kind of beat up a little bit type players as he's gone on. A lot of football he's played in this league. And the thing that I do go back to with it is that the last couple of years, injuries still remain somewhat of an issue. It wasn't as much a problem last year as it was in 2019. Absolutely not. But still was kind of an issue. Some of it, I think, is Carroll is a very pro player, and he doesn't push those guys out there when they're beat up. He gives them the extra time to rest, and whereas some coaches, I think, would be like, do you want a job next Monday? Well, okay, then get out there and play. But with that said, I think you need to, if you're going to be spending money and he's going to cost at least something, unless he just wants to chase a ring, he's going to want $3-4 million. Man, I feel like I bring back Posick on a $2 million deal and then put those extra resources into, let's say, left guard, if that's the difference between signing Thuney or not. But maybe there's a potential where, look, if you got him on a cheap enough deal, I'm open to it. You know what I mean? If you can lower his cap hit down to a cheap enough level this next season, I can wrap my mind around that being okay, especially if you've addressed with Joe Thuney, especially if you've gotten a left to right tackle of the future. You know what I mean? If you've rounded everything out. How about yourself?
Does he fit our scheme better? Our new scheme, being not the biggest guy, seems agile for, alignment. Just thinking veteran guy, played a lot of games, And are we sure Posick's not coming back? Like, he seems better than Britt.
I would say he was better than Britt. It was a marginal improvement over Britt, but then still, if you had to slot him in, you'd have league average. It's like the Forrest Gump chart from the movie where it's like, ma'am, your son should be here, but he's more about right here. And I think that's kind of where Posick was he was just a little below that line average of being average last year in totality. Struggled more as the year went on, whereas I think Britt really fell off after that contract. I mean, really. But no, I think Posick is a straightforward, easy spot to go and attack and put him back on the team because he's not going to get a lot of offers on the open market. He fits as far as he's a fairly mobile lineman. That's what he did at LSU really well. So he's bigger, but he can move well. That's part of what made him a second-round pick in the first place. So he could work well within this scheme. And again, he could be that much cheaper option. I think they could put a restricted tag on him. Maybe not. Maybe he's just completely unrestricted. But I thought they could still throw one more restricted year on him with that. If that's even said, he's not going to get any market offers on the market. So I certainly think they're going to go.
Plus, the fact he only played the 1 year at center for us. So, is his arrow going to point up and he's going to get better another year in the scheme? Instead of just rinse and repeat and sign another guy, and I don't know.
I agree. I would like to think that you get better playing the natural position you play that back into that in the pros. You're learning more and more. The more time you play, the more you get your feeling. It's different going from guard to center. It is different responsibilities. I mean, absolutely. Yeah, you're near each other positional wise, but it's a kind of night and day difference, especially when you're talking about putting him out like left guard at times where he's out there on that island having to take on a guy like Donald. It's like, no, that's not where we want this guy. So, I'm open to it, man. I would not be, I know he would give you probably league average play, but then if you're getting, nearly Pro Bowl level play at left tackle, you're getting nearly Pro Bowl level play at left guard. You have nearly Pro Bowl level play from Damian Lewis, if not Pro Bowl level play. And then the right tackle position is the guy that'd be where in the draft you could get the guy to push at right tackle / left tackle of the future. Sort of like Sam Cosmi, or there's a couple guys in this draft at left tackle that would be pretty interesting, actually.
Yeah, right tackle seems, Shell played a lot better than anybody thought he did. And I don't know that wasn't a 1 year deal, right? We got him on a 2 year.
Yep, 2 year deal. But you can cut.
Yeah,
you can cut out though this offseason if you do want to upgrade it and save a little bit of money.
Sure, but to me, right tackle, maybe is third on our, offensive lineman need list, as far as what I'm concerned about. Right guard, certainly. And then I would say center. I would, would you rather have Posick than a rookie? Depending on who it is. If it's the Alabama kid, we're all used to Seahawks rookies coming in with injuries, like Darrell Taylor, the tight end. It's just kind of like Groundhog Day as far as rookies with injuries. So
It's true.
I don't know.
It's worth mentioning on that.
So
you'd be out on a. So what about Rick Wagner, just released by the Packers 2 days ago? And so last year you got Brandon Shell slots in at a 72 by Pro Football Focus, solid. This kid last year slotted in at 79 rating by Pro Football Focus, a lot more better in pass protection than Shell.
it's basically right. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know a ton about him. I think he probably played with Russ at Wisconsin. If the years, for whatever that's worth, I think he's a Wisconsin kid too. Yeah, I mean, if we think he's better and the money's going to be about the same, I'm open to anything. I also think that continuity on the line is a big deal. And rookies step in at center. I mean, I know the Packers centers. I think he started his first game with the Packers
against that Seattle team, and then in the championship.
I think so I mean, guys can do it. If they have the pedigree, they can step in and do it. But is it ideal? Yeah, maybe not. Yeah. But what I would do I would with all these pass rushers that are going to be available. That's where I'd put the money. Is go get these, just beef up that line, even if it's a 1-year deal. That's where my focus would be. And to hear people talk about, like, we got to cut Dunlap or we got to cut Reed, no. I mean, if you think about it, combined, they're going to make about what Joey Bosa makes in 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Ish. And I don't know, we have a history of trading for guys, and they don't sign that. They don't play year 2 with us. I don't know. Dunlap's what, $12 million a year? They're both around $12 million a year. 12, 13, I think.
14 on Dunlap. That's
right, cap. But sure. But what does Frank Clark make? 22? These other guys, and yeah, I mean, to me, he's a bargain. For getting what we assume 8 to 12 sacks, veteran leadership for 25% less than the going rate. Why would we look anywhere else? If we can extend him and get some relief, great. But there would be no way I would walk away from Dunlap, and got Reed on a pretty good deal. He's a Seahawks guy. He's entering, year 5 or 6?
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty good, man. Is he a 10-sack guy? Yeah. Is he a 6 to 8 sack guy in the middle? Probably.
Yeah. Well, and how many of those 10-sack guys are there? There's Chris Jones, Aaron
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, the kid, the guy from Cincinnati 4 years ago, Geno Atkins, or I don't know how long it's been, but there's not a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. And even he's a shell of what he probably used to be, even in a rotational 3-tech role.
Yeah.
It's. I'm with you. I don't understand why people want to release out the strongest parts of the defensive line, and it's the same people that tend to be absolutely like, we can never get rid of Lockett, we can never get rid of this guy, we can never trade that guy. It's like, where do you want to cut? Who's the guy that does have to go at that point? I think the Dunlap thing, the straightforward thing to do is, if it's really about that cap cost, you just come to him with a 2-year deal, make sure he gets all of the money he was going to get this year, spread it into 2 years, take the cap hit down by half to $7 million at that point, and then deal with it. I mean, that's the 2 places to me where, if he retires after next year and you have a $7 million cap hit, and then you have the Russ thing hitting, those are the 2 real major kicking the can down the road moves I would have happen with the bonus money we talked about in the chat. But that would really be the only spot you would be having that bonus money created. And that would also be factoring in that you have Dwayne Brown's money coming off the books at that point, and you have Bobby Wagner's money coming off the books at that point, with very minimal cap hit, very small cap hit.
It doesn't seem like Dunlap's game was predicated on speed, right? No. He's a length guy. He's a power guy. So, as he goes, what is he, 32, 33?
Mm-hmm.
To me, he has a skill set that's going to age better than, a Von Miller or whoever else. So I wouldn't be as worried about extending him into the twilight of his career as other guys. I don't know. I think
Agreed.
Dunlap's a hell of a player. But as far as the Russell deal, I'm all for, if we can convert his, whatever it is, because realistically, if the cap's down, 15% last year ish,
Approximately.
how much if he gives away if we convert 10 million to cap space, his cap hit is virtually the same as it was in 2020, right? The percentage to the cap because the cap went down.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we need I think we'll know a little bit more as this stuff plays out as far as what they do, because we don't want to convert that cap if we're going to move on from him in 2022 or he wants to leave. We don't want the Cam Chancellor deal. Well, then it's sped up, right? If he leaves, then it all comes due at once. You can't. Can you have a cap hit for a guy who's no longer on the team, or once he leaves, it basically all comes due?
The bonus all comes due. Of course, the base salary doesn't matter, but the way it works right now is you're going into year 3 of the deal, right? So after the 3rd year of the deal, you have 1/4 of his prior bonus money still having to come off one way or another. Okay, so it would go into that theoretically 4th year of the deal if you just played it through, but it sits there. Now that's going to be sitting at, how much did he make as a bonus last time? Like, what he had, $70-80 million or something like that. I forget what it was. Let's call it like $15 million in bonus that's still sitting there. If you convert this base money this year, that would then, I think, be, it's essentially split, kind of split a little bit. So you save the $10 million. The some of it counts to this year's cap hit, but then you still have, now you're doubling out. So you're about, rather than, I believe, it being a $39 million cap hit this year, the bottom line of it would be converting the base money would put you down to more of like probably somewhere in the realm of, and give me some rope here, 27 to 30 million-ish. So even converting that money would still make it more feasible to releasing him off next year, on top of the fact that next year the cap is, I guarantee you, going to go up at that point. Hard to see it remaining 180 back-to-back seasons. You got the gambling money coming in, and a new television deals are coming into place with all of the streaming services. So they're going to get an influx, even if there aren't fans in the stadium to do so, But I agree with you. That's going to be an indicator. If Russell Wilson does not have that money converted this year, if that base salary doesn't, they need that money. They are up against the cap.
Yeah.
They need to keep cap space. They need to sign Adams to a contract extension. They don't do it, then it absolutely is. It's like a Batman spotlight in the sky saying, Russell's got one more year here. We're going to hold tight, and then we're going to release the hounds next year. That's where I see you going with it. Well, what's your top priorities? So you got the defensive ends going. That's your number one priorities.
I would attack the line, specifically defensive line, with, I think you're going to have an arms race with the teams, with the salary cap coming. You're going to see some huge names, some big name guys being released. And it's going to, I don't know if it's any port in a storm with these guys or, highest bidder, but, it's going to be, the value is going to be deflated a little bit. And like you said last show, you're going to see guys say, hey, sign me to a 1-year deal, probably for what we'd see as a bargain. And, it's going to be who has the cap space available. You have to, have your powder dry a little bit and be able to go out and get somebody, whether that's you have money in reserves or you got somebody ready to convert their salary, but you got to be ready to pounce. Mm-hmm. And I would, I would go after the line, man. There's, I think our defense is pretty good. I think that the second half of the year, the momentum, I think that's more of who our defense is than weeks 1 through 8. And we have talent. We got some big name guys, Jamal, Blair, possibly Diggs. We need a corner. Outside corner, what do we really need on defense besides depth and, more pass rush? But to me, 10 out of our 11 spots on defense are solid, if not a hell of a player. So you just add to that, in my opinion, with pass rush, of course, depth, and get Russell some playmakers. What are we going to do on offense? And I do disagree slightly, not slightly, but I do think the wide receiver free agent market is strong.
Do you?
Allen Robinson, the two guys out of Detroit. Marvin Jones would be a hell of a third receiver. There's a ton of names out there. Some big name guys. It's can we fit them in?
That's the key. So when I look at Allen Robinson, or I look at Kenny Galladay, or I look at Chris Godwin,
pipe dream.
It's not that I don't love their talent or think they would be sensational fits with Seattle. Quite the opposite. I would believe that, but through the lens of realism, is Seattle going to get into a bidding war for Allen Robinson if you've got the Packers and the Bears and some other team A who's just like throwing everything at him, the 17, 18, 19 million? He's going to make $18 million a season. And Galladay's not going to be that far off. Galladay might be 15. Is there room for a $15 million deal with DK on the horizon? Knowing there is up against the cap, knowing Jamal Adams is needing to get the extension this offseason because they're not going to sit on that deal as well. That's why I X them off the list, not from a standpoint of them being good. And with Marvin, he certainly is a great trust throw ball guy, contested catch guy, and he's a bigger guy. He'd fit well with Russell, but he's also getting older. What is he, 32, 33 years old at this point? He's been with two different organizations. Where is his upside at this point as a player? Is he still as explosive as he used to be? And I think he's still a good player. Don't get me wrong. I do think he's still Marvin's solid. I mean, and again, he can come up with balls. He makes catches that certain guys in this league just can't make as far as going up and getting it goes. So I do like him. It's just, I guess, as much as you mentioned defensive ends, you look at that defensive end market and the Yannick Ngakwe's and Houston's and Leonard Williams and Clowney's and Kerrigan's and Autry. And, go down the list, Romeo Akawara, Bud Dupree, Shaq Barrett. And then you look at, these other positional groupings that are just so damn deep that it's like, then you look at the receiver group and you're like, Corey Davis, T.Y. Hilton, it just doesn't have the same seeming pizzazz a little bit. But you're right; those are good names, and those are legitimate receivers. Those are.
Corey Davis is a hell of a player. Was he a top 5 pick?
He was top
10.
6, top 6, I think, pick or something like that. I think he's untapped too. He's played by him. He had Marcus Mariota and Tannehill as
Agreed.
Quarterbacks, played in a run-centric first offense. I think he's a guy that there's still some upside to his game, and it was starting to come together last year. Watching him make some of the catches he made, he was going up and getting it. He was big man balling it a little bit out there with Tennessee. So I think he's going to come in at, you're talking about Galladay and Robinson. I think this kid's going to come in at potentially 1/3 the cost, if not a little more above that. And that's where you come down to
he's almost as physically imposing as, not quite, but he's on par. He's closer to DK than he is Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, bigger guy, and he can do some of that down blocking stuff that you want to see with the Rams. The getting down on a defensive end. I think his size enough. I think he's probably done some of that with Tennessee, so he'll be pretty affluent at it. I think he'd be a good. That'd be a solid state to put him into and let him roll. You know what I mean?
Well, last thing, and I'm sure somebody else wants to jump on, but are we sure? Okay, so the Russell Wilson that we saw in the back half of the year, are we sure all those issues are fixed with an offensive coordinator? And he regressed, and it took me a long time to get on board with it. If it was my way, my son's name would be Russell. I swear to God. I loved Russell Wilson. Yeah, I'm serious. And, he's my favorite player ever. But it's well, what is it? If part of me is if we play this simple scheme, therefore, shouldn't you be able to master that? Again, maybe I'm looking at it, from armchair quarterback guy, but what were the issues? What was it? Is it just simply the look that the Giants figured out with 2 high safeties or whatever? What made this on deep balls? Where was the inaccuracy?
It's a nuance thing for sure, but your thoughts on this are correct in that this is the unexplained. This is the question mark, the enigma. In that, is this Russell does he just have a shorter prime than other quarterbacks might have had because he's taken his beating, because he doesn't have the wheels and he was so reliant on the wheels early on in his career? I've spoken to at least a half a dozen elements to his game that I would have liked to have seen upgraded or not upgraded, but for him to essentially master and get better at. And he hasn't gotten better at those things. And not getting better at those things opens up his deficiencies that wider, so that a team can simply shut him down with a cover 2 look, because they don't do the, oh, you did A, so we do B. Well, I'm not good at B, so I got to go back to A. So all we got to do is shut down A? Yeah. Okay, we'll just cover 2 and we'll just stack the coverage deep, and you'll never be patient enough to just stay patient and beat us underneath. I think that there's
to look at it. Mm-hmm. Is it a won't do or a can't do? Is it something that he's chosen not to do, or is it something that he can't do as far as these other issues?
Hard to say for sure, because we don't know how much really Coach Carroll's come into this position and said, do this, do that, run it this way, I want that way. Don't like pre-snap adjustments. I nail him for pre-snap adjustments. I still think he should be better at that. But has Coach Carroll put some sort of roadblocks up and said, you don't do any of that pre-snap stuff. I don't want you changing anything. You can add an extra hut. You get an extra hut, Russ. That's all you get.
Right.
I don't know. I would like to think that 10 years in the league, Coach Carroll wouldn't be that controlling of the quarterback in the offensive scheme, not to let him change stuff pre-snap if he saw it, not to adjust protections, not to move a hot route into a certain place to make it an easier, pitch and catch off the snap to avoid the blitz. But I was going to show a GIF that I saw on Twitter of a play from Tampa Bay in the Super Bowl with Brady. And I thought it was an absolute, I'll get it at some point to show on the stream, but it's Brady dropping back and his right tackle and his running back, and it's an overload blitz to the right side. They both completely don't block anybody. Like, they just stand still, letting the defenders run right past them, just standing still. And Brady doesn't miss a beat. He's got a single high safety over the top. He's got Godwin running a go route. And Brady just trusts the fact he's going to get it up over the top of the safety and lets the ball go before Godwin's even broken past and stacked the defender over the top. And it was just one of those throws where as I'm watching it, I'm thinking Russ would have just held that ball and taken the sack. And then everybody would have brutalized the pass protection on that play and said that we can't pass protect. I think that there is that part of the game where it's like those throws that's a throw with anticipation. That's not getting bogged down by the blitz and not having an answer for the blitz. Brady had an answer. You bring in the blitz, I'm going to attack you deep. You're asking a single high safety to now cover a lot of territory deep. I don't think he can get to Godwin. I think Godwin can get the ball to him. I can get him inside your safety. And it's those type of throws that should be implemented a little more in Russell's game, should come with age, should come with wisdom that we don't see. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily a certainty that he's lost it. But it does say that there's some validity behind the thought of he could have lost something here. He could be dialing it back. I don't think so 100%. That's why, again, I come back to
how's he going to age? How does he age? Somebody whose game was predicated on athleticism earlier in their career. We necessarily haven't seen him take those steps. Is he going to be for a shorter guy at quarterback? Is he going to be Drew Brees in the back half of his career? Maybe.
He's got the physical ability to be that. I mean, he got the arm talent.
Sure.
He can make all the throws. With Russell Wilson, it's not a matter of mechanics.
The last thing on Jonnu Smith or Home or however you say his name, as far as his athletic ability, I think he was like second in the country in powerlifting. Kid's strong as hell.
Yeah. I didn't know that. That's awesome to hear.
He's yoked out. Yeah.
I know.
So I'd be all on board for him.
I do too. I like the thought that he can do both things. Getting a complete guy, not a guy just to the one-trick pony of he might try to block like Hollister, like Graham, but actually get in there and he can actually seal a defender off. He can get you maybe a little bit of driving a guy down the field being a linebacker. So I like that part, and then as a good pass catcher as well. It's part of why I like a Tommy Tremble so much in this draft.
David Njoku's hands scare me. I don't know. I remember him on Hard Knocks. He seemed like a little bit of a head case. But, he's a hell of a player. He can almost be like Vernon Davis. He's that built. He's, damn near that athletic. But anyway. All right. Hey, I appreciate it. I got to jump off. I'll take your comments off there.
Oh, yeah. No worries, man. Thank you for jumping in, Randall.
I'm just teasing. Yeah, hell yeah. Thanks.
Hey, thank you for the donation.
Hey, everybody. Bombard Mark Salk on Twitter, and let's get our boy on 710 or Mitch Levy or something, but let's get him on the air a little bit more.
Let's do it.
Over and out, Randall. Randall out.
Randall out. Thank you, Randall. I appreciate you, man. I do. Oh, my goodness. Glennon coming in with the $50 donation. Mike, you hit me with a $100 back in the day. I don't forget you, brother. Thank you so much for the $50 dono. Jeez. You blowing me away with that donation, man. Thank you so much. You're so nice. You still haven't answered if you're the Mike Glennon of NFL. That was the one thing I was wondering with you, man. That's crazy, though. Thank you so much, brother. Whew, you guys are super kind on that. All right, we'll get to the chat back in here a little bit. I've got stats, fun with Twitter stats coming up here in a second, and then I will get back over to the live stream channel as well as or over to the Discord. We'll bring a couple more people in. We're just kind of going to bounce around a little bit here. You know what I mean? It's kind of just I'm going to keep you guys on your toes, not let you get bored with things here on this particular show. Let me see what we had as far as the chat while I was in talking. Nick Reader says, think about this. You don't have a first round pick this year or next year. You give up 22, 23 for Lawrence. How are you going to pick early in the draft when you have no first round picks? Yeah, I wouldn't be up for giving up first round picks to go get Lawrence. So I think Washi, well, I know Washi loves Lawrence. I get it, man. Generational quarterbacks come around every once in a while. And, you know, one of the things that held us up from getting our own generational quarterback at one given time was we had the opportunity to get John Elway. There was a trade on the table for John Elway. And we ended up passing on John Elway because we weren't willing to give up one extra first round pick in the deal. So it's a situation that you can find yourself in where you're not willing to give that extra ammunition up. Whereas if you had, you would have gotten a player who would have made so much of a difference, he would have been worth it. But in this case, giving up Russell, I don't know. I don't know. Tim says Seahawks Twitter harsh, tweeting trading T. Lockett. Jay Reed and Diggs, restructure Russell Wilson, create close to $40 million in cap space. All credit to your channel. Response was, I'm smoking crack. I appreciate you at least trying with him, man. I appreciate you trying. Huey says Posick would be a good backup, should be cheap. I agree, man. I think you would be. I would be. Mindy, what's up? How you doing, Mindy? Good to see you in the chat. James Tomlinson, I want to know what we get back from trading Bobby Wagner, Diggs, and losing KJ Wright. Can we still improve? Should we risk the defense and load up on offensive line talent? Some of in creating the cap space to load up a little on talent for me, James, is trying to repair this relationship with Russell, give it one last ride, one last dance to see if you can not only repair it, but find the new way the team evolves to being this team that can push back into the realm of Super Bowls. When it comes to trading Bobby Wagner, you would be open to doing it because Jordan Brooks' natural position is middle linebacker, and so sliding him right in, he'd give you pretty much the same level of play of what you're getting out of Bobby Wagner right now, and he, of course, is way, way cheaper. What you'd get for Bobby Wagner is hard to say. It's hard to say. Probably a fourth-round pick back, somewhere in that neighborhood of it. Maybe a third if you can get the Raiders need veteran leadership. Maybe you can get them with going to the Seattle scheme and Gus Bradley. They'd be willing to do it. With Diggs, in my trade proposition with Diggs, James, I put Diggs and Rasheem Green together and moved him to the Raiders. Raiders need some pass rushing help. They need a single high safety. Jeff Heath, I don't think is going to be able to do what Quandre could do for them. So I had them giving us back a third rounder with that combination of talent in my trade. But I think we do risk a little bit of that. I think it's risking positions you have other guys behind. In trading Bobby Wagner, you have Jordan Brooks. In trading Quandre Diggs, you have Marquise Blair. You could put a free safety. Yes, he's coming back from ACL, but it's not like you have an empty hole there if you move on from these guys. KJ Wright's an interesting one. To me, I would look in the direction of going back to Bruce, saying, Bruce, how about you do one last ride with us in Seattle, 1 year veteran minimum deal. He can do a lot of minimum, that Sam linebacker stuff that KJ was doing. Now, when it comes to the will, that's the question, James. And that would be something that's a little harder to find and that you don't necessarily have that on your roster. It's supposed to be with Cody Barton. He's supposed to be the will lying in wait. But instead, he's been lying and he's not getting up off the floor. So we're going to probably have to find somewhere else in that realm of it. But I just do like the thought of loading up a little on the offensive line and turning it into a strength of the team rather than a glaring weakness, which it's been at times over the last couple of years. Nick says, Washi says Randall's voice is much different than I thought. He's got those soothing baritones, my man. Michael says Russell is more valuable than a single pick. Play the odds for a bunch of picks in a game manager, Mariota, and 3 picks, 2 seconds in the third. Gruden will overpay. Mark Davis too. I agree. They'd be willing to do it. I don't know if they'd go that far with it. I don't know. And I probably wouldn't do it for a single pick as well, but Lawrence he's a tantalizing prospect, and I am with Washia in the respect of I think he's a difference maker at the quarterback position and coming out than what we've had there recently. Worth maybe potentially the but it won't happen. So it's a potential we're speaking of going down that'll never actually probably go down. Jags would win the AFC South and Seahawks would finish last in the AFC West, but that might allow the Seahawks to pull 49ers and pick early in the draft. James says, we know Russell is here this year, but I'm down next year to trade off Russell next year for 3 first rounds and a bridge quarterback. I think it's probably at this point, James, a likelihood of happening at this point, unless something strongly reverses as far as the team's relationship, Russell's relationship with the team, Russell's relationship with Coach Carroll. So unless that happens, I would probably land in that respect as well as saying it's probably going to happen, and that would probably be what I would expect you to be able to get. Tim, Seahawks, sorry, I already read that. My bad. And thank you again for that $50 donation. Mike, you are awesome, brother. You're awesome. And do please smash that like button if you're watching. I appreciate it. Zachary Schwegler already have 17 murder charges on it. Team 12 says, I would love to hop in the Discord conversation thing and talk some draft players and trades. Okay, Team 12, we'll just put it in your, I see you in there. We'll try to get you guys over on that. I want to get a couple people in this time, try this out and see how it goes, and then kind of build off of it a bit. Clara, hello from New York. I heard we signed Josh Gordon again. Tell me why. We got some folks completely off the Josh Gordon train, Clara. You're not the only one. And hello from New York. Low risk, no all upside kind of move. It's not something that's going to hurt you in any respect by doing this. It's not a guaranteed contract. He's not necessarily going to take up a roster spot and still be suspended like last season, because you probably will just move off of him if he remains suspended moving into the year. I would think that maybe Seattle would know at this point, or have some indication at this point, that the commissioner's office is going to let him go, finally let him be free. But we'll see how it plays out. It's not going to cost you anything, though. He's not making a lot of money. He's on a veteran minimum deal, I would guarantee you. You can release him at any time. So there's not a commitment really from Seattle. They just get first dibs essentially on a guy, is really how it goes. Duke, big below. Oh, you're smoking exhaust fumes. All we get back for Bobby is a 4th. Bobby's an older linebacker. Bobby makes a lot of money. Even his base contract carries a lot of weight. Past Bobby and C.J. Mosley over the last couple of years, there have been no middle linebackers in the sport being paid any kind of real legitimate money, not compared to other positions that are considered more prime. It is what it is. It's just a slightly depressed position in football. The other thing I've got to build into this, Duke, is there's not a lot of teams with a lot of salary cap space this year. So even a team that might be a scheme fit, that might want Bobby, can't make the trade for him because they can't carry the bonus money on their books. So that reduces the amount of teams down to a much smaller lens of teams. Then you've got to take away basically all the 3-4 teams. Bobby's only going to play in a 4-3. That cuts out a whole bunch more teams. Now you need all these remaining little bunches of 4-3 teams need to have the salary cap space to handle his base money and the need for a middle linebacker then at that point. So being that there's not a lot of teams that they've got to compete with for Bobby's services to trade for his services at that point, I think that it would depress the value a little bit. Like I said, I could see somebody coming in up to a 3rd, but a 3rd is as high as you're going to get on that, Duke. You're not getting past probably 3rd. And Utero says John and Pete are humanitarians at times, and that is why Gordon is signed again. There's a lot more help available for Josh if he's signed. I'm open to it being that. Could be that. He says, free agent market is fantastic, but we can't afford top end of the market. Spend the money on the offensive line and draft top 5 running back and tight end and re-sign Reed and restructure Dunlap and extend Adams. I'm okay with pretty much all that, man. As long as you're drafting a top 5 running back, but you're finding the diamond in the rough who's a top 5. You're not picking a top 5 running back necessarily. But I like your plan of action. Like that was kind of like what I was talking about with Randall. Huey is a little bit of the aspect here where, yeah, Allen Robinson's great. Yep, Kenny Golladay is great. Those guys are going to break the bank. They're going to get paid top dollar out there, so you just don't have the money to spend on those guys. Insanity Mixes says, tell us Russell's strengths and flaws and if they can be fixed. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. So Russell Wilson's strengths right out the gate are, I think he has a plus arm. Obviously, leadership is good. I still think as a scrambler, though he's not the scrambler he once was, it's coming down off being one of the best, if not the best, scrambling quarterback in the pocket of all time to now upwardly mobile quarterback. So he is still a plus guy when it comes to scrambling. I think he's got the best. Not only a great deep ball accuracy as far as where he can place the ball really far down the football field. I think he's got a real catchable ball, which is an underrated trait with quarterbacks where, do you put a ball in place that makes it easy to catch, or is there something coming in there like firing every time and it's going to come off your hands? I think post snap, he's very smart in recognizing what he needs to do and where he needs to go. Even though I do knock him pre snap, I think he's very, very good for the most part post snap overall. I'm trying to think on other pluses with him. And then weaknesses, it comes back to, just again, pre-snap, not great. Not great at handling stack fronts and blitzes, knowing who's coming, who isn't. Not great at always understanding where to go with his hot route and who's the proper hot route to go to. And so let's get into a little bit of this because I'm fairly caught up on the chat. This is another thing I wanted to bring into play on this one. I told you guys I got a pretty full show today. So one of the things we're going to bring up here is we're going to look at some stats here with Russell Wilson. And on these particular stats, this thing's going right. Yep, it is. On these stats, some of these are going to be good. Some of these are going to be bad. Some of these are just in between. But some of them is to sort of indicate and build off some of the points that I've talked about last year, points of where direction-wise I want the team to go. So right here, you've got the lowest percentage of uncatchable passes thrown from a clean pocket in 2020 per PFS ball location charting. So this is essentially you've got a quarterback with a clean pocket. He's not under pressure. He's making the pass. And as you can see, Russell Wilson's right up in there with the best of the best in this respect. Drew Brees being kind of the best. Now, what this would point to and data-wise would say, well, what you want to do with Russell Wilson going forward is allow him to throw from clean pockets. Get him into more clean pocket situations, as many clean pocket situations as you can. Backed up, of course, by the fact we pass protected better in the first half of the season rather than the second half of the season, and he was much more productive in that first half of the season. This is part of what lends me into build, not this stat alone, but these kind of stats are what builds me into wanting to say, go at the offensive line and build it up. Get him more into situations where he's got a clean pocket because he seems to really do well from that clean pocket. But it's a nice little stat there, I think, that indicates Russell does. Somebody mentioned what's his plus. That's a plus for him. Being able to operate from a clean, not all quarterbacks operate well from clean pockets. They don't then go through the reads and all that, but he shows at least a decent ability to do that when he's got that going for him. Here we go. This one's a little tougher tweet. This one's a little bit less positive. We'll try to mix these up a bit. This is Russell's, this is his rank in passing stats. As far as first half of the year versus second half of the year. And this is over the course of basically the last, you got 5 years of data here. So the first 8 games in 2016, he was 17th in passing stats, back end 15th. You can see on a lot of these, though, as these numbers go along to 18 and 19 and 20, the 19 and 20 are the ones to pay attention to. Starts out in 19th, 5th, ends out at 19th. Starts out at second overall to start out the season through the first 8 weeks, ends out 25th through the back half of the 8 games. Basically, the average overall is that he starts at 6th and he ends out at 15 as an overall metric, to where he does seem to start out a little bit hotter and then finish off a little bit colder as a quarterback over recent data. There's probably a little more. This is a little bit of a simplistic piece of data, so it's probably a simplistic approach to it. But this is a little bit to the fact that he's faded a little bit over at least recent years with it. Here we've got a little bit of, this is going to be and these are some random stats. I'm going kind of all over the place with these stats. Just wanted to grab some basic stuff. This was speaking a little bit to the fact that folks tell me about, how well Russell Wilson plays at all times as far as, his clutchness in the playoffs. This is the cumulative of all of his playoff data. He's now played basically an equivalent of 16 full games in the playoffs, cumulatively speaking. He has a 9-7 record, which is just all right. 25 touchdowns to 12 interceptions, 95 rating. It's all right. It's all right. 8.39 yards per attempt. That's very good. Very good. But again, the interceptions are a little bit up there. 7 fumbles in addition to that over that time span. It's not that he's played bad in postseason play necessarily, but the narrative that Russell Wilson plays always greatest when the stars are shining brightly, especially as it's in nature to the playoffs itself. The data doesn't exactly back that up in totality. Again, not bad. This is one of those nuanced places we arrive at, but certainly not amazing. Here's another one here. Russell Wilson threw the lowest percentage of passes into tight windows in 2020 at 11.1% per Next Generation Stats. Now, what this is speaking towards is what I've spoken to a little bit prior, being Russell's ability to throw with anticipation. Throwing with anticipation is you as a quarterback see your receiver that you're looking to target, and you'll notice that the receiver is actually even with a cornerback, or the cornerback has him essentially covered, not able to get away, not able to get free. And what a quarterback's got to be able to do in that point at times is throw the player open. I spoke about that Godwin-Brady play in the Super Bowl. That was Brady, kind of throwing him open. Godwin's running basically a streak up. Brady eventually kind of gets it more to the center of the field and where he ends up leading him to on the throw. But it was complete throwing with anticipation. He had to get the ball out of his hands before the blitz jacked him up. And that's what he was able to do. Russell Wilson needs to incorporate a little more into his game. I'd offer a little bit more of the anticipation throws. I would think Waldron will maybe help him out with a little bit of this, because Waldron's offense is going to ask him to play a little bit more on time, which forces you to make those anticipation throws that much more. But again, Russell Wilson threw the lowest percentage of tight window throws in the NFL in 2020. Here we go. More Next Generation Stats. Here we go. This is about time in the pocket, which you'll notice on the left-hand side is we got the year it happened. Again, we're looking at the last basically 5 years of data here. And the first column being time is the amount of time Russell Wilson has in the pocket to throw. How long does he have to hold the ball in his thing? And so one of the people that have told me about this year is that Russell Wilson had no time to throw, and he was getting hit after the snap every single time, blah, 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 blah. Well, he was fifth. He had the fifth most amount of time to hold that ball. He held on that ball the fifth most amount of time in the sport. There's only 4 of the quarterbacks who had more time holding on the ball than him, or held on the ball more in the pocket than him. Then the next stat over to that is sacks, which is listed here. And you see the number of sacks that the quarterback took in totality over the course of the season. 51 sacks being the third most of sacks that Russell Wilson's taken in his entire career. Very high in number, right? But then what you notice on the far column is fault. This is sacks that are on Russell Wilson, that he could have controlled, he was sacked because it was him. Again, I'm speaking to a little bit of stuff that I've had back and forth with people in the chat. I'm just trying to post a few numbers, because like I've asked you guys to back up what you say, back up what you have, go less off your emotionality, less off your gut instinct, and more try to drive towards something that's got a little bit more meat on the bone. Certainly stats are not everything. I always maintain eye test is just an important part of this as the statistical basis, but you cannot ignore these stats. 16 of Russell Wilson's sacks last year of his 51 sacks were on him. 31% of those sacks, a third of the sacks are on Russell Wilson. That's going to skew things. That's going to make offensive lines look worse when you have a quarterback holding the ball that amount of time and then getting sacked basically because of that. So kind of some interesting stats here. But yeah. So just a few things I wanted to kind of address with that I talked about recently and I wanted to post up. We can post them back in if you guys want. Let's see where the chat is at. Hold on, I'm going to get some more coffee. Bear with me, please. Oh, look at this. We're expanding here with this show. Anywhere says metrics mirror this. Russell is horrible at throwing bubble screens and throws around the line of scrimmage to 5 yards past. Saying that isn't bashing on Russ. It's a fact. Yeah, and I think some of this comes off for some folks who hear the Russell talk like this. It comes off as bashing, and I think it's just really he's a great quarterback in this sport despite these deficiencies. It speaks to how good a player he is that he overcomes things that other quarterbacks have to master in their sport. He's found ways to be great at so many other things, in order to overcome these things. But you do have to kind of speak to them, or you're only really getting some of the story. You're only getting some of the view itself. And I agree with you. I think if you bring up Russell's and some of the things he doesn't do good, it means that you're holding him accountable to being a horrible player. I don't think it's that. I think people make that jump logically, and it's not really fair for those folks trying to really, again, get to a point of nuance. Zachary Swagler says, I was talking about the like button, laughing out loud. Oh, Zachary, did I miss your... Oh, okay. Murder charges on it. Oh. Where are we at here? Nick Reeder says there's nothing you can restructure on Dunlap. You have to extend or release. Yeah, you're right, Nick. That's what I meant. So I'm meaning essentially extend, but you extend him out. You move down his base salary this year to $7 million, and then you move the hit down a little bit down the line to next year a bit. I'd be open to doing it that way. I think it's a straightforward way to create cap space. Nathaniel says, if we were in win now mode, why do we trade Lockett? It creates cap space, but how are we certain that a rookie will be better or close to it? It would certainly be a risk, Nathaniel, by moving off of him. So that is an element at play here that you'd have to kind of accept if you went in that direction. Why would you do it? The reason being is why you would do it is that they don't tend to, and this is, again, you've got to take this into account a little bit with this front office. It's a very player-friendly front office as it concerns them versus other organizations and how they run the show. Patriots are much more cutthroat about how they'll do a player. Seattle does right by a player. They think that there's a little bit of value earned by doing right by players at given times. And so when it comes to Lockett, as I've spoken to Nathaniel, he's outperformed the last deal that he signed, and he's heading into the last year of his deal. When you go throughout the Schneider era, when they have a player who has performed to what Lockett's performed to, how he's done, and entering into that final year of that contract, at that point in time, they give him an extension. They don't have that player play out the final year of that deal and then move on. They will only do that if that's a player who hasn't been up to performance lately, who's been at a downward trend, and they'll let it play out once more and see how it goes. But in this given kind of situation, Lockett would usually be up for a contract extension per what they've done historically speaking, and he's not been. We haven't heard any rumors yet of him being signed to an extension. So I don't think that they would have him play out the final year of his deal like that. I think they would look to there'd be a part of this, an element of this move, Nathaniel, and moving off of him, where Seattle's kind of doing right by him, because the team that they're trading him to would then sign him to a contract extension. Tim says, Posick better in new Ram scheme? Just seems a backup. I do think so, because it's more movement-based, less man-on-man, less putting him out on an island, and more having him work within the zone and work within space a little bit more, maybe a little more getting downhill on some linebackers rather than getting caught up at the line of scrimmage on double teams. It could be a little bit of a better fit for him. It could. I thank you, Zachary, for mentioning that. Do please slam that like button if you happen to be in here watching. It does help me out. In utero, metrics, I think I already said that, Yui. Say Russ is the problem. The best thing to do is put him into a system that Goff and Garoppolo can run. Seahawks didn't generate easy throws like the Rams or 49ers scheme do. Yeah, I agree with you there, Rui. This is going to give him, the scheme and coming to this gives him more easier throws. It's not going to put some of the things that were his deficiencies outlaid to bear as much, because everything's going to be a lot more predetermined about where the ball is going to go. It's going to be more built within, the structure of the play. And I think that's going to help him look a little bit better. A little bit less freelancing, I think, will go a lot way for Russell. Nathaniel says, you need to get the Me6 Discord bot, by the way. Can I be a mod in there? I'll look into it. But yeah, you can be a mod in there, Nathaniel, for sure. Absolutely for sure, man. In Utero says, metrics mirror this. Rush is horrible at throwing bubble screens and throws pass runs. It's a fact. That's one of the reasons the Hawks have no yak. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely one of the reasons on that the yak's a problem. I mean, some of the other things that just you haven't had real good yak guys, I would say. You look at last year, I think DK was pretty good yak-wise overall. He's not fantastic, but he's okay. He's good. He took one bowl screen to the house last year, I think, almost, or nearly with Miami. But David Moore didn't give you a lot after the catch, really, not much. Lockett's been an absolute black hole as far as yak goes for years now, and certainly Swain wasn't giving you much. But I'll look into that Me6 Discord, Nathaniel. Check it out. Clara says, what does our upcoming schedule look like for this season? It's a good question. I got to try to remember what we're looking at next year. Let me bring it up, because I totally forgot. Seahawks. See if I can get this up here. So let's see who we got. We got the at Lumen Field, the Seahawks will play the Cardinals, 49ers, Rams, of course. Then you get the Chicago Bears at home, Detroit Lions at home, Jacksonville Jaguars, Saints. And then let's see, who do we got? Saints, and then the Titans. And then our away games, we will get, we got to go to Green Bay. Great. Minnesota. Russ has never lost to Minnesota, by the way. Houston Texans, and Indianapolis Colts, and the Washington football team. So it's it's a reasonably difficult schedule. It's not bad. Bears at home, I'll take that. Lions at home, okay. Jacksonville at home, they got to come across country. Saints, we get them at home without Breeze. That looks a lot more winnable. And then Titans, just shut down their running game, will be fine. And the road schedule is not that daunting. I mean, the Colts and the Packers are your toughest road games. So, it's not bad, Clara. I mean, it's probably middle of the road, strength of schedule wise, when it all boils down. This year we had a lot more of an easier schedule. But this year's okay. Yui says, I think Russ's comments suggest he might have realized that he can't rely on his scrambling. Let's hope that's the case. Let's hope it's the case, Yui. Because I think with less reliance on scrambling comes more of the neck up stuff that I've talked about, him just getting better at some of the things that he can do. It's not a matter of him not being smart enough. It's about being dedicated to refining that element of your craft. And I don't know if he's been as willing to refine that element of his craft because he hasn't had to because of his escapability. So some of this might be, the mother of all, what is that? I'm going to butcher this thing. Mother of something is something. Necessity, the mother of necessity, something about mother of necessity or whatever, but somebody in the chat will figure out what I'm trying to say there. But it's making him do it, I think. Juicy, how you doing, Juicy? Evergreen says, wow, our quarterback finishes above average every year and people are mad. I don't know if people are mad, Evergreen. I think people are just, when you're paying a guy, Evergreen, I think we've had this talk a couple times on this. When you're paying a guy at the top of the market, when you're paying the guy the highest mark in the league, one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the league, the guy wants every 4 years to be re-upped at the same point. As I've said, I think the base bottom line for folks comes down to this. If you're going to be that top paid quarterback, you're going to be in that, superstar level. Well, then, you know what? You got to kind of play performance-wise towards that level. You don't get to crap the bed for half a season. So, and again, it's about getting to Super Bowls, I think, Evergreen. I think we recognize right now where the quarterback played last season, that's not going to get us to Super Bowls. Claire says, we don't draft well. For Pete's sake, we can't keep our running back healthy through 15 to 16 games. I think the new scheme will help a little bit out with this, Clara, because you're going to do a little more of tacking on the edges, a little bit less hammering inside and getting those running backs just beaten to hell by the big boys inside all the time. You'll still do some inside zone stuff, but there'll be a little bit more of now working in the outside stuff, which I think helps to keep running backs a little more healthier. They can use the sideline at times now a little bit more rather than just getting pounded going up the middle. But we certainly need a deep staff. Obi-Wan, we pay him through. I agree with Obi-Wan on this, Evergreen. It just comes down to you want to be paid top of the market, you need to play top of the market. Not above average, top of the market. Nick Reeder says, would we rather have Goff for $33 million? Why is that our choice? Why is it Russell Wilson? Remember, never take it for those folks who disagree and feel on this Russell Wilson side of things like fans are being overly harsh to him, that he's done nothing but right, that it's not his fault. It's like Robin Williams to Matt Damon and Good Will Hunting. It's not your fault. It's not your fault, Russell. for you folks that understand that, it's you guys end up taking things to a simplistic thing where you go, well, then it's so what? If you don't want Russell at 35, what's going to be Goff at 33? I mean, that's your other option. That's not what you said. You're straw manning the argument at that point. The argument is about whether or not he's played up to a $35 million a year performative level. The argument is whether or not he's playing up to a level of where every 4 years we've got to re-up this guy so we never have any chance to basically relieve cap hit year to year. It hits at the full meal deal, full mark nearly every season at that point. That's the issue at play. That's the argument at play. In Utero says, in comparison to our other general managers, our general manager has been awesome. I agree with that. I think when you take him in the totality, recent years they've struggled a little bit draft-wise. That can't be undetermined. They've probably been middle of the road in those struggles. I think part of it is that people saw Schneider come out the gate and he had two of the best drafts in NFL history. I mean, if you're going to put a top 10 NFL drafts in NFL history together, he put two of those top 10, and probably one of those is getting the top 5. Mike, fix Mike. All right, we're back. Discord link not working as well now. Dustin, how hard is it to click the link? The Discord link should be working. It's not working? All right, I'll fix the Discord link and repost it in the description if this one's not working. We'll see what's up. Obi-Wan says, I'm of the opinion that you don't pay any quarterback. I think eventually the quarterback's percentage will decrease because general managers will smarten up. I would like to see it go in this direction, Obi-Wan. I think it hamstrings a lot of different NFL teams that they've decided that they all have to go in this route. And I don't know why they all have determined that it must be that they pay the quarterback this amount of money. So many average quarterbacks paid just ridiculous sums of money. Just doesn't seem smart. And I feel like, as you use the words, you feel like some teams are going to figure this out eventually, and that there's a smarter approach at play here that you could go in a different direction. Y2K says, why are we always so bad at yak? Is it a scheme thing? Perhaps our new coordinator will improve yak. Well, as somebody else mentioned above there, it's a lot about having problems with screen game. That's not Russell Wilson's best. He doesn't throw the bubble screen really all that great. We don't tend to be really all that good at it. As well as we don't throw those short routes and then have the guys go 80 yards. We try to have the guys go 80 yards and then throw it 80 yards. So it's a little bit of how we run attacking deep down the field and whatnot, and the way that we want to go about, our offense. So I think that it's a little bit of that. And then you got a guy like Tyler Lockett who gives you no yak at all. I mean, he's a guy who just catches the ball and falls down. David Moore's a little bit of the same way. You haven't brought guys in that are real good yak guys since really Golden Tate left. Even Doug Baldwin was relatively good at it. Bird of Prey, even though PFF ranked the Seahawks O-line around the middle of the league, they were still trash. Wilson is to receive much of the blame for his shitty season performance for their offensive line demise. Agree. I think he factors in on it. He does factor in, man. Mindy says Russell needs to be faster. I agree. Ewy says Wagner not a trade prospect. Too many young, cheaper linebackers available. Lockett only real trade prospect. Salary isn't crazy, and he's seen as a great veteran receiver. Eagles, Ravens, and Patriots are in need. Yeah, I could see the Patriots jumping into the Tyler Lockett sweepstakes. I could certainly see that. And I agree with you. I think that Wagner I don't know there's a big market for him out there. Hard to see him traded for that reason. Randall says 24 days until free agency, which means guys will sign in about 2 weeks. Seems like we always hear about it a week or two early. Yeah, we'll start hearing pretty soon here. Yeah, for sure. We got the sound back quick. Thanks for letting me know on the sound, guys. That helps out, and girls. Oh, Voodoo Magic. Thank you for the $3 donation. Says down payment on a new mic cord. Thank you, man. I will get a new mic cord that is probably my issue here, is this one just got bent or whatever. I don't know. It just randomly goes out, which is odd. But thank you for the donation. I appreciate you. And I will look to see if I can get a new cord in here. Problem here about is you have to order them. I can't go look in the store, so I have to order and hope that they send me the right one off Amazon. Ewy says holding the ball is a part of Russ's game, and this has been his entire career, and he's been successful at playing this way. So knowing that, whose responsibility is to construct around these defense deficiencies? Russ's? It's not his responsibility to construct around it. He shouldn't be the constructing part of that, of course. It should be the general manager and the coach. Where Russell can get better at is in understanding how to get better. There's things he can take on. There's these virtual headsets they have. They give these quarterbacks now. I don't know how much Russell Wilson uses it or if he uses it at all. It's supposed to help you learn the pre-snap reads. It's supposed to help you better with determining pre-snap where to go. It's but to help you sort of get on a bike and get it to learning and get into a groove of it. There's tools out there for these guys to utilize to get better. And I don't know that every quarterback that's gotten great at it, be it Breeze, Rivers, Manning, Brady, go down the line of quarterbacks who get 10 years in the league and get really good. I mean, even a guy like even Peyton Manning's brother had a lot of deficiencies to his game, but with pre-snap stuff, he was pretty good. He was pretty good pre-snap. Wasn't the greatest thrower of the football, wasn't the most accurate guy, Couldn't move in the pocket, but pre-snap got really good over the course of his career. These are things that quarterbacks just usually naturally start to pick up with more that they play. And it is a little bit disconcerting that it still does tend to remain a little bit of a hole in Wilson's game. But it's a combination, Uwe. It's bringing in the offensive coordinator that will force them to play in that role and not let them off the hook, because that's just what Russell does. As you said, that's just been part of his game. It's them saying, no, this will be a part of your game when we need it to be a part of your game, but you're going to do plan A first before you get to plan B. You're not going to start off at plan B right out the gate. When I click, it says invite. Jose, I'll put a new link in on after the show. Just go back to the description section after the show, and I will I'll re-get the link put in there correctly if it's not working right now. We've got people in there, so I don't know why it's not letting you in. Can't join Discord. Huh. Let's see here. Create invite. Let me see here. Copy. I'll post it here on the it's not gonna let me chat. I'll put it back in the description section here though. I don't know why it's not working. Maybe it just goes bad after a certain amount of time for some weird reason. It's freaking weird though. Should be okay. Hold on, let me get it in the description here. 1 second, folks. Okay. I'll put it back in the description section here though. I don't know why it's not working. Maybe it just goes bad after a certain amount of time for some weird reason. All right. It's freaking weird though. All right, so I'm putting the new link in. Hopefully that one lets me.
Hold on, let me get it in the description here.
Chat 1 second, folks. It should come up here in the chat with the link. That one should. I just took that right off the channel, so that one should be working. Should be working. Oh, so Jose, yeah, you got to sign into Discord to get into the deal, to use the link. So that's probably why it's not showing for some folks, is you got to have a Discord account. It doesn't let you sign in without it. And I did link in the Discord. I will adjust that, Ori, the discount. I'm not new on Discord, but I haven't done it real deep, especially having admin the page before. So I'm kind of new on it. Okay, so let me check over here on the Discord while we're taking a look. All right, so I got looks like we got a couple guys. I'm going to get Cordell Carter. We'll see if Cordell is up and running. We'll bring him in here, and then all Team 12s will try to get you in on this really quickly. Let me make sure that I am caught up on my chat, which I think I've done a pretty good job today, staying up on the chat. Oh, yeah. Randall says, who do you think is a bigger fan of Russ, John or Pete? JS was a huge proponent of drafting Russell Wilson. As it sits today, which one would be more apt to move him? I would say probably JS too, Randall, because I think JS has had to work in contract negotiations with Russell twice. I think some of these shots across the bow that Russell has fired over the last couple of weeks have probably went across Schneider's bow as much as anybody. Certainly Carroll's got a little bit of that too, but I'm sure he's probably felt a little bit, I wouldn't say necessarily the word indignant, but you'd be a little bit like, hey, how do you want to say in personnel matters? Oh, you want to hire the offensive coordinator. I can't think that sits real great with Schneider to hear that being put out there publicly. So probably that route. I'm sure with Carroll, he's such a positive guy who thinks everything can be repaired and fixed that he would just go, okay, we'll try to fix this with Russell. We'll try to make this work. We'll bring in this guy. We'll bring in that guy. Mindy, thank you so much, Mindy. You gotta have a good day at work. Working the late shift tonight, huh? Well, get yourself a good cup of coffee and have a good day. All right, so I'm gonna bring in Cordell. Let me get the cans back on. Let me get the cans back on in here, and we'll see if Cordell's sleeping or if we can get him live here. Cordell Carter, are you there? See if he's muted. He's probably muted. Cordell Accord. Okay, we'll come back to Cordell. I think he actually wanted me to hit him up on Twitter. So let me give him a chat on Twitter here. I think we got him. Well, Cordell, if you're listening, you're live. So pop on in if you want. Well, all right. So we'll go to Team 12s next. Team 12s, you'll be my next guy on in here. We will pop you on in. Team 12s, you better be ready. You better have a take, my guy. Come strong. Team 12s, you in? Oh, Team 12s. One sec. There we go. Team 12s, you on in here? That's not letting you in. What's going on? I want to let me take Team 12s in here. There we go. Team 12s. There?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, my guy. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited.
Welcome on into the show, man. It's good to hear your voice finally.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
So, what do you think about the discussion? What you got on your mind today as far as our Seahawks go?
Mainly just like running backs, some cornerbacks, and wide receivers. I haven't really gotten to offensive linemen yet, but I'm starting to scout some cornerbacks. I've seen a couple of them before, and my favorite one so far is Israel Mukwamo. I've commented a lot about him in live chats.
Yeah,
and yeah,
I watched a lot of tape actually on him last night, and he's a guy that's just really fun to watch. I call him Brandon Browner without the knock knees. You know, Brandon Browner had those knees that basically touched when he walked.
Yeah.
And this guy's got all of that length and size, but none of the stuff. He's not quite as nasty as Brandon was. Brandon was a mean guy out there on the football field, but he has a lot of the skill Brandon had with the ball skills. His ability to get so long. I mean, he's a tall, long guy. It's almost like he's 6'4", but he looks 6'6" with 39-inch arms out there. You know, in the way that he plays, he's got such a wide range of coverage ability at that point. He can get his hand in there from 10 feet away, it seems like go gadget arms kind of stuff going on with him. But I can see why you're excited. He can do all of the press stuff really well that you'd hope a 6'4" guy could do. Really impressed with him on that stance. He's got a little bit of the holes to his game, but hey, that's why you also able to maybe get him in the 4th or 5th round. You know, he's not a finished product in that respect. But it's the nice thing too is, I don't know if you saw this, but it was really nice with South Carolina being able to scout that team, because you have J.C. Horn on one side, and then you've got I'm not going to be able to pronounce his name, so I'll let you do it on that. But you got the other guy on the other side. So a lot of times when you scout these cornerbacks, these receiver, the quarterbacks will get scared of one side of the field, the guy you're trying to scout, and so you see no throws over there, you see no action over there, and it's just like, how do I scout this cornerback? How do I make a determination on him? But with those two guys on the football field, you had to test one side or the other. You had to see, one side, stood out. What is it with yourself on Mukamua's game that you really, really like? Like, what is it that's maybe for you the separator there?
Just like his length, and that he can, like, if he's like 5 feet away from you, he just takes one step and he's right next to you, and he can just intercept the ball with ease. Or like, I saw the one interception where he was probably like 5 feet away, and it was a horribly thrown ball, and he just dives out and he catches it with one, like, on his fingertips for the interception.
I remember that play, man. I remember that play. Yeah, it's a guy who's big and long already, but then plays. You know, they say that you get a guy that's, he's big but he plays small, or he's small but he plays big. He's a big guy that then also plays big. You know, it's almost like a Calvin Johnson kind of guy out there at the cornerback position. How much realm? Didn't you say, I think earlier in the chat, you've been looking at the wide receivers too?
Yeah. So if we draft like anybody, I don't think we could get Kadarius Toney unless if we draft him in the 2nd round. I think that's the only situation that we'd be able to get him. I really like him for our offense. I also like Tutu Atwell. I think he could be a solid replacement for Lockett if we hopefully trade him like we should. I also think a really too low on guys that we might be able to grab is Daz Newsome. He's got great hands, good route running. He plays big when he's small, and he could maybe do some of the stuff that he kind of hits like Doug Baldwin a little bit. I saw some of that. And another guy is Tamorion Terry. I don't know exactly how to pronounce his first name, but he has some really good speed, I thought, and he could do some jet sweeps. He's kind of like Lockett, but he has in Bobby Trees, Robert Woods.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he could fit our scheme really well.
I got to look into those two guys. I've gotten through the front end of the receivers now, and I'm starting to work my way into the back half. Just got past Elijah Moore here actually before the stream today. So I'll start to get into those guys. I don't have any thoughts on them quite yet. Atwell scares me. He scares me. You've got a collection of 5'9" guys in this draft, right? Which is unusual to have a lot of top end guys at 5'9" and that are going to be picked inside the second round, right? Rondale Moore, Tutu Atwell, Kadarius Toney, and maybe even Elijah Moore. That's 4 guys, 5'9", that might get into that second round range. If not more, there's some people think that he might even poke his way up into the first round, which I don't think hard to see a 5'9" guy in the first round go. Last guy was like Tavon Austin, and that one didn't work out all that well.
The only guy I see going in the first round that's 5'9" is Devontae Smith.
Yes. Is he 5'9"? I thought he was a little bit.
I think he's either like 5'9" or 5'10", but I really don't trust him. Like, I know he had an insane season, but like Jalen Waddle basically sat out for the season because he tore an ACL or he got some sort of season-ending injury. He just had a ton of he had like the best offensive line. He had like the best running back, a pretty solid quarterback, and like he was the only guy to throw to. But like he's not super fast. He doesn't play big when he's small. I don't trust him.
Yeah. I get it on that, dude. I totally get it. What about Atwell? I mean, he looks like 165 pounds out there. You think he's going to be able to handle that the fly sweep game, or the blocking stuff?
I don't think so. I think he'll handle a little bit, kind of like Lockett. Like, he'll be able to do some chip stuff, but I think he's going to have to be like schemed out of it a little bit.
Yeah. That's my worry with him. Watching him was like, man, this guy's even more slider than Tyler Lockett, and that's what happened. He ran the fly sweep game. They ran the hell out of it there. I mean, so he did do it in college, and I mean, he's got a nice extra gear that he's got that 6th gear he can kind of tap into when he gets up the football field. And I like his game, fairly good cascade. I like the other guys a little more, and I think you're right. Tony's probably not going to be available. I think Tony and Moore are probably picked at the top of the second round. So there's probably not a great chance. But I do when I look at Atwell and Elijah Moore on the back end, I think that they're reasonably close. Not completely there, not on the same point, and we'll see how the later round guys that you've looked at look. But I do think that it's like, well, are we splitting hairs a little bit between all these guys? I mean, are any of them really going to be super special talents on the next level? Do any of them have the size to do that? Probably not, but can all of them be probably pretty effective slot receivers? Moving on, yeah, I can see all 3 of them being really productive right out the gate. Even Atwell with his size. I just wonder Atwell with the blocking. That's what gets me. Like Moore's pretty thick. Or Rondale Moore's pretty thick. Elijah Moore's pretty thick. As far as they're smaller guys, but they're like rounded out a little bit. You maybe could put their nose in there. Kadarius Toney, I think so too, because he's a little bit. I don't think he's 5'9". I think he's like 5'10", 5'11". But yeah. So, anybody else in the draft sticking out to you as far as looking at film goes?
Obviously Javonte Williams. Like he's the reincarnation of Marshawn Lynch, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can see it. You see him lasting in the mid-second though. That's the key on.
Yeah. I've done a couple mock drafts, and every time I'll be able to like trade down like 2 picks and then end up getting a 7th, and I still get him. And like he so the thing about him, I think like the only reason that he's lasting, I think there's gonna be like some sort of crazy team, like a bad run organization that's just gonna like ruin our hopes. He's gonna be like 2 picks away from us. They already have a running back, and then they're gonna be like, oh, let's draft Javonte Williams.
Not a scheme fit. They run a lot of like outside stuff. They're going to try to put him on the edges, which isn't his game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could see it happening, man. And look, I'm with you. He's, I go back and forth between Najee Harris and him as who I like more. But I think he's going to be a fantastic guy. And I agree with you. He is the closest thing we've probably seen to Marshawn Lynch come out maybe since Marshawn Lynch. Just that type of running back, the side-to-side movement, how it's almost like they're as fast going side to side as they are going forward at times. But I like him a lot too, man. If they're able to get him in that phase, I do wonder if there's not a team that would pick maybe in that first round, that end of the first round place, a team that's a playoff team that has a guy that can get his, he's going to give you hard yards, going to wear out a defense. Does that look, is he sort of the Clyde L. Hilaire of last year, where Clyde was supposed to go in the second round and then Kansas City jumps up and say, we need a running back. We'll grab him. We recognize him, and they pick him at the end of the first round, right then. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I bet they feel kind of stupid for that because Jonathan Taylor, they could have had him. Like, I think Jonathan Taylor is going to be probably a top 10 running back for years to come.
I agree. I think he's got a lot of stuff that works really well. The key with him is, of course, two keys. Can he get his pass catching game down, because he's been pretty dreadful in that respect. And the fumble thing did hit him a little bit early on in the year. He cleaned it up as the year went along, but that was the thing coming out of college. That was the question with him was, is he going to fumble a lot? I think that's the single thing that could have determined maybe him not getting drafted to Seattle with Carroll's all about the ball approach. Was, well, what do you, why we're going to pick this guy's already got fumble problems. But God, he was such a perfect scheme fit for what Seattle did. That inside zone stuff that Wisconsin ran. I thought you could have drafted Tyler Bides too as center in college at Wisconsin, and just put Bides in and run all the same stuff they used to run, and it would be perfect, because that's where he got all of his yards, was between that A gap up right over the center almost every single time in college. It's pretty odd, awesome to see, frankly, with him when he was pulling that off. So, well, what about Seahawks offseason? If I have to give you one move that you want to see made, where are you at as far as what move would you like to see made above all else?
Definitely the Tyler Lockett trade.
Tyler Lockett trade. All right, and now is it the freeing up the cap space, or just because you're selling a little on Tyler? You think like we've got the best days of Tyler. It's he's going down a little bit from here. We're not going to get him at his best.
For me, it's mainly you save a bunch of cap space. It's a great wide receiver class. There's a couple wide receivers in the free agent class that might be able to replace him, and then he doesn't fit our scheme. Like, same as Tutu Atwell. Like they don't fit our scheme amazingly because they're not the best blockers.
Yeah,
you're not going to see him lining up chip blocking a defensive end or anything like that. Maybe like here or there, but you're definitely not going to see him do it like Robert Woods and stuff like that.
I think like Lockett and maybe Atwell too, it's like get him into spread formations more than in stuff where you're going to run a lot more of the two tight ends, or even three wides is okay with them, but just getting them into more spread where there's four wide receivers, they got space to work, they're off the ball, they can, they're not going to get, physically mashed at the line. I feel like those would be maybe more better skits for both of those two guys as they go on in their careers. Now that Lockett hasn't been good here, but I'm I'm on board with that Lockett deal. That's the place to me. That's the most straightforward way to me to not only creating the cap space, but you can find a player that's very close and get a player that's just a better fit overall into the scheme of things. So yeah. Was there anything else you wanted to cover on the Hawks? Anything that's burned up in your on your board?
There's two more players I want to address. First, Khalil Herbert. He's a running back out of, I think it's Virginia Tech. He's weird. When I saw him running on inside runs, he was like an outside runner, just like he was just like super shifty, and like he wasn't a bruiser, but he was a bruiser at the same time. Like he had solid pass protection, he had burst, and he navigated like the first and second level well, and he just weaseled his way through like to like break off big runs and stuff like that. But like he wasn't a bruiser, but he basically did what a bruiser did without getting hit. So I thought that was pretty impressive, and I think he could potentially be a scheme fit.
I think he could too. I'm checking right now. The only thing that's downside on him, and this is just because of historically speaking, Seattle just doesn't tend to go in this direction. Though I do think Thomas Rawls was around this size, but you also got Rawls in like the 6th round, and that is that he's 5'9". He does carry 212, so that's part of what gives him the ability at that point to be able to drag some of that blocks forward. I saw the same thing on film. He's part of the a little bit of the slice and dice crew, I would call it, of this draft. So the way I look at it is Trey Sermon's this way, Chuba Hubbard's this way. The other guy I was looking at, Michael Carter, is this way, and then the last guy was the last guy is Kenny Gainwell. Kenny Gainwell was the other guy that was like this. They're those guys that they're vision guys. So they get the ball, they're looking to set up the blocks, and then they're looking to find that place they can cut. They're not going to go to where necessarily always the plays directing them to go. They're looking backside, and they're looking to, they're looking for the daylight. They truly are backs looking for daylight, which makes them competent, smart running backs in that respect, right? Because we've seen our share of running backs that they get the ball, and Carson's a little bit like this. He's just going to put his head down and go, as opposed to trying to find what's going to be the big play. So they give you that, and Hubbard, and I saw that with Khalil, is that he has that. He's certainly got big playability. He's got enough speed. Not going to. I think he's going to probably run the 4.55 thing. I mean, this is the thing with Javonte Williams, why he might be able to follow as well, is because I think he might run like a 4.55 at his pro day. Whereas, with the running backs, ideally you want a 4.45, 4.4 type guy. If you could really grab it, that's when you get excited. When they get into the 4.55 range and they're starting to work their way to 4.6-ish, now they can drop into that fourth, fifth, sixth round range. But he runs, for being a 5'9" guy, he runs strong. He's sudden, but maybe not fast. But I'm with you. He's a hard to kind of rate back, isn't he? He's not a back you just understand. Oh, yeah, he's this. I can put him in this category. He's part of both with him, Gainwell, and Hubbard. I don't know what to think with all three of those guys. I still don't have a good read on all three of them. With Hubbard, he's just a big play guy that looks to hit the home run every time. I don't know what to make of that. Gainwell is the ultimate slice and dice of this class, and he seems to be explosive. He seems to be good, but then I'm just not sure about him on some other skills of a running back. Can he drag the pile forward, fall forward? Can he be physical? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's where I still need to look, I think, a little bit more on the film with these guys. But interesting class, isn't it? It's a lot of unique guys in this running back class.
Yeah, there's a lot of directions to go with the class. It's definitely top heavy. But there's guys in the later rounds and the middle where it's they're either boom and they do what they do really well, or they're gonna flame out in the first 2 games.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. There's a lot of bust factor to that 5th, 6th, 7th round pick this year, and that you might get him into camp and go, "Dear God, what did we do? Who do we bring in here? This is awful."
Yeah.
But, I think Seattle's going to go there one way or another. Looking at running backs is smart because I think running backs is a position they're going to draft one way or another. One of these guys is coming off the board and he's coming to Seattle. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So we're smart to probably target this and look at him and see what's what's going on with it. So
yeah.
Well, cool. Any last things? We'll get you in here again. So this is I'm going to be working people.
Yeah.
Through.
So Paulson Adebo. Adebo.
Yeah.
I'm really scared, but I'm really interested about him because you see all the stuff, but how he acts on the field, it's just it gives me vibes of just I'm not there. I'll lay down the big hit, but I think he might potentially make a business decision that will quite a few business decisions rather than hitting hard because I've seen him blitz a couple times. He hits hard. He has all the stuff, but I don't think the commitment to his using his body for the team is completely there.
I think that's fair. That's fair. I had in my notes. I'm looking at my notes as you're talking right now. So in my notes, I had not the best tackler, not super physical in the run game, can take poor angles. So I'm seeing the same things in the poor angles approach. That's the business decision. That's the sub-hidden business decision that defensive players make, right? It's easy to see when Marshawn Lynch is coming to the goal line and a quarterback pulls himself up and walks the other way. That jumps out and you go, oh, he just made a business decision. But you can also make a business decision by taking a poor angle on a tackle that you should have had as a tackle. And then it looks like, oh, well, the guy just moved a little bit to the right here and it's not my fault. And I think he does a little bit of that to your point, playing a little finessey. He is another one of these guys that's the tall, long guys, right? He's another one of these guys going to have probably 33-inch long arms. He's 6'1", plays in the zone at Stanford. I mean, shoot, we had some luck with one time way back in the day, we had some luck with a tall, long corner from Stanford, right? But at the same point in time, he's not Richard. He's not got Richard's length.
Yeah.
He might be as fast as Richard. He might have a little more speed than Richard. I call them, all my guys in the prospects this year, I'm trying to give them a nickname or whatever. I call them glue. Because when you get him down the field on a guy, he's going to stick on a guy really well. I mean,
I did see that.
Yeah, I mean, he can blanket guys. But, again, technique is sloppy. But he does usually get the job done, is what I point to in my work. Not fantastic ball skills, but he'll drape a guy. He just won't always look for and locate the ball. He's a little stiff in the hips, so the change of direction is going to be questionable. As well as I think that leads him to play a little bit too far off coverage at times. He's playing his off coverage like sometimes Shaquille Griffin would play it, where he's damn near 11 to 12 yards back off of the line of scrimmage. And you're going, why do you got to play that far back, dude? What are you scared of? Do you not think you're fast enough to keep this over the top? Because that's, of course,
Yeah.
his initial design in zone anyways, he's going to play over the top and clean stuff up over the top more often than not. So if you're that worried about it, knowing that your next step's going to be the kick step into cover 3 off the snap, that you're going to get another yard of step back, and you're still that worried about it, those things give me concern. Probably the reason why, again, that he's not going to be a guy that really blasts it. He's going to go probably 5th roundish. A little bit like he's a little bit like the last year Lamar Jackson out of Nebraska. So a little bit of a, I think, similar prospect. Big guys that have some skill at corner. They're not just big guys that got put out at cornerback, but that they're guys that, like, there's some holes to their game. There's some reason they're going to fall into the 5th, maybe even 6th round potentially. And I think he sat out this last year, which is, going to push him down further. But now we get into the realm of, hey, dime in the rough, maybe.
Yeah, that's why I was most scared of him. I was like, okay, he sat out the year, so the stuff that I was scared of, he could have, like, blown me out of the water. So I'm like, oh, we should take a chance on him. But I'm also like, he could have just sat around and just done, like, weightlifting and just stayed the exact same. And he's going to have to be coached up for quite a few years.
Yes, it helps he comes from the zone. That's the thing we should be encouraged most by these corners. They're already coming from zone. I've hit on this time and time again. A man corner does not maketh a zone corner, and a zone corner does not maketh a man corner. And so having a plethora of zone corners in this draft on the surface of it is very nice for us. It's very nice. It means, especially in a year we need a corner and a zone cover corner at that. But you're looking at the 5th, 6th round, Acebo Paulson. I mean, if we're on draft day and we're taking him in that range, I think you and I are going to feel pretty happy about that. A guy with upside, a guy with bust potential, but I mean, this is going to be the bust potential draft, right, man? I mean, this draft
it's the year. It's the year.
It's the crapshoot year. So 6'1" corner with some speed, some length, some ball skills, some ability to be sticky in coverage, and an ability to play zone coverage. Yeah, 6th round, 5th round. I think that'll work just fine for us.
Could I touch on
On the what?
On the offensive line.
Not yet. Dive in.
Okay. I think a way to kind of do, like, a quick fix and not really have to focus it on the draft, like, maybe in the draft, like, draft some offensive linemen, like, trade down a little bit with, like, future picks or, like, this year picks, and draft some, like, project guys there. So, and then on free agency, I was thinking Marlon Mack from the Falcons.
Okay.
I was thinking that's his first name, I think.
That is right.
Yeah. Put him at center. Like, he's had some injury issues in the past.
Mack's a running back. You're thinking
Marlon Mack.
You're thinking Alex
Mack. There we go. That's the first name. Okay. Yeah, sign Alex Mack to a cheap deal, like a 1-2 year deal. And then Alejandro Villanueva and Joe Thuney for left tackle and left guard.
That's if Dwayne Brown retires, though, right?
Yeah, if Dwayne Brown retires, then grab Alejandro, and then maybe
who's your
left guard? Joe Thuney.
Okay.
Yeah, Thuney.
And I'm open to that because, I mean, at the end of the day, I think Brown's coming back. So I love Phil and the way they're coming, but I think he is coming back. But that means you are putting just a little bit of investment over at the left guard, the center, which is okay at that point because I don't think Mack is going to break the bank at his age. The only issue with Mack when I was looking at scouting him is that the recent years he's really gone downhill in pass protection, which has been the struggle from the center position at times for us over the last couple of years. Joey Hunt in there. Posick at times would do better in run blocking than he would do in pass protection. So we may be taking a tiny bit of a step back. But to your point, what does Coach Carroll always favor? What's he always going to want is offensive linemen, right? Yeah, so if he's got a guy first and foremost who can do that and may have that deficiency on the back end, that's not necessarily going to keep him from going into the club. So it certainly would be one that would appeal to him. Look, veteran offensive lines, you don't have to necessarily go young in offensive line. You can go with veterans and you can get some guys in there that'll work and be just fine and remain healthy and all that. So we've seen this with Dwayne Brown. It's been our best offensive line, oldest offensive lineman over the last couple of years. So you could replicate that. You would have to kind of move the resources around. I think for you, then that would be, you would move off a Lockett to create the space essentially to do that. Where was your other cap space creation points? Are you converting Russell Wilson's base?
I think a great idea would be convert Wilson's base and then trade Diggs and then move Blair to free safety. I think that would be perfect. Create a bunch of cap space, make it so we can then, and then also on top of that, add another year onto,
Dunlap.
Dunlap, and then maybe add like an extra million or two onto those 2 years, so it's not like we're completely like throwing him out of a bunch of money, but give him a little, make it so it's not complete trash deal for him, and then make a bunch of cap space. Then we can grab some other guys, the cap cuts in free agency, and I in my opinion, that's the perfect off season.
I'd be pretty happy with it, man. You'd create. I'm looking to have them create $25 to $30 million minimum here to take advantage of this depressed market. That would do that with your moves. I was trying to count up in my mind when you're running through, and basically after Dunlap's deal with that, and you moving on from Lockett, you'd have 33 million-ish you had created in cap space with your given scenario. So that works. You know, that gets the job done. You're going to get a lot done with that $33 million this particular offseason.
Yes.
So I think it's smart. Let me address really quick. We got somebody in the chat here that was asking about Elijah Molden. I don't know if you looked at him, but let me give them my thoughts on this. I spoke about kid out of UW. Antoine and Lisbeth Gobb, thank you for jumping in the chat. I like Molden a lot. Molden is really just a slot corner, though. Somebody mentioned maybe he could do some single high stuff. I remain a little bit pessimistic that he could be a starting single high safety in this league, Antoine. I think he's going to be a slot or kind of nothing. He's got a little bit of the ranginess that you get out of Jamal Adams, which I like that from that standpoint of it. A little bit of shorter arms. This is going to be one of those guys who I think measures in at like 31-inch arms, and that's going to take him right off the Seahawks list. They do make exceptions with slot corners, but do we want to bring another slot corner in at this point?
No.
When you've already got Ugo Amadi and Marquise Blair, and your Team 12s is out on it. I mean, it just doesn't make sense, Antoine, to do that. You have more of a need on the outside, and Elijah, he cannot play on the outside. Did you have a chance to see Elijah Moore at all? Did you check him out at all?
No, I'm like 8 players into my scouting, and I decided with scouting now, since I know we're not going to be in like the first round, just like slot him in as like just like names for like the first like 5 guys, like the Patrick Surtain, Caleb Farley, because I know there's 0 chance we get them. There's like a 0.1% chance we get them in the draft. So I'm like, just put them down as names. No reason to scout them. We're not gonna get them. Just go to the guys that are reasonable.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. You got to look at who's going to be. Why look at people that there's no chance they're coming for sure? I'm looking a little bit of them, but I'm not Patrick Surtain. It's like I give him a look and then I'm moving on. It's down the road.
Yeah. I'm bored scouting. I'm bored scouting like the super high ranked players because like I know there's no chance, and I'm just hurting myself. Thinking, oh my God, this is a perfect player, and we can't have him.
I know it's been brutal for years. We haven't picked high for years. There's been a variety of those guys that have come out in the draft. You're like, man, if we could just get this guy, and just take this guy who will be around where we're picking, just grab this one, and they always trade back or something weird happens where they don't get him.
Yeah, I was so upset with when we didn't take Montez Sweat. I was like, okay, this is the perfect time. Montez Sweat. He's been falling because of the alleged neck injury from the year ago that hasn't really been a problem at all. I was like, this is perfect for us. We traded down what was known as the Redskins, but now the football team drafted. I was like, you ruined your chance. You could have had, and then like after the draft, I was like, okay, you could have had DK and Montez Sweat in the first 2 rounds. That's a home run pick.
I agree. They've look. There's been seems like every draft we go over now. There's always somebody that's like, that's a scheme fit, better player, would have been a fit. You had a need, and they go a different direction for something else, and you go, wait, what? I mean, this team confuses me. On draft day recently, I've been really confused, especially on the first couple of picks at times.
Yes.
As to what it is. I mean, even Marquise Blair, which I liked, it's still you're going for a guy that's a hard hitting free safety while the game is legislating hard hits out of the game. Sometimes doesn't always make a lot of sense when that's his number one skill. It's a superpower. And it's
his superpower is illegal hits.
Yeah, it's like the superpower that like, well, it's great, it's a beautiful superpower, but we'll never get to see it. So you know, that's the part that does drive me crazy just a little bit with that. But we'll see what they do this year. I think they're going to get more. Hard to see Schneider going in this draft with just 3 or 4 picks. That's just something.
Definitely.
I can't see it.
Yeah,
I can't see it myself.
I think he'll trade down with like 1 or 2 picks, and then he'll get his other draft pick, 2 draft picks from trading Diggs and Lockett.
Yeah.
And then he'll end up with like 8 picks at the end of the day.
I think that's why those guys are. He's going to get the capital for it. I mean, that Lockett pick could be a second rounder. You trade back and you can turn it into a third and another fifth maybe, or a third and a fourth. There's so many things he's going to be able to do with that. That's just going to be, I think, prove too tantalizing for Schneider not to want to jump on that and go that route. Well, Team 12s, thank you for jumping on in here.
Yeah.
We will get you in. I'm going to keep this as part of my show as a normal thing. So we'll get you back in on this. Keep scouting. I'm going to check in with you on some more of these guys. So.
I had a great time. Thank you for having me on. I'm going to keep scouting cornerbacks. I'll continue my day with doing that. Keep watching the stream and keep it up. Keep making the great, amazing content.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. We got a large in video coming soon here. So that's the one I'm working on next for the, it's going to be part of my new series there with what made him great, essentially, for Seahawks and stuff. Yeah. So that's next.
I'm really excited.
Yeah, it's fun. He's a fun player to watch, man. You wait till you see some of these highlights. The guy was a baller in the 80s. I mean, a complete baller. All right, well, you have a good one. We will get you back in here, I promise you. Good job, man. Awesome work on the show. And thanks for scouting. I want some updates on those scouting reports.
All right. I'll see you later.
Go Hawks, bro. All right, we're back up on this here. So I think we've got this going. Everybody looks good on the comment section here. D-Mac is in the house. What's up, D? It's good to see you, D. Dustin, how soon will Pete Carroll draft a punter in the first round? Asked Dustin. He won't. We've got our punter of the now and the future, man. Now and the future. And Utero says, Project guys on the O-line are great. Tom Cable. Says Tom Cable. He loved himself at Project, didn't he? He's such a little tinker. He's one of those guys, if you looked in his garage, it would just be a whole bunch of unfinished cars. He'd have like a 3-car garage with just a whole bunch of cars, engines out, tinkering. Team 12s does know his stuff. He's very smart. I agree, in Utero. I think the next couple drafts are going to be kind of crapshoots as we go forward. I do think that's going to be the case. Absolutely. So it's hard to know what these players. They had no combine this year. You already had a season where a lot of these guys sat out. I mean, again, if you're one of those folks that's on that we shouldn't have traded 2 first-round picks and third-round picks, you've got to always factor this in as into your assessment, being that the draft is the crapshoot aspect of it. Players, we spoke about Acebo Paulson. Acebo Paulson came back and just shined out this year, refined some of the rough techniques that he had, locked guys down in the Pac-10. Maybe the guy pushes himself into second, first-round territory. Maybe he makes that jump, and there's going to be just a huge load of these guys out there that are just you're going to get in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round, and it makes it that harder. So picking up at the top of the draft, that first round pick, especially this year, it already wasn't a certainty when we were picking in the 20s anyway. Now it's going to be even more of an uncertainty, in my opinion. Bird of Prey, I used to buy multiple different brand draft mags for decades. You should. I saw Bird of Prey. You saying you should start up your live stream. You should start up not your YouTube channel. You were saying Bird of Prey. That'd be awesome, bro. Yui, Seahawks should not pick a wide receiver before the 5th round. First 2 picks should only go to offensive guard, center, running back, tight end, depending on free agent availability. Ilhir Smith Marset from Iowa, hidden gem. Very good player. Watched a lot of him. I like him a lot, Yui, and I can see why you'd want to go in that direction. I mean, the talent is stacked up a little bit that way. It's a very deep receiving draft. So diving into the receiver waters in the 2nd or 3rd round is understandable when it's this deep if you think the talent is that high. But like you said, you can still get some really good players later on. So maybe that's the smarter realm to go in. I think if they draft in the 2nd round early, I can't see it being guard necessarily. If I look at Seattle and you look at who's the highest guard that they've drafted in 10 years here in Seattle, if you look at it. And I want to say that, though they moved Carpenter to a left guard, he was really a left tackle, but I think Carpenter was the last guy that they really drafted highly as a guard on that line. Everybody else they've filled in. I think tackle or center would be probably the more likely pick early on. If they go that direction. And if they sign Jonnu Smith as we're getting reports, or they're trying to sign Jonnu Smith as we're getting reports on, then that would take tight end off the board. And running back is one I think that they'll probably go later on. Seahawks, Brendan Nelson. What's up, Brendan Nelson? How you doing? Good to see you on in the chat, my guy. I actually checked out a few of your streams. I was lurking on them, so I didn't say anything, but I'll definitely do a little more chat when I jump in on you, man. I hope you're doing well. You're doing great with the content. Always love when we see a little new Brandon Nilsson. Yeah, the link didn't work. This one should. Let me a second here. Yeah, I didn't know, Brendan, about the expiration of the links, so I got to. Here, I'll repost it here in the chat here for you. I forgot. I didn't know, Brendan, that the links. Man, I hope you're doing well. You're doing great with the content. Always love when we see a little new Brandon Nilsson. Yeah, the link didn't work. This one should. So we'll post it back in there, and I'll do a forever link here. Yeah, I didn't know, Brendan, about the expiration of the links, so forever. I got to forever link. But jump on in, man. Hop in and talk. D-Boy is making me cry over on Discord. Is D-Boy on Is D-Boy over there? Is this D-Boy? Let me see if I got D-Boy. Is he Popcorn Seahawks? Let's see if he's Popcorn Seahawks. Hello? Who's there?
Hop in and talk.
Who's over there, Popcorn?
D-Boy is making me cry over on Discord. Is D-Boy over there? D-Boy.
Who's D-Boy at? I didn't see D-Boy in the chat. I don't think D-Boy's in here today. Where D-Boy's D-Boy? Okay. D-Boy's D-Boy. Voodoo Magic said, I heard DJ Fluker wants to come back. I'm okay with bringing Fluker back, Voodoo, but he's got a couple of things that he's going to have to accept in coming back here. Number one, he's not going to be starting because you're not going to put DJ Fluker at the left guard position. So he will be backing up Damian Lewis at that point. So you're looking at a veteran 1 year, $1 million deal. In a pinch, I think he can play other positions on the line. In a pinch, you could maybe float Fluker out to right tackle if you absolutely had to and got a little thin there. I'm open to it under those circumstances. I'm just not paying him any money at this point. He's an older player. He's a guy who's not going to give me upper level play when he comes on the football field. I don't think the Ravens were necessarily loving his level of play over there when he went over to them. So, Inuro says, I honestly look into the draft from the perspective of a sports card investor. Okay. It's an interesting angle. General, there we go. Yeah. D-Boy, join the lounge, man. They bring you in the chat. Get it going. Looks like we got a few people in there. Oh, D-Boy's in the general chat. All right. Let's see if we can pull him in here. Where are you at, D-Boy? There's D-Boy. Oh, don't let me pull you in from over there, D-Boy. You're going to have to go in the, you got to go into the lounge, my guy. He's going to have to go in the lounge if he wants to talk. So we're at about 3 hours here. It looks like I have caught up on the stream. Brendan, if you want to do a quick little talk session here, jump on in that Discord, go into the Hawks Nest lounge, and then I'll bring you on into the live if you want to do some talking. I know you just got done with your live stream, so you're probably chilling. I know how I am after my live stream. It's like, I don't want to talk to anybody. I can't speak. But if you got anything else that you want to kind of post in the chat, looks like we've kind of caught up to everything there with that. Looks like we're good to go on that respect. I got through all my stuff. I think this has been kind of a pretty good little success. We'll keep doing this kind of call-in show as part of this stuff as we go into the off-season a little bit, mix it in. Hopefully I'm going to get some more stats and stuff like that for you. As far as this new scheme goes, I want to kind of dive into more of those kind of geekier details on it, especially because I think it'll help drive the discussion in the right directions and where people can be fully kind of, educated on what we're looking at and what we're dealing with as far as the things at hand, the stuff at hand, so to speak. Bird of Prey, Seahawks go 10-6 and will either get bounced out of the first round of the playoffs or miss the playoffs entirely this upcoming season. History repeats itself. No pun intended. Could be Bird of Prey. I mean, it could be. It depends for me on that, and making that judgment and making that prediction is fully dependent upon this offseason and what I see from Seattle and what they do. how hard they go. If they decide to go all in, push those chips to the center of the table, or if they just try their 2 and 3 year plan, as has been kind of the norm recently. I'm hoping they go all in. I'm hoping they realize that there's got to be a sense of urgency in this situation. A little bit of there's no tomorrow, I think, would be helpful in this situation. And that's a lot of why I think there's a little bit of that is why Russell Wilson is piping up. It's not just to improve his brand, but maybe to also drive a little bit of change with this team. And if it accomplishes that, all the much more better at that point. I don't know if it will. I hope so. Jose says, please use StreamYard or Zoom, please. Zoom I didn't like as much, Jose, because you got to spend about $200 a month in order to do it. So some of this is about cost and keeping costs down a little bit. But I'll look into StreamYard. I know a lot of people like that, so I will look into it. Oh, there we go. All right, Brendan, let me get you in here, man. All right, Seahawks fans, I want to welcome on into the show here one of our bigger YouTube Seahawks channels that you have online, which is going to be Brandon Nelson. I like a lot of. He's got some really great thoughts on Seahawks stuff. I've seen a lot of your vids, Brandon, where you're talking about not just, of course, current news right now with Seattle, but you look a little bit historically speaking on our Hawks and as far as that goes. How you doing, man?
I am doing good tonight. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm rolling along. I got this Discord thing kind of implemented. I thought we were going to get a little bit more kinks in the hose throughout the stream, but it's actually maintaining okay. So I probably don't have to tell you this. The stuff is you're always half fixing or half trying to fix something that shouldn't be breaking or breaks for no particular reason. So I'm glad to see that. How you feeling about this offseason so far with our Hawks?
Well, this is probably the slowest point of the NFL year. Just after the Super Bowl, free agency hasn't started yet. We can't really talk about the draft because there hasn't been a combine yet, and I think this year there isn't a combine at all.
That's right.
Right, and yeah, it's too early to determine anything yet. I think there are some things that I want us to do this offseason. I've been discussing them in depth lately, and I'm certainly very interested to see what happens, but so far, my initial impression is that this team should be after looking at the salary cap tables, there are a lot of things that this team should be able to do to create cap space. So I'm not worried about that. I've said this before in my videos. I'll say it again. Every team in the league needs to do creative things to create cap space. So I'm not really worried about that. And if this front office doesn't know how to create cap space, then I guess they just don't know how to do their job. But as for how we intend on using that cap space, there are some things that I really like and some things that I really don't. And I'm very interested to see how the cap going down for the first time in a long time is going to affect this offseason, because a lot of players who would typically not have gotten cut are likely to get cut around the league, not just with our team, but with every team. And I'm interested to see who might shake free from that and whether or not we'll be able to benefit from it. So there is some interesting stuff that's going to happen soon, but so far there isn't a ton to say.
Yeah. Are you on the line of, so just in general, when we get into some of the specifics of it, but are you in favor of sort of the kick the can down the road, let's be a little more aggressive this year as far as trying to maximize the depressed assets that might be available in this particular market? Because I think we can at least anticipate there's going to be at least a little bit more as far as cap casualties go than we've seen in recent years? Or are you more of in the realm of new offensive coordinator will fix a lot of the issues that were persisting on offense to the end of the season? The defense was coming along, a couple tweaks or two, and still maintaining a 2 to 3 to 4 year plan. As we know, Schneider likes to mention, is more of the smarter way to go.
Well, I believe that regardless of what you think of Russell Wilson right now, he is treated in most regards like a franchise quarterback. And as long as you have a franchise quarterback, your goal needs to be to win now. You're not paying a quarterback $35 million a year so you can, slowly rebuild up to a point where in 4 to 5 years you might be good enough to win a Super Bowl. I do believe there has to be some willingness to take short-term fixes. I do support that. I do think that, as we have seen countless times, it's very easy for a football team to get themselves in a bad situation and wiggle out a bit through creativity. There are a few examples I always like to use. Like we've seen the Saints get into terrible cap situations in recent years every offseason, and every offseason they find a way out without losing their key players, and they find a way to be a competitive team the following year.
Mhm.
Now, it hasn't resulted in a Super Bowl, but they always find a way to not have to just cut their whole team and field a group of, I don't know, scabs, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
I remember the Broncos team that won the Super Bowl a few years ago. They went into the prior offseason with no cap space, and everyone was thinking they're going to have to lose so many players. They're not going to be able to field a good team this year. And they were able to bring in guys like Emmanuel Sanders, I think DeMarcus Ware, TJ Ward. Yeah.
Mhm.
So you can always find ways. So I believe now is the time to be aggressive. That is my take, and it will continue to be my take until we don't have this quote-unquote franchise quarterback.
I agree. I mean, and this is the year the Saints finally pay the piper, certainly, right? Like this is where, but it was also sort of planned for the point in time once Breeze goes out the door, we'll be refitting everything through with them being approximately, I think they're 95 million over the cap right now or something like that. But I'm still okay with that. If it's a year, if you've got to push to go for a Super Bowl over a couple of years to push cap down the space for an eventuality, if it has to come, and like you said, it doesn't necessarily have to come, but if the eventuality comes that there's going to be a given year where we're rebuilding, this is not a year we're going to be competing. That's not to me the worst thing if you're going for Super Bowls in between that time. And this is a long debated thing on my channel. I don't know if you get some of this from your feedback of the battle going on between folks that we're pushing for Super Bowls here. It's all well and good to be a consistent winner, but we're trying to win Super Bowls, not trying to be a consistent winner. What's really the value in consistently winning at the end of the day, especially as history looks at it in retrospect?
Yeah, I do think there is some argument to be made that the NFL can sometimes get a little bit random once you get down to like the final 8 teams. Like every year there are 8 teams that are good enough to win the Super Bowl, and it comes down to who gets hot at the end. Like a lot of the time, yeah, you will see the dominant regular season team go on to win the Super Bowl. The Seahawks, who won the Super Bowl, were certainly that. We've seen some other dominant teams throughout the whole regular season continue their dominance into the Super Bowl, but this most recent year, a wild card team won the Super Bowl. We've seen other great examples of teams that keep themselves in the mix and then they get hot at the end. Yeah. So I suppose the value to competing every year is that you just put yourself in that mix every year and eventually it'll be your turn. So I do understand that, but I don't know if this Seahawks team in recent times has really even managed to put themselves in the mix all that well. Like, even had we beaten, say, the Rams in the most recent playoff loss, did we really have a chance to beat the other teams that we would have had to beat in the NFC to get to the Super Bowl? I don't really think so. Did the team in 2018, even if they beat the Cowboys, which I think they should have a real chance to beat a team like the Saints that year? I don't think so. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm. That was going to be what I was going to say. Is that then by that metric, was Seattle just a hot team away over the last 5 years from getting to that said Super Bowl at that point? And I think you answered it before I could even ask it in the respective. And we don't know those teams were in a capable range, and it's about getting to the capable range. It's not getting to being a Super Bowl favorite. I don't want to do we win the offseason paper tigers, all that other stuff that goes with that. It's about fielding a team that can get in that mix of, like you said, of getting hot at the right time. You could look at the Saints recently, who you mentioned, and going for it. 2 of their playoff seasons recently were ended by horrific calls. You've got the pass interference, no call on the offensive guy from Minnesota, where they lost somewhat recently, I think, and getting not this last season, but the year before. And then, of course, the god-awful call against the Rams. They got the Rams to the Super Bowl on the PI penalty that wasn't called. You know, that was bad luck and circumstances from them, but it's still, if they had gotten to the Super Bowls in those years and won those Super Bowls in that year, they'd be perfectly happy going into their $95 million dead hit money range that they're in right now. And I think that this offseason, really, from my standpoint, I want to see them really go for it. I think we're in full agreement on, in that, do what you need to do this offseason. Create the base money for Russell Wilson that can be converted to bonus. Do it. Shouldn't even be the second thought. That should just be done. That's $10 million of free space right there. Whatever they can do to create that money, create it, because you're just going to maximize so much out on this open market. We're going to see value like never before, Brendan. Never before have we seen this amount of players that will be available in free agency with the guys that cut. There's at least 8 or 9 teams that are over the cap right now, not fielding a 55-man roster, not allotting money for their draft picks, right? If you have all 7 of your picks, that's going to cost you about $3 or $4 million in cap space at least, right? For all of those guys cumulatively. So that's going to lead teams to, I'm calling it the cutting. That's my term for it, okay? So I'm calling it the great cutting. And I think you saw it this last week with Rick Wagner and Christian Kirksey from the Packers getting cut, because it looks like the Packers are trying to do something. I'm not sure if they're going to try to wade into the J.J. Watt waters, or if there's reports they're on board with Allen Robinson, that they're going to try to finally make Rodgers happy because he's pouting and get him his number 2 wide receiver over there. But man, if you create those resources this offseason, I mean, you really go hard at it. You just commit to it. There's just so much more down the line. You're going to get a lot. You're going to be able to field a super team in a lot of respects. Because I don't know if you remember, was it the Cliff Averill, Michael Bennett deals? Like, they happened in a year where it was going to be the next year was uncapped. And it had everybody in a weird state where the NFL was warning teams about not going over the cap and all that. So maybe this will be the one year you can kind of duplicate that, you know what I mean, and get back into that realm of things. I hope so, man. I hope so. They need to do it, in my opinion. Are you on board with offensive line? Where do you stand on Russell Wilson in general? Like, I know this is one of the most divisive subjects out there, but where are you at, just in what you think about him, what you want, where you want to see it go as we go forward?
I'm not his biggest fan at the moment, that's for sure. I think that there are some real issues there. Practically speaking, though, my personal stance is that it doesn't make a lot of sense to sign the offensive coordinator that he wanted, which by most accords is what Shane Waldron was, and then trade him. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. To a certain point, the die is cast.
Yep.
And I feel like you have to see what Wilson can do in 2020. I also feel like, as much as I'm a little down on him right now, I feel like recent trades that have been made for QBs who are clearly of a lesser caliber than Russell Wilson have indicated that Wilson's trade value would be somewhere around at least 4 first-round picks, maybe more. And I don't see any team willing to do that. And even if I'm not Wilson's biggest fan right now, I'm not willing to give him up for less than I feel like he's proven to be worth. So I just don't see it happening this offseason. So I want to see what he can do with the new offense. I want to see what he can do in 2021. And I just don't think the opportunity is there to trade him. I don't think there's going to be a team out there willing to give up enough. I don't think there's going to be an offer out there that I like. So I think the best thing you can do is just roll with it in 2021 and see what happens. And it's not the worst scenario to be in. And one thing I want to remind everybody is that we don't have a first-round pick next year. So going into 2021 with a average QB who's going to lead you to a 6-10 record and a good first-round pick is not viable, because you don't have your first-round pick. So I don't see the value in quote-unquote tanking in 2021. So I would just roll with it.
I'm in the same place, and certainly the $39 million is the biggest thing I think that pushes me over that side of the fence at the end of the day. You mentioned the offensive coordinator. That's a solid point, a solid reason why you wouldn't want to do it as well. Hard to see Russell Wilson giving back signing bonus money to facilitate a trade, even if he were to get a new contract back with another team, because you're just not going to take a $39 million cap hit. I mean, I think Wentz just took a $30 million, and that was a record deal off of Goff's $22 million dead hit that he had with the Rams. I don't see Seattle taking that kind of dead money hit to move off of him, as well as just from a narrative standpoint. And it does sound like you're pretty realistic as far as giving blame a little to different parts here, where it's not all Russell Wilson's fault for the offense falling off a cliff at the end of the season, but that he certainly has some role in that. Am I fairly accurate in that? That there's a little bit that in his play last season, especially that back half, it wasn't just like, sometimes I get simplistically on the chat where they say, well, the offensive line was trash and that's why he had a problem. He can't be this, he can't be that. It was on them. Or do you give a little bit of doses out to appropriate parts?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I said for a while, and I still think this is the case, that under Brian Schottenheimer, we seem to be one of the very few teams in the league that didn't have a good understanding of how to scheme players open. And when you watch other teams do that constantly, you can see how the players in this offense are having it so much harder than players in pretty much every other offense.
Yeah.
So clearly the system and play calling has something to do with that. I'm not going to pretend that the offensive line is particularly good. I think that, I defended Brandon Shell for the most part last year. I think he played pretty good, but Shell did not have a good game in the playoffs, and he had other games that were pretty bad as well. Posick, I don't think was very good after the concussion, although that may have had something to do with the concussion. And when you have to roll with a left guard who seems like he can only play about 20 snaps before he gets hurt again every time, it's tough. It is tough. So, no, I think there's a lot of blame to go around. I think there is something to be said for Wilson thinking that his athleticism is going to bail him out when he doesn't have that amount of athleticism anymore. I think there is something to be said for some of, there are bad decisions that he makes. And yeah, there is definitely a lot of blame to go around. But one thing is, I'm much more likely to blame the quarterback making $35 million a year than the left guard making $2 million a year. So there's some of that going on there as well.
I reference it as if I'm paying you top of the market, and it's not just top of the market, but every 4 years you're wanting a new deal. So you're not going to do the Mahomes 10-year contract thing. You're not going to lower things down for me. Well, if that's the case, then you need to elevate the talent around you, not expect the talent around you to elevate you. I think that that's a keen difference in when somebody asks to be paid at that level of things. I do all the things you spoke on, a little bit of the line, a little bit of the coordinator, a little bit of Russ. I'd slice it fairly evenly down the line. A little bit of Carroll coming into the offense, thinking he's an offensive mastermind when he's a defensive-minded coach. He shouldn't be having any input on the offense at this point in time. There's been nothing to prove that he's some savant on both sides of the ball, and to think that it's sort of just speaks to me of silliness that he thinks he can come over there, and I think he does it quite a bit. I think this is also part of the reason why both you and I land on the thing of giving it another year, is we get to prove out some things, right? We get a new offensive, we get a modern day offense off the 1987's offense, which according to Cowherd, he had three sources telling him, three former Seahawks players telling him they're running a 1980s offense. So now that gets out the door, we get a modern offense in here. You go into this free agent class, and if you make offensive line a little bit of a priority, now you've taken away that I take too many hits. I don't have enough time to throw. You sort of, by going all in, by investing in the offensive line, by trying to make this work one more year, you take out those excuses. You get more determined on what is the reality of the situation. Is Wilson now topped out because, as you've spoken to, he's lost some of that athleticism and he's not elevated the other aspects of his game? Pre-snap mastery, understanding where to go with a hot route, understanding how to deal with stack fronts, some of the things that we've seen him struggle with, intermediate passing game. Are those things just stuck in the mud and they can't be unstuck? Or can he, with a modern day offensive coordinator, start to add those parts and elements into his game? And that's the part that gets a little bit decided on this year, if they put the resources into it and if they really do change into the offensive scheme that Waldron's going to bring and don't try to do what they did with Schottenheimer. Did you hear the story with Schottenheimer that they forced him to take 60 to 70% of the existing playbook when he walked in the door?
I didn't hear that story specifically. I heard other stories that are somewhat similar to it. And the thing is, it's really hard for people like me to know whether or not Wilson is capable of getting better at things like that. We aren't there with him every day on the practice field. We aren't there with him every day in training camp. It's hard to know, but we've seen a lot of other players have been able to make that leap. So you would hope that he would be able to. You would hope that you would see a lot less plays where he just kind of stands there and takes the sack, or he runs into the sack. You would hope you just stop seeing a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
The stuff where he runs backwards because he thinks he can outrun these players and he can't do it anymore. That happened a lot in the second half last year.
It did.
And so I definitely think that, for one, I think there's a potentially very simple fix to have him lose a little bit of weight, because I do think that was an issue with him last year. So, yeah, I'm very interested to see. I'm not, my confidence is not as high as it has been in the past, but I do think that we've seen it happen with a lot of different players who just learn how to do these things with time. And you would think that when you're doing something pretty much every day for your entire life, eventually you're just going to get good at it. Yeah, you're just
Somebody-
eventually going to pick it up.
Somebody was mentioning, is it more of indicative of a lack of good coaching in doing that? And while that factors a little bit in, to me, it's more of just what you said. It's the wisdom that should be gained by, I've seen every stack front that you can throw at me. I've seen every type of defense that you can toss at me. You're not going to confuse me. Quarterbacks reach that state 10 years into their career. Hall of Fame quarterbacks 10 years into their career usually reach that state. And I just got to be honest, and I love Russell Wilson. I'm not trying to tear him apart, but there's those aspects I don't see in his development yet. It has not come into the forefront. And I used to say Russell Wilson early in his career, he was the one of the worst quarterbacks pre-snap in the NFL, but then he would turn around and become the best quarterback post-snap. So it's all those pre-snap things that used to be the holes you wouldn't have to worry about because he'd cover it up by what he'd do post-snap. But now, as he's lost a little bit of that athleticism, I think even if you thinned him up a little bit, I don't think he's going to be a 4 or 5 guy anymore. And I don't think he can. I think that also the evolution of the game. Every 10 years, defenders get more athletic. They get faster. And the defensive tackles of 10 years ago are not the same as far as their speed and quickness goes as to the guys you deal with now. And all of this stuff to me pushes it into that realm of you've got to get better at these other aspects of your game, Russell. It no longer can be like, well, it'll be nice if you pick it up. It's now a matter of a necessity. And I guess I keep going back to, man, those words Carroll said, what was it? He needs to get his doctorate. I think Wilson has graduated the College of Football knowledge. I don't know that he's gotten his doctorate yet. I don't know that he's reached that level. And to me, that's the key on him long-term here. I don't know if you agree, but I think that's the key long-term with him is picking those things up if he is going to be able to sustain going through the another 10 years like he says he wants to play. Do you agree?
Right. Absolutely. And, that's one reason why I'm not ready to trade him right now unless a really good offer comes through. Because if you trade Wilson and he manages to find the right situation where he can be a really good quarterback for the next 10 years, as he says, that's devastating. It doesn't matter what you get back for him.
Yeah.
You just traded a elite franchise QB for 10 years for, draft picks that may turn out to be good players, but QBs are everything in this league right now, as we can clearly see.
Yeah.
So we see this all the time in basketball. I'm a basketball fan, and virtually every time a team trades a superstar for a bunch of little pieces, they always regret it. Charles Barkley was a great example of that. Yeah, the Sixers got a ton of stuff when they traded Charles Barkley, but none of it equaled what Charles Barkley did in Phoenix after he got traded. Yeah. So that would be devastating for Wilson to go to another team and figure it out. So I'd rather take 1 year, see if he can figure it out. And admittedly, he loses some value if he doesn't have a very good 2021. But I think that's the risk you have to be willing to take in this spot.
Especially for the downside that you pointed to just now. I mean, that's the thing. Okay, well, you lose a little bit of value, but you could have a whole bunch of egg on your face if this guy goes in and has a 5, gets into a modernized offense that's built around him and then goes on a 4 Super Bowl run. Wow, that would be a tough pill to swallow from a fan standpoint if you could have just said, well, let's just try it out this other way. Let's just try it out with a modern offense, with an offensive line that's not built of secondhand parts and bargain basement shopping and dollar store, that it's actually got some investment in talent here, which they've not been, though they've been willing to draft, it certainly it goes without saying that they've not been willing to really spend much in the offensive line over their time. No second contracts to those draft picks that you did pick, and then nobody really brought in from a free agent standpoint to make it work. I think these two things, the offense and the offensive line, a modern day offensive line, those two things together now take any of Russell Wilson's excuse book and throws it out the window if he does kind of fail out. But I agree, the squeeze is worth the juice in this respect. It's worth the risk of him going down, which I can't see him falling completely off a cliff. He'll at least be above average as a quarterback, I would think. And still then give you back resources at that point. But you are willing, if let's say he has a year where he matches statistically what he put up this season, but they top out at the one and done playoff approach, you are at that point on board with saying it's time to look elsewhere, time to move on.
Yeah, yes, because at that point, either everyone around Wilson is just completely incompetent and he, no matter how hard he tries, just can't lift them up. Or there's some issue with Wilson that we're not seeing with the stats. And either way, that would tell me that the team is not ready to win a Super Bowl right now with him. So, what's the value of having an elite quarterback if you can't build a winner around him, and you don't think you're going to be able to anytime in the next year or two, especially when he gets to that age. So, yeah, at a certain point, you do need to be willing to cash out. I remember Tony Romo on the Cowboys. He had 3 of the best years of his career, and the Cowboys went 8-8 every year and missed the playoffs by 1 game every single year. And at that point, you have to say, okay, either Romo is doing something wrong, and he's not as good as we think, or he is as good as these stats are, but our team is so bad it doesn't matter. And either way, well, what's the value of having a great quarterback if your team is that bad? So yeah, at that point, I would say it's time to rebuild. At that point, we're going to have our picks again. Again, no point in tanking now. We don't have the picks for it. But after this next year, we can talk.
And then I'm of the mind that I think that the front office, Schneider and Carroll, if they went in that direction, and this is pretty far down the path, so it won't go too far as far as, we don't know. There's a lot of stuff that has to happen to figure out this goes down the road. But I think that they would be back on point with trying to find a talented young quarterback on the cheap rookie deal, and then building the team back around and going more game manager in the quarterback that they look for. And while that doesn't get a lot of people excited, I am interested to see if maybe they can potentially, you're not going to redraft the Legion of Boom. You're not going to find another Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. I get all those kind of things. But the thought process of that you build a team around a quarterback who's not now taking up 25% of the cap, and having an NFL franchise that embraces that model and sees that they can make it work, where so many franchises have thought, well, we just have to pay our quarterback. We just have to have a quarterback we can pay 25, 30, Kirk Cousins is making $30 million. There's going to be a smart franchise that comes along that tries to think a little bit out the box. I think Ravens are doing a little bit of this with Lamar Jackson. They've been in no hurry like the Rams were with Goff or like the Eagles were with Wentz to get him now onto his 2nd contract. They're maximizing out that 5 years of 1st-round pick time period and then trying to build out the team around him. It hasn't necessarily fully worked. They got Patrick Mahomes playing over there in that conference. But I still maintain that I think that would be an interesting approach to go to. Would you be in favor of that, or are you looking more of bringing in a solid veteran at that point, might cost 15 to 20, rather than and get back into a competition role, or kind of go whole hog on a rebuild?
Well, it's really tough to find even a decent quarterback that you can pay really not very much money at all to. Like Ryan Tannehill, I like Ryan Tannehill. I want to say this. I've always liked him, and I like what he does in Tennessee, really. But even he got the big dollars, and he's not an elite quarterback. He is a solid game manager who has a big enough arm to make big throws down the field, but he got $120 million, I think, over 6 years. I can't remember exactly what it was.
It's 27.5 a year, high cost.
Yeah, so if you want to actually get like a cheap quarterback, you are talking about the guys like the real bottom feeders, like the Mitchell Trubisky's, and maybe in a couple years, the Sam Darnolds, and guys who are just like legitimately need to be carried by the rest of their team. And my issue with that is it's really hard in the modern NFL to build a defense that can, and running game really, that can carry a team, because ultimately most games get decided by quarterbacks making plays at the end of the game. I feel like it's just really tough to win with that formula of defense and running the ball and just managing the game, because at a certain point, your quarterback has to make some plays.
Yeah.
And it's just tough. It's a quarterback-driven league. They've made it harder and harder to play defense. I would be inclined to believe that you at least need like a Ryan Tannehill level quarterback in order to expect to win in this league. And I think you wouldn't continually need to be trying to find that, but that doesn't mean you can't try to take advantage of a quarterback's rookie deal.
Yeah. Well,
so that's what I would be looking to.
I would be in the range of looking for the guy that's in the 8 to 12 range quarterback in the 1st round. And then what you do is you package a 2 first to get up. You're not into the top 5 of things. You're into the top 10 of things. The cost maybe isn't as high to come up there. And so if you look at this like current draft right now, a guy that I'm really fascinated by, but again, I land in the same respect you do. I don't want to move on from Russell this offseason, but a guy that would be a guy, if this is next offseason who was in the draft, this is exactly the kind of guy I'd be looking at. And that's Trey Lance out of South Dakota. And this is a guy who's got Russell Wilson's deep ball. He's got the plus mobility, a little bit of a raw prospect, high first round talent. Mahomes was a lot like this guy too, right? Picked 12. Deshaun Watson picked around, I think, 10 or so in the first round. So if you have a guy that Schneider can target, and Schneider was at Mahomes' pro day, Schneider was at Josh Allen's pro day. So if he can target one of these guys as we move forward then to get him into that rookie deal, 5-year contract, and then build up the rest of the team around him, to me, that's where you get that cheap aspect of it, because you're talking about a guy even in the top 10 that's at $4.5-5 million per season, which again is so much further down than even what you got a guy like Tannehill making at 27.5.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I've theorized before that somebody like a Kyle Shanahan should just do that with his quarterbacks, just
100%.
almost do a revolving door. Just get a quarterback in the draft who you like, and because you're Kyle Shanahan and you really know what you're doing, you can morph that quarterback into somebody good for a few years, then you let them go, and then you draft another guy, and then you let them go, and you're never anchoring yourself to one quarterback. I understand that they traded for him and then he won a bunch of games that first year, but it will never make a lot of it'll never make sense to me why that team decided to anchor themselves to Garoppolo when I just don't think they needed to. Now, there aren't a 500 Kyle Shanahans out there, but I think that's a great formula. I think it's to get a good quarterback on that rookie deal, and then you move on at the end of that rookie deal, and you keep doing that. I like that.
I think and that's where the Niners, I knock them for, because Garoppolo is a second-round pick talent even coming out. He was a second-round guy with limited arm strength, and you could see that with making the throws outside the hashes was going to be problematic for him. He was a touch thrower on everything deep. There wasn't any kind of velocity behind his throws. But this is where I think Shanahan, like to your point, has gone wrong on this, because what I'm talking about them doing is they picked 12 this year. You know, if they want to get Trey Lance this year and pick him, they could probably get him if they want to go up and grab that guy. That's what they would have needed to do. Or last year they got the 12th, again, another 12th overall pick last year, I think, from the Colts in the trade for DeForest Buckner. You know, same situation. You ended up going with Javon Kinlaw. But if you wanted to and target that second or third quarterback in the draft, who I think could get the job done for you, them in that offense, because that offense creates so many free, easy plays for the quarterback, and especially allowing the quarterback to flourish with over-the-middle throws. Those things just make it so much easier on a young quarterback. It simplifies the game for him. So will they go that route this year? Will they finally be in on that? I've heard rumors of Kirk Cousins. I thought Matt Ryan would go there at the start of the offseason, but Atlanta looks like they're being dumb, and they're going to hold on to Matt Ryan throughout. But I agree. If I'm a Shanahan type, if I'm a brilliant young guy like that, I'm going to look to do that method rather than getting the guy I'm paying so much more money. It's such a difference in cost in what you're paying for even the league average guy, the little bit better than league average guy, the Kirk Cousins or the Tannehills. They're not that far off the top end dudes at that point. So makes sense to me. Zach Schweigler, yes, this is Brendan Nelson from Brendan at Seahawks. Brendan Nelson. So I got asked on the chat here. I've been totally ignoring the chat, Brendan.
Mm-hmm.
We got a $10 donation from Bennett. Thank you, Bennett, for that $10 donation. He says, B. Russ. He says, Russell Wilson has the yips. You buying that, Brendan? Has he got the yips?
Well, yeah, I think he definitely does. If you watch him the way he plays, I had a lot of people in my streams recently talking about Wilson. They were saying, "Oh, if you watch the Super Bowl, it made Wilson look so much better because look what Mahomes did when he was getting pressured every play, just like Wilson gets pressured every play." But my thing is, when Wilson got pressured the second half of the most recent season, we saw him just kind of give up, just kind of like, okay, I'm getting sacked here. I'm just going to fall down. I'm just going to turtle up so I don't get hurt. I'm not going to give this play any chance to happen. Whereas Mahomes, you saw him really giving it his all to still make a play down the field. And he gave his team chances to make plays. I'm not saying he played well. I don't think he did, but he was doing everything he could to evade that rush and actually still give his team a chance to win. Yeah. And I don't see that from Wilson. I see Wilson on a lot of plays just say, oh, well, that guy's free, so I'm just going to fall down here. And I understand he probably doesn't want to get hurt, but, he's not even giving his team a chance when he does that. And I think that there is probably some truth to that. I think it's something that can be fixed in an offseason. I remember 2017, after that season, I thought, something's really wrong with Wilson here. There's something fundamentally wrong with the way he's playing football right now. Every first half, he's not doing anything, and he's constantly just doesn't look like his head is right. And next season, they did a pretty good job fixing him by game number 3. So I think it's something that can be fixed, but it needs to be fixed.
I just the Patrick Mahomes thing, because it's been brought into my chat too, with Patrick Mahomes had this one game, and then this is what Russell has to deal with every game. And so this is, and it becomes this thing where I see people do acrobatics and triple turns and a tuck and all that to land on the stance of, I can never throw anything on Russell Wilson. I can't throw any shade on Russell Wilson. It can never be his fault. And that's the part where the argument drives me crazy, where it's like, look, it's not all his fault. It's not like everything fault, but let's divvy this out a little bit. You know what I mean? And I just, people were saying, well, over the back half of the 11 games of the schedule, Russell had to deal with pass protection worse than what Mahomes had to deal with based on stats, based on the advanced stats that they were going to measure. And I just think that this is where you got to go eye test versus stats, because to me, there were games against the Rams, against the Giants. Yes, 100% he was under duress a lot of those games, and they didn't play their best, especially at the end of the game. They had the last game of the season against the Rams. Completely true. But there were also games in there where they were doing just fine in that back half of the schedule. Both games against the Cardinals, it was not hellacious. The game against the Jets was not hellacious. There's a couple games in there as well it was okay and fine from my eye test standpoint. So I don't like that comparison of taking one game of Mahomes played where he didn't have his starting 2 tackles and then saying, see, this is indicative of what Wilson dealt with. It felt like a little bit of a too simplistic approach to take for the situation, as giving it a little more thought than that, and then just relying on some stupid base stat, is not enough for me. I need the eye test and the stats to kind of go align with each other. I think both are important in their own respect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and one other thing I want to say about this in a more overall sense is that, people point to how Wilson has apparently never had a good offensive line in his career. Well, Wilson, because of the way he plays, is hard to block for. If you think about a quarterback like a Matt Hasselbeck, he was easy to block for because you kind of always knew where he was going to be. And as an offensive lineman, you knew you had a pretty good idea of where he was going to be at any given point on a play, and you could just block for that area, and you generally could do quite well. And that was a big reason why that Seahawks team that went to the Super Bowl with Matt Hasselbeck had a lot of success protecting him. And Wilson doesn't play like that, and there's benefit to that. But do not discount the fact that no matter how good an offensive line you build for Wilson, he's always going to be kind of tough to block for because of the way he plays. I think that's a really important thing.
Absolutely. And I'm putting up a stat as you're talking about that. One of the stats I brought up was the average time that he held onto the ball throughout the season. So Russell Wilson this year averaged 3 seconds of holding onto the ball, and Tom Brady averaged 2.7 seconds, which Brady's in the top 5, or Wilson's in the top 5 holding on to it for the longest. Brady's in the top 5 for holding it on for the less amount of time. And that those two things in themselves, in my opinion, you can almost take that as a simplistic approach to understanding, see why one guy gets sacked and hit more often than the other guy, because that 0.3 seconds is quite a bit, cumulatively speaking. And so like the stat, it comes off of next generation stats, but essentially Russell Wilson takes 51 sacks last year. 16 of those are his fault according to them. 30%, 1/3 are his fault. And this goes back again throughout his recent 5 years. Same stat that I'm bringing up, you go to 19, 2.85 seconds, 54 sacks, 13 of those were on him, so 24% in 2019, 2018, 25%, 2017, 21%. So there's always a certain pretty nice little chunk every single year, and it's kind of going up, frankly. Last year was at an all-time high. 31% was an all-time high for him as far as them being his fault, those sacks being on Russell Wilson. And it's the hardest thing, I think, this is the toughest thing for fans to see on Brendan and with Wilson in his play, is that when you don't have that mastery of things that I don't think he has a mastery on, being at pre-snap, I think he's not very good pre-snap. Well, again, it's you get a pre-snap and there's a free rusher that's coming that maybe should have had the responsibility to adjust the line, slide the line over a little bit if he recognized the blitzer was coming, but he doesn't recognize the blitzer coming. Here comes the blitzer, knocks his block off, and everybody goes, oh, look at how bad the offensive line is. That's that mastery I keep going back to, that you got to pick up as a quarterback of going along and making those adjustments. And I see him missing those things time and time again. A rusher who's unblocked on the line of scrimmage, a safety, and he's coming, and you know he's coming. Wilson will hike it and then just be completely dumbfounded that the guy came in on him. This is the part that he's got to get better at, and it's the part he can improve. It has nothing to do with a lack of athleticism or losing his wheels a little bit. That certainly is part of what's caused him to get caught a little bit more, because he's getting surprised by Father Time a bit. But It's the fact of if he improves these other things, gets the ball out, shoot for an extra getting the ball out at 2.8 seconds, Russell. Get the ball out of your hand on average faster than you ever have in your career, and see if there aren't some benefits of that. See if you don't start to maybe force defenses now to stop just becoming obsessed with taking away the deep ball and start actually having to play legitimately on the short routes and the intermediate routes, not just being able to sit on, because that's what I think the defenses have been able to do, is sort of just sit on the set routes that Seattle wants to go to, because there's only a small set amount of things that they really gravitate towards, from route concepts to how they want to attack opposing defenses. They're not varied in the way that they go about it. And I think that puts them it kind of gets them into corridors where they get sort of shut down, these short corridors, and it looks like they have no answers. Some of this will help going to a new scheme too, but that's just been that I think has hurt, and it's something he's got to control. It can't be 3 seconds again next year he's holding onto the ball. That's way too long. It can't be top 5. I think that's too long. He doesn't have the athleticism to do that. If you look at the other guys on the list, it's Josh Allen, it's Lamar Jackson, guys with fresher, younger legs who are probably a little quicker at this point,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah. And all this stuff is connected. Some of the reason why he holds onto the ball long is because we don't have great schemes. Receivers are not getting open sometimes. I understand that. I understand that some of it is because maybe it might be a Schottenheimer thing where he wants to force the ball deep constantly and is maybe sticking to it a little too long. There is some of that going on there. So everything that happens on an offense is connected to a certain degree. But my philosophy is that if you're a player or coach involved with a football team on a certain side of the football, you should be focusing on what you can do. You should be focusing on what you need to do to get better, and the other players or coaches who maybe are making their own mistakes that are affecting things, they need to fix their own thing. And you as a player, if you're a quarterback and maybe you're getting pressured a lot, but you also made some bad reads or maybe made a bad pass or two, I don't want you talking about how your offensive line needs to be better. I want you to focus on what you need to do and expect that the other players on your team are going to do what they need to do to get better. Everybody has something they can get better at.
Yeah, that's what really kind of got me on with Russell and these comments he made, because he said a little bit in the interviews of, well, and I need to get rid of the ball faster. But he does it out of the side of his mouth, and usually even when he's quote unquote taking responsibility, he's then throwing it on the side of it of like, well, I need to get the ball out of my hands, but sometimes those also result in touchdowns. So he's not really taking ownership. And why I harp on that is because this is what we got from the Legion of Boom era days. Part of the division between Russell Wilson and the Legion of Boom had to do with the fact they didn't feel he was held as accountable as the rest of the team. And I think that accountability has been a little bit of what allowed these things to continue to kind of fester as far as parts of his game that should be a little more refined and built upon at this point that haven't been. I know we're hammering on it pretty good with it. I think we're both in agreement on it, but it's just that I think he takes these elements of his game forward in a new offense, and the sky's the limit for the guy. If he stays in this lane of, it's not my fault, it's everybody else, I'm perfect and beautiful, and everything that I do is amazing, then it's not going to matter if you get a new offensive coordinator in here. It's not going to matter if there's a new rebuilt offensive line in here. There's always going to be a top end to where we can go, because we're never going to be able to be as varied as we need to be offensively to be as explosive as I think, like you've talked about, you need to be offensively to win Super Bowls, to get to the show. Not just play good defense and run the ball, but actually be dynamic, put points up on the board, be able in the fourth quarter to go get a touchdown when you need to go get a touchdown. So we'll see if he develops on that, man. That's the question to me as we go in this new quarter in this season with Russell, is can he get these parts of his game cleaned up, which haven't always been as bad as they were last season at the back end 8 games. I don't know if you buy into this conspiracy. There's a part of me that thinks he kind of went a little bit into the tank when Carroll drew back the horses on the reins. You're going halfway into the year, and then game 8, he has a couple of game 9, he has a couple of turnovers, and Carroll freaks out and then just says, okay, this is done. Everything's going back to running game. No more big, deep shots. Get the ball out of your hand a little bit, but not in the way I'm talking about, kind of more of in the simplistic level. You buying that? You think Russ kind of just, he had this great opening week, 8 weeks, and then bam, get back 8 weeks, and it's like, hell.
No, I think what we saw in the first part of the season had a lot to do with teams not having any practice, which I think crippled a lot of defenses. So I think playing offense in the NFL was as easy as it's been in a long time, because a defense just needs time to get together and figure out how to play well. So when he was able to play defenses that were bad anyway, by the way, like the Falcons defense, the Cowboys defense. There were a couple decent defenses in there, but he was able to light those teams up in part because, well, those defenses were unprepared to play and they weren't good to begin with. And I would certainly hope that he isn't kind of going into the tank just because things aren't going exactly the way he wants to.
Yeah.
I would certainly hope, but there may be something to that. There may be something to Pete stepping in and saying we're going to strip everything interesting out of the offense and go back to the old junk. But I don't think that's a good excuse to start playing bad, because even after that happened, Wilson wasn't playing that well. He played some okay games. He did decent in a few games. He had a couple of bad ones too, honestly, but
I think
I don't know.
He was below league average as a quarterback through the last 8 games, and you can blame it on pass rate. You can blame it on other factors, but performative level wise, he's below league average. And that's it's an 8-game period we're talking, plus a playoff game, not just a 1 or 2 game off. But the Jets game was the one game he played well in, and you're playing the Jets. To your point of lesser defenses, lesser teams, and I think that to me is. Again, $35 million a year. I'm not expecting you to play MVP level every game. I don't expect that by any measure, but I expect Pro Bowl level every game. I expect that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's asking too much that you're playing at that kind of level, and I think there's too many of those games this year that he just didn't in. So, it's such an interesting discussion, man, because it's so much of the past, the present, the future as far as Seahawks fan goes and team building and all that stuff. I mean, it really does get into the minutia of stuff as far as Russell Wilson and the way that this whole situation affects everything moving forward into next year and beyond. So it's kind of like why I want to hammer on so much a little bit with it, because it is interesting. I know it's getting talked to death a little bit.
And one thing I want to say real quick, I'm not happy with Pete Carroll at all right now either. I think that he's a big part of this problem. I would prefer to move on to something else. But my thing is just that, no matter how much I say it, it's not going to happen. And I understand that. He just signed this 5-year extension. Yeah, the ownership is relatively new and is probably not eager to kick out the most successful coach in franchise history. So I just don't feel that motivated to discuss it very much anymore, because I know it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
it just seems very pointless to me. I try to focus on things that actually can happen that could alleviate these problems.
Yeah, well, the guy goes a 5-year extension mid-season of the year, and he goes 11-5 and wins the division, and has an owner in Jody Allen that's not as hands-on as Mr. Allen was. It's hard to see her coming in and saying, I'm going to pay you now for 4 years, Coach Carroll, because I'm so needing to get a better coach in here. I just can't see her doing it. I could have maybe seen Paul doing it. He would have had the cojones to do something like that, but I can't see the sister who's sort of hands-off by all accounts, and who's very interested in keeping her brother's legacy intact. And certainly the last hires he made, Schneider and Carroll, would be part of that legacy. So I fall in the same camp. I would have at the start of all this, if we get the starting gate on this line, my starting gate was you get Carroll out, you get an offensive-minded head coach in here, you build around the offense first and foremost, get into the modern age, and go that route. That's where I would have preferred to go. But like you, I'm a deal in reality, and reality is he's not going anywhere. Not this year, not next year. He can have a bad season next year, he's not getting fired. The only thing that's going to get him fired at this point is a new ownership group coming in and buying the team suddenly. That's going to be it. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, is there anything else on your mind kind of percolating or bumping? I'm going to be doing this regularly, so you're always free to hop in, man. I'd love to hear your thoughts anytime. What
right now, not so much. When free agency ramps up and we start maybe losing some players and gaining some players, there'll be a little more. Like I said, this is the slowest part. We're just trying to find things to talk about. We do have a lot of good stuff to talk about compared to some other teams because, well, Wilson decided to kick a hornet's nest. But maybe that's not a bad thing. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it works out.
If it pushes,
but thanks for having me on, man.
If it pushes for change, if he accomplishes change by this and not just forcing his way out of town, but he actually does get change, happened because of it, then it's a good thing. If it's him laying the groundwork to leave town, it's going to bother me in retrospect because it'll have little bits of shades of A-Rod there, at that point for me. But, Either way, we get to see how it plays out. Well, it's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting to watch. Well, thanks for jumping in here, Brendan. I appreciate it. I'll jump in on your chat here too. Like I said, I'm often on your stuff, looking around on stuff. I just don't always comment in there because I'm listening to it in the background while I'm doing some work on the channel or whatnot. But
yeah, absolutely.
Love having you in.
Yeah, I'm going to do call-in streams at some point too. I do those occasionally. You should definitely come in if you want to.
For sure, man.
When I do those.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely, brother. Well, if you guys don't know, this is Seahawks Brendan Nelson. Got a big YouTube channel here over on YouTube, goes live often. I definitely would recommend checking him out. He's got some great thoughts, real intelligent guy when it comes to Seahawks stuff. So we'll definitely have you back on and in here, man. I appreciate it.
Okay. Have a good night.
Have a good one, bro. All right, let's bounce over to let's finish up here a little bit with the chat. I know I've been behind on it, and so let's catch up just a tiny bit, and then we'll call it a day here. So, Bennett, thank you for the $10 donation, and you might be right. Russell might have the yips a little bit. That's potential. Maybe an offseason gives him a chance to kind of get through this stuff and get it resolved. New offensive scheme, kind of a new fresh set of eyes upon him, so to speak. Maybe that helps him out, gives him a little bit of an ability to get a bit of get around this issue. But we've seen it happen in baseball. There's been players in baseball that got the yips. A guy named Steve Sachs back in the day at second base could not throw to first. The shortest throw in the infield to make to first. He at one point or another just could not make it at one point or another. The ball kept sailing all over the place, and he'd throw it into the stands. He'd throw it into the dugout. It's happened. It's happened. I've not seen it happen in football before where it's lasted. So that makes me more think, Bennett, that it's just him going through a little bit of a down period, a little bit of I think he took it hard with the offense getting dialed back midseason. But I'm still going to land on hoping he can turn it around, Bennett, especially if he's got a new offensive line, a brand new shiny offensive line built up for him. D Nugget says if Russell can't make it here, he won't be better elsewhere. For his own good, he needs to make this place his best bet to work. I agree, D Nugget. I think it's his best bet to get in here and make this the place that is his one-stop shop on his career. Hard for quarterbacks to go to other teams and do better. Tom Brady did it, but it doesn't happen with a lot of other guys very often, especially guys that are in their 30s. You're not going to go chase that ring somewhere else and usually have it work out very well. Didn't work out for Montana, didn't work out for Rivers, probably wouldn't work out for Russell Wilson either. Bird of Prey, all Pete's OCs that he has hired are nothing more than obedient micromanager lackeys who take orders directly to execute Pete's offensive scheme. Waldron is no different than his predecessors. Well, we'll see. We'll see, Bird of Prey. That very well could be the case. So you may be onto something with it. I'm going to hope, and in the name of optimism at this point, land on the side of thinking that things will be changed at least a little bit. But Coach Carroll's got to get his fingers out of this pie. He's not an offensive-minded guy. He should not be trying to drive or run any of the offense. Hopefully, he has maybe finally learned now, with this being his fourth or fifth offensive coordinator in 10 years, that he's not keeping guys here. It's not been well maintained. I need to step back from this situation and concentrate on my defense, which in itself needs my concentration. It's not like your defense has been fantastic the last couple of years, Coach Carroll. You got stuff you need to fix on that side of the ball. Leroy Esteban. How you doing, Leroy? Jerry, 1 second. Jerry, second. D-Mag, that's my quarterback. Ewe says, when was the last time you thought Pete outcoached the other team? It's a good question. There was a game this year. What was that game? I got to think about what the game was. There was a game this year, though, I thought that Coach Carroll outcoached the coach. I think last year against the Browns coach who got fired, in that particular game, he completely outcoached that coach. But it happens a little bit less often than we probably would like. Bennett says, what is the dead money if Russ leaves? It's $39 million if he leaves this year. I think next year it goes down to something like 20-ish million. Sharon Ward, how you doing, Sharon? Once Russell leaves, I will no longer be a Seahawks fan. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sharon. I hope it's not the case. I understand. A lot of people love themselves Russell Wilson, and it's not a guarantee at this point that he's moving on. You can fix this offseason. I think you can still fix this relationship. There's not really a high likelihood he gets moved this offseason, even if the front office was a little peeved with his most recent comments. So he's not going anywhere. There's time to resolve this situation. A new coordinator's coming in. Maybe an investment in the offensive line starts to turn Russell Wilson's boat from leaving the Bay to coming back into port. I hope so, and we'll see. The GOAT 209 says, Deshaun Jackson's third wide receiver thoughts. I know he's injury prone, but Well, when he's on the field, he's still been very effective. The problem, the GOAT, is that he just can't stay on the football field anymore. I mean, he just can't. He's a guy that comes in and plays a couple games, then he's out the rest of the season, and it's been like this for a few years. People are still tantalized by the prospect of his speed, his deep ball abilities, but I think at this point in time, he's just going to come in you and give you a lot of the same. You might get a couple of games out of him, but for that couple of games, you're not going to have him when you need him at the end of the year. So I probably would be out on him for that respect. Just a little too injury prone for me. Sharon Ward says Russell is tired of playing in Pete's system. He wants input. He does, Sharon. And as we learned with the Schottenheimer hire, Schottenheimer had 60 to 70% of his playbook dictated to him when he was hired on. It's very unusual, Sharon, for an offensive coordinator not to come in with their whole playbook and be able to implement it fully. I would not think that they would be doing that with Shane Waldron. And if that's the case, then there's a new set of eyes. There's less people, there's less cooks in the kitchen. Maybe Carroll can butt out a little bit. It will be the important part of this process we need to see play out. And we're not going to know until we see live action games as to whether or not it's happening. But it is a key ingredient to this mix. Yui says, I agree with your points, your guys' points about Russ, but there's no mention of the missing pieces of our championship team. A dominant D, or B, or an imposing running game. And who is to blame for their absence? When it comes to an imposing running game, I don't know on that. I mean, last year you averaged 4.8 yards per carry. That's pretty good. Is it an imposing running game? I don't know that it's that. They are to blame for needing to get more assets. Yeah, sure, they could do more to get more assets there at UE, but again, part of the base point, the root core here, is you have a quarterback taking up a lot of assets on the team. There's going to be other places on your team you can't build up as well when the quarterback's asking to be paid top of the market. So is it a surprise then that there's other parts of your team that are not as dominant or as imposing as you say? No, it's historically the last 20 years of data have showed us that it's very hard to build up those other parts of the team when you're paying a quarterback that much. With that said, though, this is part of why I think both me and I'm speaking maybe for Brendan here, where we say we want to give it one more year. We want to give it another season to see how it completely plays out. Because if a new offensive coordinator comes in with a new offensive approach and that can fix things, if getting a better offensive line in place can fix things, then we can keep things held together. And that those things from your people on your side of the fence, Yui, who think that stuff factors in hugely here, will have been proven right. You will have been proven right. Well, wow, now we got a good offensive line and a dominant point here to lend to Russell Wilson. It's allowed our team to take off. I'll be the first person to stand up and eat that crow at that point as to being too hard on Russell Wilson and that it was other explanations as to why our team wasn't playing or as good as they should have been able to play, be it the personnel decisions that were a little bit flawed recently. Bird of Prey says, Pete Carroll completely ruined a dynasty with one call in Super Bowl 49 and hasn't literally done anything of postseason significance since. Second part of that is completely true. We don't know on the play call. We don't know on the play call. I know people ascribe it to Coach Carroll as having him being the one who said, this is the call we're going to make here. I don't know that it's as much Coach Carroll in that situation who did it, and it wasn't just Bevel who made the call. There's data that goes into this. Marshawn Lynch on the 1 yard line getting carries throughout that season had not been very effective. They had run that same pick play at the line of scrimmage a couple times near the end zone, and it had not been picked off once and had many touchdowns to it that current season that it happened. So Bevel may have just made a bad call. It may not have been Coach Carroll. We don't know that for sure. Michael Smith, that is Brendan Nilsson talking. Yep, we got Brendan on the show today. So we got the Discord channel going live now. So I figure let's open this up. Brian Myers, sorry if maybe you already addressed this. Wondering how you think Josh Reynolds, Malcolm Brown, or Gerald Everett might fit in the Hawks. The rumors were turning a little bit, Brian, early on in the stream in regards to Jonnu Smith and that the Seahawks have a lot of interest in him, which would make a lot of sense. That would probably put them out on Everett if they go in that direction. But I would expect them to probably look for at this point a joker tight end. You can read into that if they're showing interest, they're going to look for those joker tight end in the scheme. If not him, Gerald Everett would certainly be a target, I would think. Malcolm Brown, probably not as much. They're going to want to go cheaper there. I don't know what Malcolm's going to get on the open market, but I don't think that they'll really look for him as much. Reynolds would be an option. Don't think he will cost a lot. Familiarity with the scheme. He can do a lot of the blocking stuff that I have reservations with Lockett being able to pull off. I think Reynolds would be able to pull those off. In some of my screenshots I was looking at in preparation for the show, I did see Reynolds down blocking on a defensive end from time to time. So he has an ability to get down there and do that. The likelihood would probably be like Reynolds, Everett, Brown in that order of who would sign on that, Brian. But Reynolds and Everett, I like as players. Good players, won't cost a lot. Effective players, make your team better if they're on this, probably, yeah. I don't want Reynolds to be my number 2. I really don't want Reynolds to be my number 3. I'd like him as like a number 4 if I could do it that way, but he's probably more of a number 3 at this point. And Jose, I saw that you hadn't gotten a good link there for the Discord. Make sure you're signed in when you're clicking that link. But I'll reach off to you offline and we'll figure out a way to make it work. We'll get that thing working. Adisu, Debe. Go Hawks, Adisu says. Go Hawks, Adisu. Tannehill, 11 quarterbacks entering the league every year. Success in the NFL is all about evaluating talent. Do well and you can build a winner. Do it poorly and you can ruin even a great team. Yeah, it's a league of parity. It's a league where the competition is very closely aligned. Hard to separate yourself from other folks. So in those places that you can get a little bit of an edge, drafting better, doing better in free agency, you've got to do it if you want to be a team that's going to go out there and win. He says, first you say he holds the ball too long and runs around too much. Then you said he folds up too soon. Which is it? Well, it's different plays, different things, right, Huey? So it's a variety of different plays. Did I say he holds on to the ball every play too long? No, there's certain set plays that he tends to hold on to the ball. And I backed this up with data showing that he held on to the ball the 5th most amount in the NFL last season. When he folds up, it's that he folds up when we're talking about it. He'll be pre-snap, won't recognize a blitz. Then the blitz comes as the free runner. He doesn't throw at the anticipation, so he doesn't get the ball out of his hand and then takes the sack. Or there's times where he'll drop back and just sit there and hold the ball, pad the ball, hold the ball, pad the ball, hold the ball, pad the ball, pad the ball, hold the ball, hold the ball, pad the ball. And then he gets sacked. And then everybody jumps up and goes, oh, the offensive line sucks. And that's on Russell Wilson in those situations. So again, the data backs it up. I've showed it a couple of times. He'll held about 3 seconds on average in the pocket. That's 0.3 seconds longer than Tom Brady, who was top 5 of the league for the least amount of time he held onto the ball. Ruggiero says Russ simply isn't what he thinks he is in his mind yet. It's probably PTSD from bad lines, but we need him to become the surgeon in the pocket that Drew Brees is. Sick of him running out to try to go deep. Yep. He's got to look at that guy, Brees, being the guy that he looked up to coming in the league and bring on those things that Brees brought into his game. Elements that Brees expanded upon arriving with the Saints. Certainly Sean Payton helped him to expand on those skills. But Russell would do well to watch a lot more of Brees' tape when he got along there. Huey says, Seahawks 32nd in O-line spending since 2014. Haven't signed even a single O-line to a second contract in all that time. Correct, Huey. But again, if the argument is, in the first part of your statement, Seahawks 32nd in offensive line spending since 2014. So in the first part of your statement with that, is that they're not putting resources then in the football, or that they've got to put resources in drafting and they've got to put it in spending, right? Because you could not spend any money on an offensive line, but if you're putting a lot of draft capital in the offensive line, that's fine. You don't necessarily need to do both things. You can do just one thing. I might argue Seattle's put a little bit more in the offensive line than most teams do as far as draft pick. If you look at the total draft picks embedded into the offensive line over the last 5 years, Seattle might be the highest team at putting the most picks in the offensive line. They've just failed at it. And that speaks to your second point as to why those guys haven't gotten a second contract here with Seattle, is those players haven't played as well. James Carpenter's had a pretty long career. Russell Okung's had a pretty long career. Even guys like Mark Lewinsky's gotten on a contract. They just haven't evaluated the talent appropriately. They've certainly been a little bit of a failing in that respect. But again, why is it 32nd in spending specifically? Because when you're spending money on a quarterback and you have a defensive-minded coach first and foremost, that defensive-minded coach is going to want to put resources on the defensive side of the ball. So when it comes to him making cuts on his defense to allocate to spending on a quarterback top of the market, he's not going to do that. Instead, he's going to find an offensive unit that he can go a little bit cheaper on. With Coach Carroll, he decided to do that on the offensive line, a little bit on running back. Okay, those have been the two places, while building up a little more on the tight end, building up a little more on the receivers, spending money on those given positions instead. You got to go cheap somewhere. You got to go a little discounted somewhere. And that's where Coach Carroll decided to go discount. Jonathan Salazar, how do I use Discord? Jonathan, I've got the Discord in the chat. I'm going to post a permanent link here in the comment section after we do the video today, Jonathan, to where you can go in the lounge at that point if you want. And then every show I'm going to bring a collection of guys on to the live stream aspect of things. So we'll try to do about 4, 5, 6 callers every time we do this on a live stream show. But look down the link in the description section after the video posts, and I will put a permanent Discord link to the lounge for you. Berta Prey says, Pete has already made it. It's very clear his full intentions for the offensive game plan is to make running the ball a top priority in 2021, which in turn is what reveals what Waldron will be hired to do. Could be. Yeah, I think they're definitely going to try to get back to running the ball very well, Berta Prey, for sure. We'll see how it goes, though. Hard to say how predictively wise. Does this go back to 50-50 running passing? Maybe. Hard to make that prediction at this point exactly, though. He says, Brendan started noting how Seahawks O didn't scheme people open. Now he says it's Russell's fault. Silly. I don't think at any point in time was Brendan in any of his comments saying it's entirely Russell's fault, Huey. In fact, we were both pretty clear, I think, in saying you've got to divvy up fault in the appropriate places, and that everybody's got room and everybody's open to back. No? There we go. Okay, we're back on the sound. Sorry. No sound. My bad. Cuts out every once in a while for whatever reason. We got it back. Go Treats, what's up, man? How you doing, Go Treats? Fiji Mark. Hello, Fiji Mark. Team 12 scouted them quarterbacks right now. I use Walter Football as a great scout for scouting. I love talking to you and being on the stream. If you ever need, contact me. I'm Team 12's in the Dis because I have no Twitter. Sounds good, man. I'll reach out to you for sure when we get you back on 100%. 100%. He says, had the Seahawks prioritized putting the best offense around Russ instead of expecting him to bail them out every week, we wouldn't be here. If Russ doesn't make plays, who else is going to? Look, I was one of the people that was pushing for Coach Carroll to embrace an offensive-minded approach with things. I've often compared this to Bill Belichick in his time. Bill Belichick was just like Coach Carroll. Very similar to Coach Carroll in how he wanted to build a football team. Play to the defense, play great special teams, run the football. Don't ask your quarterback to do a whole hell of a lot, really. And they had success. They won Super Bowls doing that with New England early on. But then about, you're 6-7 years into Brady's career, Belichick realizes he has a Hall of Fame football player here on his hands, a Hall of Fame level quarterback. Maybe I build an offense around them. They bring in the spread concepts that weren't really commonplace as much in the NFL at that time, and Brady takes off. It gives Brady just the second leg to his career, and he just allows him to really flourish. I would have been in favor, of Coach Carroll, doing that and making that change a couple years ago. But he wasn't willing to do that. He's not willing to make that change. Just like in how you're asking for them to prioritize spending money on the offense, you have a defensive-minded head coach who won a Super Bowl, got to 2 Super Bowls with a defensive-led team. Thinking that coach is going to get outside of that mindset is probably a little bit unrealistic, whether it's the right answer or not. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day, and that's, I think, part of where I operate from with all this is it's about what can be controlled and what can be changed. Coach Carroll is the unchangeable. Coach Carroll just signed a 5-year extension. He's not going anywhere. Coach Carroll is always going to be defensive-minded first, and he's always going to want to build up a good defense. There's no two ways about it. And if you're going to pay a lot of money to a quarterback, and then you're going to pay a lot of money to the offensive side of the ball, guess what? You ain't going to have a defense then. Coach Carroll cannot operate like that. He was unwilling to do so. Just isn't going to happen. Michael Smith says Seahawks have shown interest in Zach Ertz, Jonnu Smith, and Gerald Everett. Personally, I like Jonnu Smith more than Gerald Everett, but no one seems to agree with me. Michael, I will be the first one to agree with you. I think of those 3 given options, he's the best option. Jonnu Smith has a lot of the same movement capabilities that Gerald Everett is. Gerald Everett's a little bit better as far as a yak guy goes, but Jonnu Smith does a lot of the same stuff as far as good route running, good hands, is fast enough as far as he goes. But then Jonnu Smith, I think, is a lot better blocker than Gerald Everett is. A lot more of a better blocker. So you're just getting a very complete player at tight end. Ertz is a good tight end, 31 years old. Maybe he's got a little bit of football, but some injuries in his recent past. And again, I don't want to go. We've gone with older, somewhat injury-prone tight ends recently with Ed Dixon and Greg Olsen. I think I'd like to see us change and go in a different direction, go a little younger at this point. Jonnu Smith's only 25 years old, just coming into his prime. Makes a lot of sense. He's not going to cost as much as Hunter Henry is. I really like it. Voodoo Magic says with the first pick, the draft, the Hawks Nest pick a new mic. Yeah, I know I got to get a mic here. The money's a little low right now, so I'm a little tight on my budget, but I know I got to get something going. Go Tree, it says Seahawks will go 11-5, win FC West, and divisional round exit is the maximum Russell Wilson is able to take Hawks to without a real offensive line. So Go Tree, it's if they go out this offseason and let's say they go and they pick a center in the draft who comes in and plays out for him, does really well. They go get Joe Thuney, left guard, in the free agent period. Do you see them then as having a lot higher potential top end, then maybe they can be a Super Bowl contending team at that point? William Davis, Seahawks won't be successful until Ken Norton Jr. is fired. Our defense won't stop anything until he goes. To be honest, Coach Carroll needs to go as well. He's too old school and set in his ways. I don't disagree with you. It speaks a little bit to what I was just talking to with William, in the respect of the beginning place of all this. Brendan was on the same boat. The beginning place of all this, where we would like to see if this take off, is really, it's kind of time for maybe Coach Carroll to move on and bring in a Lincoln Riley type from Oklahoma and build an offense around Russell Wilson and build a new team up a little bit and go in a different direction. I think a lot of us are pretty majority-wise are probably on board with going this route. The problem is that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, William. Coach Carroll just signed a 5-year extension. And when it comes to Ken Norton being the problem, are we sure it's Ken Norton the problem? Or is it Coach Carroll's the problem? Or is it some Norton and some Carroll? Or is it more Carroll and little less Norton? This is Coach Carroll's defense every bit as much as this is Norton. If he's going to have this much of his hands on the offense, God only knows what he's doing on the defensive side of the ball. And I would all but guarantee you that he's probably pushing a lot of change and movement, and he's having Norton do a lot of what he wants Norton to do. I think that's why Norton was hired instead of Coach Carroll going out and getting a factor of somebody that he's not familiar with, getting more of a young, talented guy. He got more of a yes man. So it's hard for me to put as much on Norton as far as blame goes, William. It is because of that thing. I go back to Carroll, and while I do agree with you, he's 70 years old. Maybe you could make the argument a little bit of this game has passed him by to a degree. It's time for him to move on. But you see it in sometimes some of those older guys that get older, they don't have that knowledge, or that they don't know when to make the graceful exit. They don't know when they've had their time, they've had their shot. You've won your multiple national titles. You've gotten to multiple Super Bowls. You'll probably be a Hall of Fame head coach, but the game's kind of moved by you a little bit at this point. It's not that you become a bad coach overnight. It's not that you're horrible overnight. It's just that maybe the game's just kind of gone by you just a little bit. And I don't know if it is necessarily to that place, but we've seen indications that it very well could be. Voodoo says, is it time to move on from Josh Gordon, or should we take another stab at him if he's reinstated? I go another stab, Voodoo. He's going to be a league minimum player, 1 year, $1 million deal. There's no risk. You can cut him at any point in time if he goes back on suspension. But he's not going to take a roster spot unless you have him playing. And if he's not playing, you probably cut him. I think it's a real low risk, high reward type move if it should work out. I like those kind of moves. I can get behind those kind of moves. Michael, I love KJ Wright. He's underrated his whole career, but I think he's too expensive now. Hawks have more important needs. Yeah, you just can't afford him. You can't afford him. They just don't have a lot of cap space. He seems to want to be getting to pay. He wants to get paid here on another contract by all indications from his camp. Seattle's not going to have the money to spend. I don't know who's going to give him the money, frankly. I don't know who's going to give him what he thinks he's earned. He had a great year last year. I think it's an outlier. I don't think he's going to duplicate what he did last season on another year, though he's a very nice fit for that Sam linebacker role because of his length. He fits so well into it, and he was reticent. He didn't want to be put on the line of scrimmage as much, but man, it fits his game really, really, really well. It really does. Okay, gotcha. So signing bonus is the workaround. I suppose $39 million this year seems crazy though. Yeah, the moving the base salary of Russell Wilson to signing bonus is the way to create $10 million of cap space instantaneously. It would make it a little harder if you're looking to trade him next year at that point, because that $39 million goes down significantly next season as far as the dead money hit if he goes out the door. So you would be kind of getting that back into a little bit of higher realm, not $39 million, but maybe like $29 million then to move on next season. But you'd create a lot of cap space for this year, which I think is pretty doggone important. Michael Smith says, Ken Norton's previous resume with other teams as defensive coordinator was ranked 27th or lower. I just don't think he's the guy for the job. I don't have a problem with Coach Carroll, with Pete Carroll's cover 3 scheme, just needs a better caller. Maybe again, it's just not going to happen, Michael. I think Coach Carroll, because he has so much of his say on that side of the ball, I don't think he's going to look to go that realm, or go that route, I should say. But look, to your point, you're right. Norton with Oakland was not a great defensive coordinator there. I might argue that they didn't have a lot defensively to work with at that time, but he's not necessarily shown a lot here either. He hasn't. They did play better as the year went on last year. Level of competition offensively went down a little bit, but you also got back Jamal Adams. You also got back Carlos Dunlap. I can make the argument, Michael, that this cover 3 scheme to work, you need the pass rushers to make it work. You need the front 4 that can generate pressure. And when you didn't have Dunlap and you didn't have Adams, and none of your young guys were coming along fast enough, and Darrell Taylor couldn't play a single snap all year, well, you didn't have the front 4 to create the pressure that's at the base point of this defense. This defense starts with generating pressure from the front 4. Now you're having to send the house every time to generate pressure. It just looks ugly. I think that if they double back down to getting pressure with the front 4, getting those dogs on the defensive line that can get to the quarterback, you're going to see this defense, and specifically Norton specifically, look a whole lot better. Doesn't mean I think he's necessarily the answer, just means I think they'll look a lot better if they build towards more of what the foundation is of this defense. Huey says there's a cheap option every year to add a wealth of talent to your team, especially in the draft, and it's the GM's job to master it, especially when you have a lot of money tied up in the quarterback. Yeah, that is their job, but it is one of those things, Huey, that's easier said than done. And as we look at that stat that I've pointed to you often on, Huey, being that no quarterback in the modern era has made over 14.5% of his salary cap and went and won the Super Bowl. Seems like there's a lot of failing by a lot of general managers in the league who are paying their quarterbacks over that 14.5%, isn't there? A lot of quarterbacks who are supposed to have done, as you put it, master that aspect of the draft who aren't mastering it. So if 100 out of 100 of those general managers also aren't able to master that aspect of things, given that they're paying the quarterback that exorbitant price, what indications do you have that there are any general manager in the sport is able to pull off that little miracle? What are your indications that there is, past you saying that they should be able to get it done? You've got no evidence of recent history to base it off of. You can't provide me with any facts. So is it all just your gut feeling tells you it's this way, Huey? That if you just master it? Well, yeah. If you just do every move right, if you just don't miss on every single move, you'll be a great team. Well, yeah. Right. That's sure. But no team is able to knock every single move out of the park. Every team is going to miss on things. That's the nature of the beast. That's the nature of the game. Gotri, do you think Seahawks will win the NFC West next season? I do think so, even though the Hawks are barely contenders. I have the Hawks 11-5, Rams 11-5, 49ers 10-6, and the Cardinals 9-7. Probably have them pretty close to what you have them at, Gotriots. I need to see a full offseason before I will make any assumptions about their record. They've got to kill it this offseason. And if they muddle through like they muddled through last offseason with $50 million to spend, I'm going to have a hard time even putting them as the lead dog for to win the division at that point. They've got to knock these moves out of the park this offseason. A lot of what I'm talking about to Uwe. Uwe, this is the offseason where they've got to hit all those moves out of the park, where it's got to land. They got to master the process. Because if you miss even just a little bit, you will sink this team's chances as we go into next season. Jeffrey O'Kelly says, should we say no to Carson and sign Jones? I'm a no on both of them, Jeffrey. I think the two positions on this football team that I go cheap at year after year, the two positions that I tend to not spend as much money on are going to be running back and cornerback. Two separate reasons for it, but those are the two positions that I don't spend money on so that I can allocate those resources into other places, i.e. the offensive line, i.e. the pass rush. William, Ken Norton Jr. isn't aggressive enough. He doesn't know how to play situational football. Our zone defense compared to everyone else's doesn't work. We don't know how to disguise defensively either. Well, some of this is coming to him being aggressive. So let's kind of unpack this a little bit, William, with what you said with that. Seattle doesn't want to blitz. That the base of their scheme is we don't want to blitz. And for years, we were the 32nd team in the league in blitzing. It's not Coach Carroll's DNA to want to blitz. But what did you see him do over the last year? Over basically the last kind of 2 years? A lot more blitzing than ever before. And last year, they were going from being a team that was, blitzing the least amount to blitzing at some of the highest in the league, top 5. Why were they doing that? Because the young guys weren't popping. Rasheem Green was injured, wasn't giving you anything. Darrell Taylor wasn't giving you anything. Al Robinson wasn't quite ready. LJ Collier certainly hasn't given you anything. Guys you had relied upon to start to be some of those dogs on the defensive line weren't dogs for you, and so it affected the defensive scheme to where now you're becoming one of the more blitz-heavy schemes. The problem being is that this 4-3 under scheme that we run, it's not a 3-4 attacking scheme. It's a scheme built to play zone. It's a scheme built to drop as many people back into zone as you can at its foundation, at its roots. So when you leave those roots and you go outside the foundation, it's not going to look very clean. So when Seattle tried to blitz a lot last year, sometimes they were effective, sometimes not. They weren't efficient at it, I'll tell you that. But when they did this blitz-heavy approach, they weren't good at it because it's not in their foundations. They don't look for players first and foremost and judge those players' talent based upon how they are as blitzers. When they're looking at Jordan Brooks as a football player, oh, look, he's rangy. He's a good tackler. He can lay a hit. His ability to blitz is like 30th on their list of scouting attributes they look at it on a given player. So when you built a whole squad of defensive players out who none of them really have blitzing as being their A skill like it is with Jamal Adams, well, then it's going to look kind of clunky when you start asking them to blitz a lot, isn't it? The smarter way to go is to dial back into being the zone-heavy approach and then getting those front four guys who could generate pressure. We literally had something called the NASCAR package in our heyday of the Legion of Boom era, where we would bring out what would essentially be on early downs 2 one-tech defensive tackles, 2 big space eater guys type, and then on third downs, on known passing downs, you'd flop those guys out and bring in 2 3-tech defensive tackles. Okay, that's That's what you've got to look to me to replicate again and go back to. And if they go back to that foundation, William, I think that this defense could work. Solid point as far as situational football. He is not always good at that. When we played with the lead, for instance, Norton could not drop a defense for his life to be able to protect that lead without just giving those offenses wide open holes in the field to just run up on. Silly in that respect. And I probably would put a little bit more of that on Norton. Dennis, I read the Seahawks have language in his contract that can let them rearrange the money in Russell's deal without his approval. That is correct, Dennis. This was one of the beginning points in my offseason plan, was that where you can create money instantaneously is convert Russell Wilson's base money this year into signing bonus. That creates $10 million of cap space instantaneously, Dennis. So you did read that correctly. Yui says, I think the Gordon signing is more for Gordon than us, but if he does get clean, he's a perfect fit for the new scheme, and he's dirt cheap. Couldn't put it better myself, Yui. That is absolutely correct. William, our players are poorly coached. Our defensive front are a bunch of one-trick ponies. Once they get halted, that's it. Yeah, other teams do spin moves and so forth to get to the quarterback. Yeah, I mean, Carlos Dunlap was a pretty capable rusher. I mean, he was one of the better rushers you had when you brought him in. I think part of it, William, is that they've gone for younger guys that they hope develop, and those younger guys have not developed. You know, Alden Robinson was okay, but he wasn't setting the world on fire. Like I said, you had 4 young guys, and you're probably hoping one of those guys popped for you, and none of those guys really popped for you. There's a lot of potential still in those guys, but I think you're a lot better suited to get with more certainties. So, for instance, William, my offseason plan has you keeping Carlos Dunlap, but then adding a certain rusher on the other side of him so those young guys can develop behind in rotational roles, and you're not relying on anything with them. Stop relying on the young guys. Start relying on some certain certainties, so things that we know are known quantities in this league. I'd like to see them go that route instead. 2 bookend guys like that, I think you'd see this defense get a lot better with 2 guys on either edge can rush the passer consistently. The GOAT 209 side, Golden Tate. I'm not in favor of Golden Tate at this point. He was really a guy who I thought was really at his best on the outside. I don't see him as really, he's not sudden enough to me as a slot guy to be really effective in that role. He's gotten older. You're in a draft that's got 4 or 5 slot guys in round 2 through 3 who would be just great fits here if you wanted to go that route. Nah, I don't think so. William Davis says Norton Jr. has linebackers covering speedy wide receivers 15 to 20 yards down the field, covering wide receivers for 5 to 9 seconds or more. The team is broken. I blame the coaching mostly. And I appreciate where you're coming from on that, William. You're not alone in that perspective. The thing to keep in mind about this is that it may be the answer on this. It may end up being the truth, but nothing in that is changing as we go forward. So to your point, if what you're saying is true, we're going to go into next year and it's going to continue to be stilted. It's going to continue to be boring, unimaginative, a lack of disguising things pre-snap, I think is how you put it. Those will continue to be the things we see going forward if that's the case. If, as I'm saying, you invest in that defensive line and you get guys that can get to the quarterback and off his spot and rush his quarterback clock, not let him get through all the reads in the book, well, I think the defense is going to look a whole lot better than they have looked. I would also say that you're right in respect of we have basically only 3 blitzes in the playbook. Part of that is because your playbook is not built to be blitz heavy. This is supposed to be a scheme that's the least blitz heavy scheme in the entire NFL. You went outside of that because you got desperate to generate pass rush. Bird of Prey, Carroll is the EVP. Carroll is the EVP and is above and overrides John Schneider. Pete wields all the power for making player decisions. Carroll has failed miserably overall in recent drafts. Agreed. Agreed. I think he's not let John run this a little bit more as much as he should have. I do wonder if John got a little bit more control in this recent contract extension that he just signed. Cameron Hughes says he loves the NASCAR package. Oh, it was a sexy package, wasn't it, Cameron? You got Michael Bennett lined up like almost a de facto second defensive end next to Cliff Averill. I mean, the guys were like literally touching shoulders off the snap. Yeah, I love the NASCAR. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yui says, when I say use the eye test, you say look at the stats. When I look at the stats, you say use the eye test. So again, Yui, there's times where you say things and it's not what I say. It's again, I call it creating a straw man. So you say things is not what I said. What I've said with both is that you need a measure of both. You need a balance with both. It's not just one thing or the other. You use a reference. So my eye test and watching Russell throughout the season was, man, he's holding on to the ball a lot of the time. Man, he's taking his own sacks. Well, the advanced stats back this up. I've given you a couple bits of advanced stats to back this up. your stats on it, for instance, as you give me is you'll reference a game like Patrick Mahomes in a single one-off game in the Super Bowl and then say stats show that Russell Wilson had this kind of pass blocking for Russell Wilson over the back half of the 11 games of the season. So Russell Wilson was not put in no position to be able to succeed, and it's all in the offensive line and it's all in the scheme then because they're thusly. Well, the problem with that is you bring that stat up without any of the eye test brought into it. You're not combining both elements. And that's where I think maybe you're having the issue here and misunderstanding me. It's combining both. It's not relying on just one or the other wholeheartedly. It's finding a way to merge those. And that's the hard part to do. It's the hard part to sometimes merge them. Sometimes it's very easy. What you see on the field is exactly what the stats back up. Sometimes it's not always as easy. But for me, when I look at the back 11 games of the schedule, there were games where the pass protection wasn't great, but it wasn't as miserable as what Patrick Mahomes was dealing with through that game in the Super Bowl, where he had basically no pass protection at all. So it's a bit of both, Huey. It's a bit of both. Yep, Pete's defense has always been basic. It's built on being simple, which if you're simple, you're not going to be blitz heavy. Jeffrey, the only hit we have in the draft in the past 3 years is Metcalf. You did pretty good with Dickinson as a punter. Might be a league best punter in this league. You did pretty good last year with Damian Lewis, who looks like, Jeffrey, he's going to be a Pro Bowl right guard for you. That wasn't a bad pick. But I guess, yeah, it's not been as good. It's not been as good. Team 12 says, I like the new system with show guests. It keeps the chat slow and fresh because when you are behind in the chat, people talk what you're talking about and the chat repeats itself every 45 minutes. Yeah, I think this will be a better way to go. Just kind of keep things a little bit more fluid and just not one trick pony through the whole show. It gives us a little bit of variety. It's the variety hour with Brandon. Cameron says 80% of our roster are homegrown players. If you're in the playoffs every year, you're doing pretty good in the draft. Yeah, I think we haven't been, I think we've not been great in the draft recently, but we haven't been completely also the crap show that sometimes gets drawn either. I think you get a little more into the nuanced side of things. And it's especially when you've got to compare to other general managers in the league. It's not just looking at John Schneider in a vacuum, but how are other general managers doing? What is their hit rate? What is the average hit rate? What is he above the average hit rate? And I think he's probably a little bit above average as far as his drafting goes if you really look at it against the other teams. The GOAT 209, Curtis Samuel, Will Fuller, Corey Davis, Allen Robinson, Marvin Jones, Chris Godwin. We've got options. There are some options out there at receiver. Yep, there is. The key to remember this, though, is if you go spend money on a receiver, you're going to spend big money on a receiver. You still have the DK Metcalf issue lingering here in a year from now. You still have Tyler Lockett going into a contract year at $11.5 million and is due a new contract. How does that play out? I don't know, but that's something to keep in mind. Mark, I think we're okay. Everybody, I think my mic's okay. Jeffrey Kelly says the thing with Lewis is he's going to be a developmental guy, unlike Metcalf, who came in and took the league by storm. Damian Lewis had a really good year last year, Jeffrey. So I don't know about taking the league by storm, but he was one of the better run blocking guards in the league. Not one of the better rookie run blocking guards, one of the better run blocking guards in the league, bar none. He had pass protection issues, but only gave up 3 sacks on the season. He played all 16 games. He made the all-rookie team in the NFL. If that's not a hit, if that's not I hit one out of the park in the 3rd round by getting this guy, we're probably going to agree on what a hit is, and we're going to probably disagree on what a hit is and what isn't a hit as far as the draft's concerned. That's one where you knock it out of the park a bit. Brian, I don't have the P.O. box yet, buddy. I get an address for you. I promise. I will get you an address, but let me work on it. I got to get it set up. Bennett says, don't pay wideouts. All glitz and no glamour, no substance. All glitz and glamour, no substance, I think is what you're probably saying. And Cameron brings up a couple guys. Trey Flowers, all right. Will Disley, a pretty good hit. Ugo Madi's been solid. Dixon's been very good, Pro Bowl level punter for you. Barton, maybe more of a miss there. Alton Robinson's been solid. Damian Lewis, Pro Bowler. Jordan Brooks looks like he's going to be a pretty good player in this league. So, yeah, I think they're okay. I think that 2017 draft gets stuck in the people's craw a bit, Cameron, because you had so many picks in that draft, and you had so few hits in that draft based on the picks you had. MSR Rook, what do you think about Jason Verrett or Sherman? I'd probably be more on board with Sherman because he's so familiar with the scheme, and even though he's lost a step or two, I think he would still fit and be able to play pretty well within the scheme. I also think he's not going to cost a lot of money. With Verrett, there's just too many injury concerns with him. He finally got it through a full season injury-free this year, but how much of that can I really count on it when the guy has just been so beat up over the course of his career and he's starting to get older now? So unless Verrett's going to come in at something really, really cheap, I probably would go with Sherman in that case. And I agree, Cameron. Yeah, Marquise Blair and Darrell Taylor do have lots of promise. And we still have, it's a little bit of to be determined with those guys as far as what we're going to get out of them. All right, so I've caught up to the chat. We are now 5. God, you guys got me back to 5 hours again today. Oh my goodness, I don't know how you guys keep me on this long. All right, so it was a fantastic show. I think today we got through all of the comments. If you want to come in on the thing and speak in on the deal, D-Boy, I tried to get you in. I didn't see you in the Discord deal, but we'll get a permanent Discord link down there in the comment section. I'll pin it to the top of the comment section as I can figure out how to set it up. And if you want to come in on the live stream, I'd prefer if you guys come into the Twitter for me and at least hit me up on Twitter so we can talk and get everything set up beforehand to get everything set up. We'll try to do 4 or 5 a show. Again, we're going to kind of get this more structured now as a show in general with every live stream. For those that don't know, we are going to be doing this now on Thursday and Sundays on the Norm, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time every single week. I also do have a Patreon page that's up and going now. We're getting a couple new Patreons on there. So thank you to Emmanuel Mendahane. And I got my other guy. I can't remember his name. I got to give him a shout out. I'm going to give him a shout out. This guy's super awesome. Somewhere I have a shout out to. Oh, Carmine de Costanzo. Thank you, Carmine, for your patronage. I do appreciate it. We'll get last couple of comments here. Yui, agree with your Belichick comparison. 100% Seattle Seahawks have maintained a defense-first mentality, but have failed to be good at that and have had to rely on Russ to carry the team, and this is as far as he can. Agreed there. And thank you, Brian. Yeah, do please hit this like button if you are watching this in replay or if you're here live now. It helps me out considerably. It helps me show up in all those algorithms for search and YouTube and all that, and we just grow. We are almost... we're like 35 subs away from getting to 4,000, the magical 4,000 number. So if you do have somebody you know is a Seahawks fan, please do help them, tell them about the channel. You do a lot by helping this channel grow with that. I thank you all for keeping this chat lively, the discussion on point. You guys always make me think on the chat, whether we agree or we don't disagree. Again, you want to get onto the Discord live stream, hit me up on Seahawks Twitter. We'll get you all set up and squared away. Either other than that, I appreciate all of you. Yep, Cameron Hughes, bring back our Sonics. Thanks, man. Go Sonics. I love you guys. Appreciate you guys. Thank you as ever for watching. And please, you may be troubled. You may be thinking the team's not going to do anything. You may be pessimistic. You may think Coach Carroll's had his time gone or that Russell Wilson's cooked or he's got the yips. No matter what you think,